one that threatens to eat children when they make too much noise. His wide, thin-lipped mouth is moving, but my blissfully soundproof car keeps the assault from reaching my ears. I savor the quiet in my car long enough to take 3 deep breaths before I step out of the car into a jarringly different atmosphere.
"You're late. The team has been gathered for more than 20 minutes,
he says. He's got the kind of voice that's powerful without being loud, but the power of that is lost on me. I know that he's nothing more than an empty vessel for delusion and resentment. Well, since the meeting couldn't start without me, I'd say that I'm right on time, I tell him. And if you had held this meeting in the office instead of here, it would have started 20 minutes ago, I tell him. We step in the gargantuan foyer and start up the stairs to the room that's always used for kingdom business, Swish's old office.
"You forgot that you're talking to your uncle, Hayes. I will have your respect,"
he says from behind me. I stop and turn to find him standing at the bottom step, hands folded behind his back, an expectant look on his face. I walk back down so I'm 1 step above him. You forget that you're talking to the head of your family, I remind him. If you want my respect, you better set about trying to earn it. I turn and start back up the stairs. The mess you've made of things has left us vulnerable on too many fronts and has lost you any built-in credibility I gave you because you're my uncle. You've done a piss-poor job, I say over my shoulder. A lawsuit filed by a group of tenants whose homes were damaged in the flood last month is just the latest in a pile of shit that's been landing on my desk for the last 3 months. I've spent nearly all of my time as chairman of the board putting out fires. It's meant to be a figurehead position, but with an incompetent and corrupt executive team, I've been forced to take a more hands-on approach. None of them like it, but I don't care.
"The lawsuit is what we called you here to discuss,"
he says, still behind me as I push open the doors to the room that's decorated like a 19th century country club. Whatever traces of Swish there were in here are gone. I want to hurry and get out of here. "Gentlemen, please, have a seat," I say to the 3 men who stand when I walk in. I sit down at the head of the table. "Tell me what's going on with this." I look at Rich Jones, the current head of operations. He slides a folder over to me and opens the one in front of him.
"There are 25,000 units that are included in the class. They represent an annual revenue of about $300 million to the Real Estate Investment Trust. Our investors expect those dividends and profit shares."
"What's this got to do with the flooded-out apartments?" He tugs at his collar and looks around the table at the other 2 80-year-old incompetents who had helped him and my uncle destroy Kingdom 1 bit at a time. They all stare down at their laps. Cowards.
"There are 2 main issues in their complaint. The first is that some of them were evicted without notice. The units took on water, but we disagreed with their complaints that there would be any significant problems with people living there once they dried out,"
he says. "What was your disagreement based on?" I ask.
"Huh?"
His eyes dart to his left again. "You're on your own here, Rich. They're not going to jump in and save you." I hook my thumb at the 2 other men. "Tell me."
"It was just what we thought,"
he says in a high nasally whine that makes me wish hitting people wasn't illegal.
"But some of them left without notice, and we didn't know if they would be back. There were plenty of people looking for places to rent, so we filled the vacated units right away." He shrugs his shoulders, eyes wide with complete bafflement at how what he's saying could be construed as fraud and theft.
"It says here you emptied occupied apartments and threw away personal belongings after residents were gone for less than 72 hours. Is that allegation true?"
Yes, but we thought they were moved, and we needed to turn those units over to people who wanted to pay.
He snaps defensively and wipes a drop of sweat from his forehead. I shake my head in disgust. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone and text my PA Muriel that I want her to find an executive search firm. It's time for me to build my own team. I've had enough indulging my uncle's ego and treading lightly. Well, we're going to settle this case, and we're going to make these people whole again. I want a report on the actual damage costs. They're suing us, seeking general and pecuniary damages. Our exposure at trial is unlimited. This isn't hard. Let's give them a little money for their troubles and send them on their way. I stand up to leave. On Monday, I want a list, a comprehensive one, of all other potential liabilities you're aware of, even if it's just a repeated customer complaint. And I don't mean just in real estate, I mean throughout Kingdom. I also want a report on our philanthropic spending in the last 10 years. I've received disturbing reports about our failure to support efforts that were pioneered by the Rivers family. I chastise them.
The zoo doesn't need our help any longer. Why should we continue making such huge bequests?
Eugene Kinder, the CFO, chimes in from his chair. I've never liked him. That's not for you to decide. I want those reports by the end of the week. I stand. The four men all stand and offer their disingenuous farewells. Uncle Thomas, will you walk me out? I wait for him outside the door. I scan the vaulted tray ceiling. The ivory-colored, intricately carved crown molding runs along the perimeter of the room. A huge crown sits in the middle of the letters R and K, Rivers Kingdom. That's what this used to be. That's how people have referred to us, but we have never called ourselves kings. Not until my uncle's reign. He joins me in the corridor.
Yes, what would you like to discuss?
His tone is formal, his eyes wary as he waits for me to speak. Poppy refuses to remain on staff as long as you or Eliza reside in the Rivers house. I inform him.
Well, we'll be sad to see her go,
he says, and adjusts the cuffs on his shirt sleeves. She's not going anywhere. I've told her that you will be moving out. I inform him. His eyes nearly bug out of his head. His lips pucker like he sucked a lemon, and he seems incapable of speech. So I continue. In 2 months, members of Denmark's royal family will begin an extended occupancy at Rivers House. Poppy has arranged to have the house cleaned and the rooms prepared, so you and Aunt Mai will need to make other arrangements for accommodation. Eliza has already been informed that she will need to vacate the house. I say. He blinks at me, his face flushed red with embarrassment, but he manages to unstick his lips, and he fixes me with a judgmental stare.
Aren't these sort of details and message deliveries below your station, nephew? Or are you finding these more mundane and administrative tasks better suited to your capabilities?
He asks, smugness at his dig spreading across his withered face. I shake my head in disappointment. I'm not such a slave to my pride, Uncle, that I couldn't deliver a message that might have felt callous coming from someone who doesn't know your personal situation. I tell him. He has the decency to look ashamed. Thomas, I'm not here to rub my leadership in your face, I say to the top of his bowed head.
Why are you here, if not for the glory of it?
He snaps. His resentment is unmasked and fully evident in his eyes. I feel a pang of pity for him. He's never been happy with his position in the family. I'm here because it's my responsibility to make sure that the next heir receives a legacy that's worth preserving.
As if it isn't now, I have been a wonderful steward of this family's interests.
Ah, yes, the ever-growing pile of lawsuits from clients, customers, and partners alike says that, I retort.
Oh, of course they're unhappy. They want us to live like we're commoners. They want to pretend they're our equals. I stopped that. You want to settle with these people? Why don't they go find better jobs so they can afford better than some flooded-out apartment? We are not a charity. We are a business. If they think it's not fit for human occupation, fine. They should go find somewhere else to live.
Those apartments are not fit for any human occupation. The reports are damning. Would you want to live there?
I would never be forced to make that kind of choice.
He sniffs. How do you know? Don't you have the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes and imagine what it would be like if you were in them? I ask in muted outrage. I just don't understand where this man's heart is. How he and my father were both raised by my grandparents is a mystery.
Why would I want to imagine being them? Ugh, how vulgar,
he says with a sniff of disgust. He's a lost cause. I just need to completely declaw him, and then I'll strip him of all his power and mandate his retirement from the board. You had 15 years to do what you would. You sent me away. You made sure I stayed away. Perhaps you hoped I'd never come back, but here I am.
Yes, here you are, he says with barely disguised malice,
and here I'll stay. I reinforce it with my own undisguised dislike. You need to get used to it. Stop trying to undermine me. Stop trying to make me feel like I have less right to be here than you do. I'm sorry you weren't born first, but you need to start thinking about what your life could be. I say with a heavy sigh. He doesn't respond. He just stares straight ahead in stony silence, his face completely mottled with his pent-up anger. I've rented you a unit in the Ivy, I tell him weakly as I stand.
No, we will not stay there. It would be an insult to the family's honor, he blurts through woodenly clenched teeth.
How is it an insult?
They aren't fit to be our neighbors. They're commoners. That land was part of our dynasty, he spits.
Loathing floods me in a rush of heat, and I don't hide it when I look at him. We sold them that land. We took the money from it and made ourselves rich again. They even named it after us in a show of good faith. This one-sided feud is ridiculous. I'm not going to perpetuate it anymore.
My father would shudder to see how you've degraded our dynasty, he says.
I've had enough of this shit. I step into his personal space and look him in the eye. It's a family, not a dynasty. We are commoners. Being richer than all of the monarchies combined doesn't make you one by de facto. And thanks to your inability to delegate or manage the business yourself, we're perilously close to being in debt. We're just regular people. We'll never reclaim any of the land we sold to the Wilds. If you'd had any real sense of what we needed, you would have embraced them. His face mottles, and his already thin lips compress to leave what looks like a white gash where his mouth should be. He leans forward, as tall and straight at age 80 as he'd been at 60. We are kings in our own right. His lips barely move. His eyes are hard and intense. I will never embrace those bourgeois hippies who don't know the meaning of the word empire. The Riverses had assets on which the sun never set. The legacy you speak of is one that was built with my grandfather's bare hands. And now you're kicking me out so some royals can come and rent this house like it's a fucking hotel? It's certainly not a home, and I'm done wasting resources to try and make it feel like one just so you have a free place to live. I've offered you an option. If you'd rather use your fixed income to rent a place elsewhere, you're welcome to do it. But either way, You and Aunt Mai and Eliza will have to be out of here by the time the embassy tenants are moving in."
"I won't go,"
he says quietly. "Yes, you will," I tell him.
"No, I won't. You'll have to have me forcibly removed," he says.
"Fine, if that's what you want," I say with a shrug.
"I'll call the press,"
he says, scrambling up to his feet when I start down the hall. "You do that. I'll make sure to set my DVR to record your dramatic exit when Channel 11 airs the story." I give him a 2-finger salute and walk around to get back in my car.
"You'll ruin the family's reputation,"
he calls. I make my dispassion plain in my expression. "You've done a fine job of that yourself. Let me know what you'd like to do regarding leaving the house. I really have no problem being the bad guy. Everyone already thinks I'm a villain. Why not get something in return for the headaches that come with that?" I drive down the winding road and watch the estate whiz by. When I was a boy growing up here, I never imagined I would come to think of it as a burden, a reminder of those ugly days after my father's death and the years I spent being a punching bag for self-important assholes and an ATM to any pretty girl who would give me the time of day. I approach the private entrance to Rivers Wild, and the tension I'm carrying starts to dissipate. The gate lifts, and I drive into the enclave, established by the Wilds before I was even born. This community, developed on land that was in my family for nearly 100 years, is one of the most sought-after addresses in Houston. The huge golf course stretches for 3 miles on one side of Wildwood Parkway. The Grand Country Club rises from behind its gates like a palace. I pause at the forked road and go right to the cluster of skyscraping residential towers called the Ivy. The glass and brick structures loom over the copse of trees planted around them. As I approach the 4-lane circle drive, the guard who sits in the middle of it waves in greeting, and the wrought iron gate starts its slow ascent.
"Evening, boss."
Sammy, our valet, greets as he pulls my door open.
"Your dinner's been delivered and is ready to bring up as soon as you call."
"Thank you." I grasp his outstretched hand, and he smiles when he feels the money in my hand.
"Will you be needing your car again, or should I park her for the night?"
I glance at the sky. It's clear and blue, but the orange tint of the clouds signals that it's dusk. "No, leave her out. I'm going out before dinner," I tell him, and head inside to change. On my way up, I call Remington Wild. I haven't spoken to him since that day 16 years ago. But from what I've heard, even from people who don't like him, he's a straight shooter. An honest man and a legendary attorney already. He's grown Wild Law into one of the largest in the country and had made his name as Assistant Attorney General in the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice by the time he turned 30. He's back home after his grandfather's death left him the head of the family. He's built the Civil Rights Division of Wild Law incredibly fast, and his firm is representing the class that's suing us.
"Mr. Wild's office."
A crisp, British-accented female voice answers after the first ring. "Is Mr. Wild there?"
"He's not available. May I take a message?"
she asks immediately. Fucking gatekeepers. "It's Hayes Rivers," I say. There's a beat of silence, and she says,
"Mr. Rivers, please hold for Mr. Wild."
And then there's a beep, and Remington comes on the line. "Who the fuck is this?" he says, just like he did that morning we met. I burst into unexpected laughter, and he joins me. "What's up, kid?" he asks. "I'm going to give you that because these days I'm good with being younger than you, especially since we're playing at the same level now," I say. "You can't even see my level," he laughs. "You just got back into town and you're already talking shit," he says. "Just telling you how it is," I say.
You have no clue how it is. You need to come kiss the rings of the men who've been running Houston while you were eating pasta on a beach in Italy," he quips. I laugh. I'd forgotten that he was a cocky asshole. I haven't seen him again since that day we met in the clearing, but looks like not much has changed. "I got your letter," I say, and don't take his bait. "No hard feelings, man," he says unapologetically. "But you've got to know that what Kingdom is doing is very wrong." "You're preaching to the choir. I'm not calling to give you shit. I'm about to do you a huge favor," I tell him. He whistles long and low. "Well, shit. Maybe I should sue you more often," he laughs. "You in the office early tomorrow?" I ask. "Yes," he says. "I'll come to you," I say. "You better bring coffee," he says, then hangs up. He's an asshole, but I like him. And I think he's going to be receptive to what I have to say tomorrow. This lawsuit, since it landed on my desk, has been nothing but a headache. But now it's presenting me with a multitude of opportunities. I want to make Kingdom accountable, but I know the board and executive committee will never back me on it. So I'll find another way. This company is rotten from the inside out. If I've got to kill it to save the family name, I will. What's left isn't worth the paper its letterhead is printed on, and I want the family foundation that I control to be the source of the Rivers family influence, and I know just the lawyer to do it. Confidence still isn't talking to me. She left my house that day and spent a couple of days with Cass's family in Rivers Wild before she left for Arkansas. She refused to see me. I followed her home, and she made it very clear I wasn't welcome. It's been a month, and she's returned every email and text I've sent her with the same message. I will never forgive you. I know she thinks she means it. I mean to make sure she has no choice, because living without her isn't an option for me, and this distance has only made that more apparent. It's time to take control of this situation. King's Meat. Hayes. Can I have 2 coffees to go, 1 black, 1 with 2 creams and 1 sugar? I ask. Ah, you made up with Miss Confidence, the man behind the counter says brightly as he rings up my order. I'm in the middle of reading my email from Amelia, my new lawyer, and almost drop my phone at his words. This is only my 2nd time in here. I peer at his name tag that says Low. How do you know Confidence? I ask quizzically. Oh, that girl was in here making juju dolls out of stirring straws with her friend for a couple days after the storm. They were all named after you, he says, and then laughs at whatever he sees on my face. What's a juju doll? That's what we call them in Nigeria. Maybe here you call them voodoo, like the Creoles? He laughs. Oh, she made voodoo dolls and named them after me? I ask, and then glance behind me to see who was snickering. The group of teenage girls all look away when I scowl at them. Yes, my man. My wife has been mad at me, but I've never had a doll made in my honor, he says, and hands me back my credit card. I'm so dazed I don't even remember asking for it back. Thank you, I say absently and stick it back into my pocket. And she took her coffee just like that, 2 creams, 1 sugar. So I thought maybe one of those was for her. No, unfortunately, it's not. And I realize that I've been drinking my coffee like this since I met her. All of these subtle ways I've started to compensate for her absence in my life. I yearn for her in a way that claws at my insides. Well, we hope she forgives you soon and comes back. We liked having her around, and she loves my lattes, he says boisterously. Okay, I say, weirded out that he even cares. I want to ask him to tell me more, but it's too pathetic. So I just smile.
Well, if she comes back, I'll definitely make sure she has one every morning. Don't worry, son. It'll be okay, he says. I raise my brows to show that I'm not as confident as he is. Listen, in Rivers Wild, we look out for each other. It's that small-town nosiness imported to Houston. You'll get used to it, he says. Lotana, that line hasn't moved since I went back to get more scones. Let the man get on with his day, cha. A petite, dark-haired, very pretty woman whose name tag says Sweet calls as she walks through the swinging doors off the side of the bakery's main dining room. Her accent is identical to his, so I assume that she's from Nigeria too. Sorry, Mr. Rivers. Lo loves gossip. He reads Miss Reagan's column every morning, and she wrote about you two a lot in the last month. Reagan has a column? Reagan Wild is Remy's twin sister, and as far as I know, is married with 2 kids and a journalist on a local channel. Well, we suspect it's her. We all just call it Reagan's column. It's sort of poison pen. Her husband provides the word she was searching for. Nasty, if you ask me, Sweet says. No one asked you. It's great, Lo says enthusiastically. Our very own town crier. Anyway, we're all rooting for Miss Confidence to forgive you, Mr. Rivers. Let us know, he says, and hands me my drink. I walk out of there and cross the small footbridge that leads to the office park of Rivers Wild. I thought moving to a big city would rid me of the curse of nosy Italian mamas that plagued the small village I had lived in with Gigi, but instead I'd moved into what was essentially a small town, and everyone is invested in what's happening with confidence in me. I'm just glad my office is downtown, 20 minutes away, tucked safely in the old Chevron Tower, and far away from the constant questions that only remind me that my girl isn't talking to me and that I have no way of making her. Well, until yesterday. You're late, Remington Wild says as soon as I step through the sliding glass doors of his office. This is all very man in the high castle-like, Wild. Most executives work from home these days, I tease. Good for those motherfuckers. They can be executives. I'll be a leader and show up to the office every fucking day. You take everything as a challenge, I scoff. Yes, because I'm addicted to winning. And you're late, he says. No, I'm just not early. I stick my hand out to shake his, and we share a good-natured grin. So, you're finally back and in charge? He asks, his dark eyes narrowed in naked skepticism. I'm back, I say before I unbutton my suit jacket and sit down across from him. I know you're not living in that old castle up there, are you? No, I bought a place in Rivers Wild. It's almost ready. Until then, I'm living in the ivy, I tell him. How do you like it? He asks. I like it fine, I say non-committally. If by fine you mean you like the good people, excellent food, world-class amenities, and being in the most convenient part of Houston, then I'm glad to hear it. Rivers Wild is a tastemaker, and so many have tried to replicate what we did, but there's not another community like it in Houston, he says. Cut the sales talk. I've already been brought down by one of your sales ninjas, and I'm here to sell you something, I tell him. He chuckles and quirks his lips proudly. Our sales team is the best in the country. We still use my dad's training manual for our sales force. Almost 30 years later, it's still turning out fucking soldiers on our sales team, he says and nods. You hungry? He asks and nods at the menu. Nope, and I've got a chimichurri steak frites being delivered from Moxie's at 12:30. I'm saving myself for that baby, I joke. From what I've heard, that's the only thing you're calling baby these days, he says and takes a sip of his drink. He grins at me mischievously from behind the lip of his cup.
Confidence's hasty departure from my house and her decampment to Rivers Wild for the remainder of her stay was clearly the subject of rampant gossip. I can't believe you have time to listen to gossip. Oh, I don't. But my twin, Reagan, she lives for it, and you two were the talk of the town after she was seen fleeing your house in the middle of a fucking hurricane. That sounded like some drama. And your stepmother sounds like a nut job, he says. Fuck off, I gripe. He bursts out laughing. I watch him with a bored expression. He wipes his eyes. Oh, I'm done, he says. Good, because it's actually a perfect segue about why I'm here. Your lawsuit, the flood victims, you need to hire them the best lawyer you can. Kingdom is pulling out all the stops because they don't want their other tenants to get any ideas. I get straight to the point. What? Are you turning traitor on your own company? He asks and laughs. It's not my company, but the foundation has exposure. I'm trying to limit it, I say shortly. You live here, so you know what my uncle has done, and I'm trying to find a way to work around his stooges on the executive committee. I think they'd be willing to settle. I want to make sure that my first act as chairman is to settle this case. I level with him. He assesses me for a few seconds. So you're telling me you're not going to be Mr. Same Shit Different Day? I'm telling you that there is shit I'm not willing to attach my name to, I say honestly. I'm listening, he says and leans back, confident that whatever I'm about to tell him, he's already got a stronger hand than I. But he can't, not when he doesn't know all of the cards in play. You need a fucking good lawyer. I saw that Jimenez asshole listed as attorney of record. He's going to fuck it up for your clients, I say. He's one of the best litigators in the country. He swats away my comments with the shrug of one shoulder. Are you personally overseeing this matter? No, but I am watching closely. I'm the one they came to. I just can't take it on right now, he says. Well, let me tell you that Jimenez doesn't give a shit about them. That's going to matter because he'll give them terrible advice and tell them to take whatever Kingdom's offering. Okay, I don't have time to launch a search right now, Rivers, but thanks for the advice. He rolls his eyes. I'm not here to give you advice. I said I have a favor. I reiterate slowly. I know a lawyer, the one who won that huge insurance settlement for those people in the Delta. Oh, yeah, I've heard of her. Some weird as fuck first name, like Contracts or something, right? He says. Her name is Confidence Ryan, asshole, I say. You know her? He asks with an impressed, suggestive smile. Yeah, I know her. She's my girlfriend, the one you were teasing me about. I say it and ignore the flashback of her telling me she'd never forgive me. Oh, shit! Reagan never said her name. I had no idea. You want me to hire your girlfriend to be the lawyer for a class action lawsuit against your company? It's not my company, and I'm trying to save the small piece of it that is mine, so yeah, I want you to hire her. She's the best, I say honestly. You know she's not just well known because of that case. Her old firm put the word out about her, man. I heard she tried to fucking gank her last boss, he says with a laugh. You're wasting my time, I say dismissively. You're wasting your own time. I don't want a PR nightmare on my hands by hiring some chick with a short fuse just 'cause you're pussy-whipped, he says. I ignore the jab and cut to the chase. Why did you take this case, Remy? I ask him. Because this is my city. That flood, some of the images I saw, will haunt me for the rest of my life. It's been a month, and we're seeing stories of families getting back in the homes, but those are the people with good fucking insurance and savings.
and Wild Law is no different from any other Wild World enterprise. We serve the Houstonians that a lot of people have forgotten about, not because we're bleeding hearts, but because we're them, the underdogs. My grandfather was the son of Irish immigrants, my mother the daughter of Jamaicans who sailed on the Windrush to the UK. They've had to overcome more than you can imagine to get where they are, and Houston made all of that possible. The people who shop in our stores, the people who eat at our restaurants and buy gas from our stations. So I took the case because I want to do something good for my people. His voice brims with passion, and I know I made the right decision coming here today. Then hire confidence. She's the best. That gossip about her is bullshit. You don't know me well, but if you think I'd let a woman who was less than fucking incredible near my family or me, you're crazy, I tell him. He eyes me with an enigmatic expression and then says, "Where is she?" "Arkansas." "Your girl is in Arkansas? Why?" he asks with an annoying chuckle. "She lives there," I say defensively. He raises an "I smell BS" eyebrow. "And then I fucked up when she was here and she's not talking to me," I say, and take a big gulp of coffee. His chuckle turns into a guffaw. I glower at him. "Sorry, man," he says, and doesn't sound sorry at all. "Interview her. With hurricane season in Houston being an annual event, you'll never be short of work, and she'll draw clients for you," I say. "And I could get her here for you so you could try to win her back without going to Arkansas?" "Yes, and I went to Arkansas 2 weeks ago. She pulled her shotgun out and trained it on me. I didn't get close enough to talk to her." He bursts into raucous laughter and claps his hands together. "Oh, shit! Does she have a sister?" he asks. "No," I say, unamused. "So, do you want me to tell her you asked me to interview her?" "No, she won't take the job if you tell her that, and I don't want you to hire her unless you think she's the best person for the job." "I'm too addicted to winning to hire losers. If I hire her, it's because I know she's going to deliver the best thing possible for the clients. And Barry is a shit. It would be nice to have someone more invested leading the case, so yeah, I'll call her, get her down here. But we'll have to disclose your relationship to the clients because they should know." "She's not talking to me. Nothing to disclose," I say. "If she wants this job, she'll have to get over that and also talk to and about you in a professional manner. No domestic drama at the office," he says. "Let me just tell you, when you meet her, you'll think she's the prettiest thing you've ever seen, and that's just the tip of the iceberg," I say. He scoffs. "You'll see when you meet her. Just remember that you will have to end my life to get anywhere near her." He does that annoying whistle of his. "Damn, it's like that?" He grimaces in sympathy. "Look, if that's your girl, you better get in there quick. Nothing more dangerous than a good woman getting a taste of the world without the aftertaste of whatever bullshit you made her put up with. If she gets too much of that, she'll never take you back." He taunts, but I detect the whiff of experience in his advice. The idea of her getting over me makes me feel like I'm having an out-of-body experience. I can't let that happen. And yet, what does it say about how I've treated her if she prefers her world without me in it? I mean, she's not exactly a constant bundle of fun, but I can't imagine life without her. The thought of it makes me howl crazy at the moon. If she takes the interview, I'll let you know. But if you ask me to not say anything, then don't go telling her yourself. I'm not trying to have her hating me because she thinks I was trying to pull your chain and used her to do it. She's too smart for that. She knows I would never do anything like that. If you say so, but if that shit hits the fan, it won't. I won't let it. I promise. He eyes me. So, since I have no clue what the feud is about, and my grandfather's health has failed so badly that he can't even tell me, I think it's time we ended it, he says. Just like that? I ask, but my respect for him doubles. I like how direct he is, and I like that he's not interested in a grudge for the sake of it. Agreed, I say. I'm glad you're back. That family of yours needs new blood. Your uncle's a cold motherfucker. I was a kid when you were, so I don't remember much about your dad's time, but from what I understand, it was nothing like this. He shakes his head, and I'm embarrassed that I can't say more than a non-committal. I know, I've got a lot to dig out of and no power, at least not from the company. I'm just a figurehead. But I have money and discretion on how it's spent, I say. That's all the power you need. Where are your brothers? His pivot is unexpected, but I don't mind. I've said everything I came to, accomplished everything I needed to, so I give him the rundown. Dare is raising hell in L.A., Stone is saving lives in Medellin, and Bo is probably high sitting naked in a Mexican desert playing his guitar to the moon, I say. He laughs. What about your siblings? I ask. They're in Houston, working for Wild World, except for Reagan. Tyson manages operations for the grocery stores. We're all grinding. My mother is between here and her place in Montego Bay. We're good. My grandfather's still holding on, he replies. So, Italy? With your aunt? How was that? It was good. I learned Italian. No pasta eaten on a beach, but Positano is beautiful, and she was devoted to me and making sure I would be ready to come back, even though it turns out there wasn't much to come back to. Well, make it count, kid, and I'll call your girl.
Twist. Confidence. This is incredible, I say giddily to the very handsome, very charming man walking beside me. What you described has me salivating. It's the case of a lifetime. There are so many questions with conflicting federal rulings. This could go to the Supreme Court, I say, and then bite my tongue. Yeah, if it doesn't settle, it has that potential. Remington agrees. I shouldn't sound so happy at the sound of prolonged litigation, should I? I ask him sheepishly. You wouldn't be worth the paper that doctor of jurisprudence is scrawled on if you weren't, counselor. He winks one of his twinkly, wide, lushly lashed, Milky Way dark eyes at me, and I nearly trip over my feet. He smiles as if to say, yeah, I get that all the time. I bet he does. He told me his mother is Jamaican and his father is a second-generation Irish-American. Well, Jamaica and Ireland should find a way to merge because their citizens clearly were born to procreate with each other. He is the definition of a heartthrob. He even smells good. We step out onto the main street of Rivers Wild, and I can't believe all of this is happening. I didn't expect to be leaving here with a signed contract. I thought we'd have several interviews, I say. Well, I didn't want to let you leave here without a guarantee that you'd come back. You're everything these plaintiffs need, and I'm just glad you're in a position to start so quickly, he says, like I'm doing him a favor. Being unemployed for 9 months finally pays off, I joke, but make sure he hears the genuine gratitude in my voice. The day he called had been a bad day. I'd gotten another letter of rejection from a firm in Nashville, and I was down to no more than a couple of months' living expenses. I needed a shoulder to cry on, and the only one I wanted was attached to the biggest asshole in the world. I was on the verge of calling him to yell at him again when I got Remington's email. It was my first interview in months. the first application that had even garnered an email exchange. When they asked me to come to Houston for an in-face interview, I had fallen on my knees in my room and cried grateful tears. And as mad as I was at Hayes, I couldn't pretend that all of my relief was due to the chance at this amazing, great job. Some of it was that fate intervened to save me from my stubborn pride. My heart had been blown to smithereens since I left his house that night. I grieved in silence. I pretended I was okay. I hadn't been able to tell my mother what happened because I knew that she'd never forgive Hayes. The thought of that knotted my stomach almost as much as what he did. I want to forgive him so badly. I end every night with a prayer for the grace to let go of my anger, but it eludes me. And as much as I miss him, I can't forget what he'd said about me. I've spent the last month licking my wounds and clutching my pillow. Every night it smelled less and less like Hayes, and the chasm between us grew wider and wider. Except for in one way, the way we always managed to find each other, and some nights sleep has come only after I've called him, used his voice and my hands to make myself come, and told him to fuck off before I hang up in his face. I'm still so hurt by him, still so angry, but I do miss him fiercely. I just don't know how to get over fine to fuck, not enough breeding to bring home. Every time I think about it, it burns. So, what do you think of our cosmopolitan suburban version of small-town America? Remington asks. I stare back at him and smile, grateful my staring off into the distance looked like me admiring the scene instead of me daydreaming about my boyfriend. I let my eyes sweep the street and smile. It's incredible, I say simply and honestly. The enclave of Rivers Wild, carved out of 3 square miles in southwest Houston, is the kind of place I used to dream about living when I was a kid. We're walking across one of a dozen footbridges that straddle the man-made shallow fountain that cuts a straight line through the community. The left northwest corner is a commercial district. It's a miniature of downtown Houston. Skyscrapers and shorter commercial buildings make up the 10 blocks dedicated to the Wild World Office Park. On the other side of the bridge from where we are now is the town square. It is the very center of the enclave. It's flanked by 2 residential communities. On the left is the Ivy. It's a golf course, country club, and a cluster of luxury condominiums in a cluster of skyscraping high-rises. On the right, the Oaks is a suburban prototype of single-family homes that range from starter homes to million-dollar mansions. The market runs along the southern border of the enclave, parallel from the Wild Office Park. It's one huge indoor food market. There's a greengrocer's, spice markets, fishmongers, butchers, florists, cheese shops, the bakeries. Everything has kosher or halal options. The long lines that snake out of the markets every day are due to the food counter. Over 700 feet of space dedicated to deliciousness highlights why Houston is one of the places where the phrase melting pot is not an exaggeration. From Afghanistan to South Africa and everything in between, the world's best cooks show off their cultural delights, and people line up to devour it. I had tamales today, and they might be the most perfect thing I've ever eaten. They're only open for lunch during the week, but all day on the weekends, and I can't wait to visit. Irma's been here since Rivers Wild opened its gates, and now She's a landmark in her own right, Remington says when I tell him I want to go back. This is the dream at work. It's a community that's designed to encourage interactions between people who might otherwise see each other as foreign or different. That sounds amazing, I say, and wish I could find a more eloquent response to his words, but I've never seen a place like this. You're actually in for a treat. Don, our resident Cajun, and Tommy, who owns the Vietnamese restaurant in the market, come together for a crawfish boil that the entire community turns out for. Crawfish, I grimace. You haven't lived until you have these. Lemongrass and garlic meet Old Bay and jalapenos for the most delicious crawfish you've ever tasted. He groans dramatically and pats his washboard flat stomach. Well, I certainly hope you have a gym here, because it sounds like unless I plan on buying a whole new wardrobe, I'm gonna need it. I laugh. Got that too. Taekwondo school, bar, a dance school with classes that use everything from the ballet rail to a stripper pole. And if you just want to work out, there's a regular old sweated out on the treadmill gym too. So basically, if you live here, you never have to leave, I ask. Not if you didn't want to. And that's the point. To make home feel like enough. To create a real sense of community. One that doesn't exclude anyone who really wants to live here. Our housing runs the gamut, so whether you're making $40,000 a year or $400,000, there's a place in your budget in Rivers Wild, he says with the same voice as the guy on The Price is Right. I'm taking a tour of a unit tonight, and I'm totally excited. This sounds like my kind of place, I gush. I know I sound like a fangirl, but I can't help it. It's out of a dream. We walk down the wide, clean enough to eat off sidewalk. Sapling trees are planted in clusters every 30 feet or so. Baskets of flowers hang from the hooks that are fixed to 10 feet of brick wall in between the glass-fronted stores that line the street. There's a healthy crowd of people strolling. They stop and speak to each other. I watch as two men shake hands and then sit down on a bench outside of the coffee shop, Sweet and Low's. I had the best lattes I've ever had in my life there, I pointed out to Remington. Yeah, it's the best in town. Did you meet Sweet or Low? Yes. Low is a hoot, and Sweet wasn't sweet at all. But I love them, I recall happily. Here we are. He pulls open the door with the words Twist scrawled in bright blue lettering on the glass door. So we'll see you in the office tomorrow. We have a face-to-face with opposing counsel. Clients will be present, he says, and I find something unsettling in his voice and the way he's watching me. TP! Cass shouts from behind me, and Remy's eyes widen in confusion. I say, don't worry, she's not crazy. That's what she calls me. I give him an apologetic smile. He raises his eyebrows in surprise. Nickname? He asks. More like an inside joke. I give him a half-hearted smile. His is more of a grimace. Okay, he says, and starts to back down the street. See you bright and early tomorrow. We're really glad to have you on board, he says, before he turns and dashes back up the street. Was that Remy Wild? Oh, my God! Do you know what his nickname is? Cass asks, just as I turn to face her. Her face is flushed and her hair is sticking to her face in sweaty strands. Yeah, that was Remy. And what is his nickname? I ask when she doesn't offer it up. The Legend. His mind, his prowess on the basketball court, between the sheets. she chortles and waggles her eyebrows and then moves in for a hug. I pull back. I don't really want those visuals of my new boss, thanks. And let's just imagine that hug, okay? I eye her sweaty shirt. Did you run from your office? I ask her and give her a quick up and down. Don't look at me like that, she retorts, but desists in her attempt to hug me. It's hot as fuck, and I had to walk for 10 minutes to get here, she says. You look like you've been walking for an hour, I quip and grin at her. You just wait until you've been standing without shade in the middle of the afternoon in Houston, Texas for more than 3 minutes, she snaps and pulls at her shirt. I'll make sure to avoid that particular situation. Can't walk around looking like I work in a sauna. I tease her one more time and am rewarded with a scowl. I'm hungry. Let's get a table. I pull the brass handle of Twist's glass-paned double doors open. It's like a fancy saloon, she says, as we step inside the restaurant. The cool, air-conditioned, dark-paneled room does look like something out of a Western movie, but instead of sawdust littering the ground, there's a gleaming mahogany brand with the crowned horse logo of Rivers Wild on the floor right under the wagon wheel chandelier in the center of the restaurant. Instead of a bar that runs the length of the wall, there's a stage in the front of the room, complete with a red velvet curtain behind the wall of bottles. There are no seats in front of the gleaming countertop. It's just 2 bartenders, 1 man and 1 woman, making drinks and setting them on the bar where waitstaff picks them up. "Shut up and drink" is burned into the wood of the bar. Wow, I've never seen anything like this, I marvel. Hey, ladies, welcome to Twist. A small, dark-haired woman with a hugely pregnant belly approaches us when we step into the main dining room. Your first time here? She asks, knowingly. Yes, I smile back. Yeah, your open-mouthed, wide-eyed stare kind of gave it away. She laughs good-naturedly and then reaches for 2 menus that sit under a green chalkboard. Open Secret scrawled on it. That's our oxymoron of the day. Well, of the week, or whenever someone thinks of one and changes it. Feel free to contribute. Every week I pick my favorite and the author gets a free entree, she says excitedly. I pick up the chalk and scrawl bittersweet while she marks something down on her hostess stand. You want a booth or table? She asks. Booth, we say at the same time. Awesome. Come this way, and I'm Angie. My husband Jackson and I are the managers. Her soft brown eyes twinkle with pride. I can see why. It's a wonderfully unique place. Nearly everyone we pass looks up to greet her and tips their heads at us as we make our way through the wide aisle between the tables in the front of the huge space. If you need anything, just shout. But your server will take real good care of you, she says happily, and puts the menus down on the stone tabletop of the booth she stops at. Actually, I need the ladies, Cass says. Just walk past the bar and down the corridor. You'll see it on the left, Angie says. Be right back. Will you get me some water, please? Cass says and drops her bag on the floor. Thank you, I say, as I slide into the curved, butter-yellow leather-covered seats of the booth and smile up at her. The high-backed seats wrap around the table, and we can't see our neighbors on either side. It gives us a view of the entire room. I admire how brightly decorated it is. The white brick walls are full of abstract artwork and broken up by large windows that face the picturesque strip of stores that line the street. The artwork is all whites, blues, and yellows, with splashes of red and purple that manage to look coordinated, but somehow eclectic at the same time. It's so private, I say. Angie nods knowingly. You make yourselves comfortable, and I'll get your waters and your basket of bread right out. She puts a hand on her pregnant belly and rubs it. Are you okay? I ask, pointing with concern at her baby bump. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? She asks, sharply, peering at me with intense anticipation on her face. I eyeball and wonder why she's acting like my answer is important. Well, nothing. You keep rubbing your belly. I was just thinking maybe you were having some pregnancy-related difficulty? I explain cautiously. She laughs at the joke she still hasn't bothered to explain to me. Thank goodness. I was only rubbing it 'cause I wanted to make sure you knew I was pregnant and didn't think this was a beer gut or something, she says, and then gasps with embarrassment. I can't believe I said that out loud, she says apologetically. Pregnancy has completely removed my already very porous filter. It's my 4th time. You'd think I'd be over this part. But I hate that I can't see my feet, and this ass is as wide as the Houston Ship Channel, she blurts, a pained expression on her pretty face. I want to laugh, but I don't think she's trying to be funny. I try to think of some sort of consolation to offer, but I have a feeling nothing I say would actually make her feel better. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm so vain, she says, and shakes her head deprecatingly. You are vain, and nobody is thinking anything except how to get you to stop talking so they can get some food. A gruff but twangy woman's voice comes from the booth next to ours. Oh, Lord, I'm sorry. Angie smiles apologetically for talking and for Henny's rudeness. Thank you for being nice. She rolls her eyes at the booth. Your server will be right over. Glad to have you. Hope you'll come back. She makes an exaggerated scowling face at the hidden booth occupant and waddles off toward the front of the restaurant. As if anyone could mistake that belly for anything other than another one of your giant babies, the voice calls after Angie. Oh, Henny, be nice and introduce yourself, Angie calls back without looking over her shoulder. A gnarled, arthritic hand with perfectly French manicured nails comes to rest on the shared top of our booths, right over the side where Cass would have been sitting. You should be thanking me, the voice comes. I grin when a hand tops the top of our booth. Well, are you gonna make me shift my 90-year-old bones out of the chair, or are you gonna get up and say hello? She asks impatiently. I giggle and slide out of the seat and step to her booth. The woman sitting there looks like she could be a fill-in for Sophia Petrillo on Golden Girls. Thank you, I say cheerily. You're welcome, she says tersely, and then looks up at me with a pair of dark brown eyes that are set deep in a face that's got so many wrinkles it's impossible to tell what she really looks like. Yes, I know, she says like she's bored. I look like a bleached prune. You don't need to stare at me like you've never seen an old person, she says. Oh, I'm not staring 'cause you're old. I'm just waiting for you to tell me why I should be thanking you, I say good-humoredly. I come from a town full of crotchety old people whose bark is all lie, and I've never lived anywhere else where your elders spank you even if you're not theirs to. That girl never stops talking, Henny says. She runs a tight ship, though. Once she gets out of the way, she raises her eyebrows knowingly and draws out that last word, you'll enjoy every single meal you have here. I'm Confidence, I say and extend my hand. She frowns and eyes me. You look too young to have hippies for parents, she muses. Yeah, my grandparents' generation, I think. I say. You think? She scoffs and gives me a disapproving frown. You kids don't know your history. You should know what generation your elders belong to, not just yours. I bet you're a millennial. You will be remembered for your selfishness, she chides. I throw my head back and laugh, the first real laugh I've managed in a while. She's awesome. Glad you think it's funny, she says dryly. I'm here every day if you want more. Cass walks up just then, looks between Henny and me, and says, Of course you've already made a friend. I elbow her and say, This is Henny. Henny shakes her head and says, Sorry, I have a 1 new person a day rule. Come back tomorrow. And she picks up her fork and knife and digs into a huge baked potato that's bursting with what looks like brisket, cheese, sour cream, chives, and butter. I stand there and watch her for nearly a full minute before I realize she's serious and isn't going to respond. Cass doesn't wait that long before she slides into her seat. She's gripping a menu when I sit down. Oh, this place has the nicest public bathroom I've ever seen. It's cleaner than mine. I wish I'd known about this neighborhood when I was moving back. It's like living in the suburbs, but in walking distance from all the action. I totally would have bought a unit here. Yeah, it's really convenient. And apparently my new boss's family owns all of it, I tell her. She squeals and clutches her menu to her chest excitedly. I'm the worst friend. I didn't even ask how it went. I was so excited to see you. Tell me, she exclaims and stares at me with goggly eyes. Oh, my God, it was amazing, Cass, I say dreamily. And you got the job, she interjects excitedly. I nod and let my grin have a moment of unfettered shine. They want me to attend a meeting tomorrow before I leave for the case they're hiring me for. I've got some of the publicly available court records to review, so I'm going to hole up in my hotel and study up so I can be ready. I want to make sure when I get on my flight tomorrow, he's not sorry he hired me. I tell her, So, you're going to leave here and not call Hayes? She asks with surprise. Hearing her say his name makes me flinch. Beneath the surface of my happiness for every amazing thing that has happened today has been the terrible sensation of how wrong it is that I'm here and not with him. How shallow my joy is without being able to celebrate it with him. I forced myself to push him out of my thoughts whenever he entered them today. So you're not here because you have a huge boner for Hayes Rivers? Of course not, I snap and look around the restaurant. There's a loud din, people speaking like they're in their living rooms instead of in a public place where anyone could overhear. Just like home. God, I think I love this place. Hello? Are you listening? Cass snaps her fingers in front of my eyes. I turn startled eyes back to Cass. Yes, I am. And that's not why. I lie. Yeah, right. He's worn you down, and you got a lucky break with this offer. 2 weeks ago, you would have never accepted it. She pushes. 2 weeks ago, I had enough money to live on for another month. Now I don't. It's also right up my alley. This is a developing area of law that I kind of pioneered, I tell her, but I would have taken this job anywhere in the world. Aw, you should see your face. I don't know how the hell you managed it with him of all people after somehow avoiding it for so long. She shakes her head at me incredulously. Avoiding what? I ask, just as our server approaches with the water and bread baskets. Being completely head over heels in love, wanting something more than your pride, she says. Welcome to Twist, our server interrupts as she bounces up to our table. Her wide mouth parts to reveal a perfectly straight smile that's contagious. She's slightly out of breath and leans on the table in mock exhaustion before she stands up again. "I'm Kemi. I'll be your server today," she says, and brushes a braid that's fallen over her eye out of the way before she pulls a small spiral notebook out of her apron pocket. "What are you ladies drinking?" she asks. "I'm fine with water," I tell her, wrinkling my nose at the menu. I hate having to decide what to eat. "The hell she is. We're having champagne with lunch," Cass says, giving me a fierce scroll that dares me to argue. I don't. I want to be excited. I wish I didn't feel so heartsick at the same time. "Wonderful," Kemi chirps and scribbles on her notepad. "What are we celebrating?" she asks as she writes. "She got a job, a great one, and she's moving to Houston," she tells her and slides her eyes over to me and smiles proudly. "Well then, this calls for our special. It's a grilled tilapia on top of a bed of the most delicious rice you'll ever have," she says. "That sounds a little heavy for lunch," I say. I ignore how my mouth waters at the description. I've been eating my feelings, and it was not my imagination that my breasts are fighting with buttons in a battle for liberation that I think one more donut will tip in their favor. "You should eat your heaviest meal for lunch, actually, so it's perfect," Cassie says. I smile at her helplessly. "Well, my breakfast was pretty good, too," I admit. "We'll have it," Cassie says to Kemi. "You're in for such a treat. It's so good. The owners pick the week's special and announce it on Sunday night. It's always an amazing fusion of cuisines. I can't wait to hear what you think," she says. Her enthusiasm is catching, and I wiggle my shoulders in excitement. "Can't wait. Thanks." I smile at her. "Awesome. Shout or wave if you need anything. Your food will be out in about 15 minutes, she says, and saunters off. "You need to talk to Hayes," she says, and my heart thumps in my chest. I shake my head and look down at my hands. The sounds of the restaurant clang around us, scrapes of forks on cutlery, bursts of laughter from the tables, the scrape of chairs being pushed away from tables. The dining room is devoid of any food smells. It smells nice, almost like a spa, but subtler. I'm sure if my stomach wasn't caught in my internal conflict, twisted by pangs of longing, churning from the fear that's become my constant companion, the atmosphere would be soothing. "You okay, TB?" she asks when I don't respond and don't look up. "No," I admit, annoyed at myself. I miss him. I hate him. I love him so much. I don't know what to do, I confess, still looking at my hands. "I have a feeling he feels the same way," she says kindly. "I know," I whisper. "Talk to him. Don't leave town without seeing him," she says. "You don't understand. I don't want to forgive him because I miss him. I want to forgive him because I believe he sees my worth, and not just because we have great sex or he likes the way I look on his arm. I won't be another man's project or trophy or whatever I am to him," I tell her. She quirks her lips in sympathy. "Oh, honey, you're the only one who doesn't see your worth," she says, and I rear back in surprise and hurt. "What does that mean?" I eye her. Her eyes soften, and her smile turns a little sad. "It means, if you did, you'd know that the only way anyone would look at you and see anything less than the amazing woman you are is if they're an idiot. And Hayes Rivers isn't an idiot. Yeah, he said something stupid to his brother, but he didn't know you from Sam when he said it," she reminds me again. I chafe at her defense of Hayes, of how right she is and how wrong she is. I rub a finger over the spot on my temple where a small headache is suddenly blooming. I would never insult him like that. I wouldn't look at him and see anything less than the human being he is. Yes, he's handsome. He's got a hot body. He's got pots of money, and he's got power. I didn't look at him and wonder if he got rich by ripping people off, or assume that because he's a big guy, those things about him and his ex were true. I wondered if he would be tender and caring, constant, proud, honorable, determined, and convicted and smart. Those things have nothing to do with his money. You're deluding yourself, she says dismissively. How? I chafe at the words. The wealth he was born into has shaped all of those things, just like the poverty you were born into has shaped yours. She puts her hands up, palms facing me when I start to speak. Hear me out, please. As if I could stop you, I grumble. I get it. You were raised to be proud of who you are, not what you have. He was raised to believe the exact opposite. All of that honor, pride, conviction, they all fuel the need to protect the things. His name, his money, his position, she says. Yeah, but at what cost? Whatever it takes, is what I'm sure he'd say. She shrugs. You're such a hypocrite, she says. Excuse me? Is it Thursday or is it shit on confidence day? I ask. Isn't your whole career based on you wanting to preserve a way of life? What have you done to protect it? What wouldn't you do? She asks. I cradle my forehead in my hands and try to process what she's saying through a different filter. It's amazing that he's who you've fallen for like this. I always thought you'd need a man who would let you have your way. You're so stubborn. But you've met your match in him. I'm glad he's making you think, and I'm glad he's strong. I think it'll be good for you to not have to carry the whole world on your shoulders, TB, she says. She covers my hand with hers to silence me. It's okay to be vulnerable, she says quietly. It's okay to let him close enough to hurt you again. But you have to want him more than you want your pride, TB, she says. My pride? I bristle at her characterization. It's not pride. It's self-preservation. I didn't have anyone to stand between me and the bad guy. I have always stood in the breach myself. And I love him so much that if I let him, he could really ruin me. My confession pours out of me, and I feel breathless having said it. I know, and I didn't mean to dismiss that. You just can't let fear lead you. What if he doesn't want me the same way? What if, when he gets to see all of me, he finds me lacking? I ask, and reveal the real source of my anxiety. Ask him. Call him before you go. And say what? Can you help me understand how I keep ending up with men who want me in bed but don't think I'm fit to be on their arm in public? I ask quietly. Tears of shame burn my eyes. First of all, he's nothing like Nigel. He respects you, and he's crazy about you. It was so obvious when you were here, even with all the madness that happened. And you should have seen him driving that truck through all that water. He did that for you. She fans herself. It was so... if you weren't my friend... I give her a warning look and she winks. Shit. You need to spend some time in those Tinder streets and you'll know how lucky you are, she says. How's Tinder? I ask. I'm sorry, I'm talking about myself nonstop. I apologize. You don't need to apologize. There's nothing to tell. I thought I met my soulmate again. He showed up to our date in scrubs, told me he was a doctor and hadn't had time to get home before our date. She takes a long sip of her water. What kind of doctor? I ask. The kind that also works the popcorn machine behind the concession stand at Edwards Theater in Greenway Plaza. She deadpans. I choke on the water in my throat. I cough and blow my nose, and she just shrugs. It's a jungle out there, and you're over here hanging out with Remington Wild, Hayes Rivers, and complaining. I'm not complaining, I croak out when I've recovered from my fit of laughter. I just hope you won't lump them together, Nigel and Hayes. They're not the same, she reiterates. Her expression is serious again. They're not, I admit. I didn't love Nigel. Without Hayes, I'm just going through my daily motions, but inside I feel like I'm falling to pieces, I confess. Oh, Confidence. Cass sighs, her voice soft and sympathetic now. I don't even know how it's possible to feel like this after 3 months. I put my face in my hands and groan. And my family, and I'm glad you've met someone who can help you so it doesn't swallow you whole. You have so much on your plate. You do a lot for your mother, she says. I frown at her. Of course I do, and I always will. It's just me and her. She's done so much for me. I owe her, I remind her. But you also owe yourself, she insists. The waitress sails over, a huge tray on her shoulder, and saves me from having to answer.
Naked. Hayes. Can I come in? I force myself to ask Confidence when what I really want is to shove past her and ask her what the fuck she thinks she's doing. She stares at me, her hair hidden in the towel she's fashioned into a turban on her head. The rest of her isn't hidden at all. She's got on a light pink bathrobe that clings to her in all the right places and rubs me in all the wrong ones. Why the hell are you answering the door half naked? I demand. She crosses her arms over her chest defensively and glares up at me. Why are you banging on my door at 10 o'clock at night? She whispers furiously and glances down the empty hallways before she grabs my arm and tugs me forward. Come inside. The last thing I need is a complaint for disturbing the peace. I step into her hotel room and turn to face her. Why are you answering the door wet and nearly naked, Tesoro? I ask again, my anger at the sight of her surpassing the initial insult that brought me here. I am not naked. I was getting out of the shower when you started pounding on the door. I wanted to stop you before you woke up my neighbors. You're very concerned about your neighbors. I look around the spare room of the extended stay hotel. Why are you staying here anyway? Remy couldn't have put you up here. He has a block of suites at the Ivy's executive suites his firm uses for interviews. First of all, how do you know I'm here and that I'm here for Remy? Secondly, not that it is any of your business. He let me choose my hotel and they're reimbursing me. This one is fine. And third, I'm concerned about my neighbors because I think the people right next door are a family who live here. I've seen them taking the kids to school every morning this week. They're asleep, so keep it down. She scolds. Of course that's why. She's a fucking bleeding heart. It's why I love her. I'll keep my voice down, I concede right away. And everything you do is my business because you are my business. She rolls her eyes but doesn't say anything. Secondly, Remy's a friend, but he didn't tell me you were here. I ran into Gigi's friend Henny. Apparently, you've been pining over me in public. I drawl and have to bite my lip to stop my smile when her nostrils flare. That old lady was eavesdropping? She sputters. Oh, don't let her hear you call her that, not if you want to live. And she did overhear and thought it would be such a shame if you left town without even telling me you were here, I say.
How in the world did you know where I was staying? She asks and tightens her belt. My assistant spent all day calling hotels near Rivers Wild until she found you. And enough with the 20 questions, I snap. Fine, then you can leave. She pulls the lapels of her robe closed when my eyes drift to her throat.
I'm not, and it's too bad about your G-rated neighbors. They put a dent in my plans, I tell her.
What plans? She snaps.
The ones I had to fuck you so hard you'd see stars and scream my name loud enough that they'd hear you across the street, I say. Her entire body flushes, and her hands drop from her neckline and rest on her hips. She leans forward and gives me her most disapproving glare.
Their presence has nothing on the fact that my body is closed to you right now. There will be no fucking tonight. And don't call me Tesoro. We're not that anymore,
she says angrily. My anger spikes too, but it's accompanied by a sting of pain at the way the words flow off her tongue. I know she's pissed, but it makes me feel like I've got a thorn stuck in my side when I hear her say we're not that anymore. I stalk toward her. Then what are we? I ask, and rake my eyes over her body. Her robe is damp, and I can see the shadows of her nipples.
I don't know, Hayes,
she lies. Let me fuck you. You'll know then, I whisper, and her eyes widen and she tenses up again.
That's not the answer to everything,
she says. Take that off. I nod at her robe.
No,
she says, and tosses her head in defiance. Her towel unravels and falls half off her head, exposing some of her hair. She reaches up to stop its slide, and I take a step toward her.
Don't, Hayes,
she says, her voice low with warning, but her lips remain parted and her eyelids flutter. My dick gets hard because I know what that look means. Her gown may be drying off, but her pussy is wetter than it was when she got out of the shower. Take it off, Tesoro, I say softly now, and take another step toward her. I'm close enough to grab the belt of her robe.
I want to, but I can't,
she says, like the words ache when her tongue forms them. She gazes at me, her eyes limpid with need. Understanding dawns. You want me to take it off? I ask. She nods, 2 sharp ticks of her head, and I do an internal fist bump even though I keep my expression neutral. I see the need in her eyes. Want is coming off her in waves. It's slamming into mine and envelops us in a haze of longing. I smile at her, a wolfish grin that says I know I'm going to have what I want. The flat of my hand cups the space right below her belly button, and her shoulders lose the tension they've been holding. I watch her face. She watches my hand. Her rapid breaths send my hand on a roller coaster of swells and dips as it glides up the center of her abdomen. Her muscles flex and ripple under my touch. Does that feel good, my little treasure? I ask her quietly. She closes her eyes and nods.
Better than anything has ever felt in my life,
she confesses. I splay my fingers as they pass between her breasts and wrap them gently around her throat. Her pulse races under my fingers. What aren't we? I ask again. She opens her eyes and gazes at me. My tigress, her eyes are ablaze with intensity, and yet I feel how vulnerable she is right now.
We're not...
She licks her lips, and her throat convulses against my hand. I lean and press my lips to hers. Our eyes stay open, and hers start to melt. I taste everything I've been deprived of for the last month and groan. What aren't we? I ask her again and tug the belt of her robe. The silk ribbon gives easily and her robe falls open. She gasps a harsh, uneven breath and sways forward. She still hasn't completed her sentence, but the look in her eyes tells me everything I need to know. We're everything, Confidence. I kiss her again. Her lips cling to mine when I pull back. Fuck yeah. Tell me what we are, I command her before I swoop down to place an open-mouthed kiss on the hot, fresh, soap-scented skin of her neck.
We're lovers,
she whispers and lifts her arms to twine around my neck.
We're fighters,
she says and puts her hands on my belt buckle and unfastens it.
We're hunters.
She breathes into my mouth as she unzips my fly and my pants fall. I grab the full, lush cheeks of her ass and hoist her. Her legs wrap around my waist and I lower her down onto my cock. Oh, we are each other's, I say, and lift her off and lower her again.
Oh, my God,
she gasps. I walk us back to the huge window and press her back against it. Yes, your God, your king, your man, yours, I say, driving each point home with an upward thrust into her delicious pussy. Say it. She shakes her head.
You haven't earned it,
she pants. I grin into the hollow at the base of her neck and fuck her harder. You feel that? I ask and press as deep as I can.
Yes,
she cries, and her fingers cling into my back, seeking purchase as she starts to come unglued. I nod. That's how deep I've buried myself in your heart. You love me. You can't turn that off, and I won't let you pretend you have. I spin her around and lay her down on the bed. I pull out and kneel next to her. Suck me, I say, and fist my hands in her hair. When she wraps a hand around the base of my cock, I hold her head in place and feed her slowly. She swirls her tongue around the tip and hollows her cheeks and sucks me off. My fingers loosen their grip and sift into her hair. Oh, you give the best fucking head, Confidence. I fuck her face and she takes it like it's hers. She holds my gaze and starts to finger herself until her eyes flutter closed. I glance down her body and watch while her finger slips between the bare, fat lips of her pussy. She moans around my cock and the back of her throat vibrates against my head. Oh, I'm gonna come, I groan. She sits up and grabs my ass, sucking harder. Her blonde hair brushes the front of my thighs. The sight of her holding on, determined to take what I'm about to give her, sends me over the edge. She takes everything I shoot out, swallows and sucks me until my knees buckle, and it takes the concerted effort of every muscle in my body not to fall over. Oh, fuck. I groan when she finally lets me slip from her mouth. I reach for her, but she rolls out from under me and runs to the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Hey! I sit up and walk over to the door. I turn the handle, and it's locked.
No, please don't,
she says, her voice breaking. I touch the door and shake the handle.
My world feels like it's crumbling without you, Hayes,
she sobs.
But I am so mad at you, and I don't trust you to take care of me the way I know I want to take care of you.
I bang my head on the door lightly. Queens shouldn't cry. Please open the door, Tesoro. I'm nearly begging.
I've got to keep my head together for tomorrow. I need this job. I can't afford to be focused on you. I need you to please keep your distance until you can show me you want more than just to fuck me until I feel better.
That's not it.
Please, tomorrow is a really important day,
she implores. It feels wrong to walk away, but I want to give her what she's asking me for, at least for now. I'm not giving up on us, I tell her. I know I've got a lot to learn, but I love you, and we are fucking worth it, Confidence. Her silence is my answer.
and I feel sick leaving her conflicted in the bathroom of a shitty hotel, but I also know she can take care of herself. So I get up. "Call me tomorrow," I say. The door vibrates when I assume her head falls back or forward onto it. "I will. Please." She sounds tired and distressed. My feet feel like they're weighed down with 100 pounds of resignation as I walk to the door and leave.
Expert. Confidence. "What are you doing out here?" Remy's amused voice startles me. I look up from the paper I'm reviewing and shake my head. He's all the way at the end of the hall where the elevators are. I get up as he starts walking and try not to look like I've been pacing my bedroom all night and pulling my hair out the whole time. After Hayes left, I calmed myself down, got dressed, and crawled into bed with my work. I've never been more grateful for a job in my life, but when I opened the case file and started to review it, my stomach had fallen to my toes. No way would he let me stay on for it. "Is the room locked?" Remy comes to stand in front of me. He looks like a taller, darker, more handsome Harvey Specter. Every single woman in this office looks at him like they all wished their name was Donna. Except for me. And not just because my heart, body, soul, and mind belong to another, but because I would never even entertain the thought of being with a man who was in a position of authority over me. Not again. "No, they're all in there. Miss Swanson and Miss Gauthier are in the room next door. I asked them to wait there for you because I wanted to talk to you before we go in," I say. Remy cocks an eyebrow at me and says, "You're talking really fast. And can your talk wait until after the meeting?" "No, it can't," I say, and then take a deep, calming breath. "You okay?" Remy's hand rests on my shoulder, and he frowns down at me. "I wanted to tell you. I don't know how to," I say, and cover my mouth when I realize my tongue is tied. I've been practicing what I'd say since the minute my alarm went off last night, but now the words are trapped by fatigue, humiliation, and anger. "This case, I can't be a part of it. The defendant, Kingdom, my boyfriend?" I shake my head in annoyance at myself. "It's my ex-boyfriend," I force myself to say. "What is your ex-boyfriend?" Remy asks, and looks down at me strangely. "No, it's who? It's Hayes Rivers. I see he's going to be here today. Your client won't want that kind of conflict in their attorney. I can't... I understand if that means there's no position here for me, but I just..." "I know about you and Hayes. Of course I do. It was one of the first things personnel told me when we started checking your conflicts," he says. I didn't expect him to say this. I've been bracing for him to rescind his offer. I spent the evening practicing my reaction and crying so that I would be all cried out when it actually happened. The rush of relief makes me slightly nauseous. I swallow down and make sure I understand. "So, you want me on that case. Hayes and I don't care about you and Hayes." He cuts me off sharply, like he really doesn't want to hear another word. "I appreciate you telling me, but the clients deserve your expertise, and I don't think you would risk your law license by acting in any manner less than the best interest of your clients." He repeats his response firmly. I feel stupid saying it again, but I just don't want him to be surprised when Hayes flips out because I'm working for him. "Thank you for your faith in me," I say sincerely. He's a legend, a known taskmaster who doesn't accept anything but the very best from his associates, and exactly the kind of attorney I want to learn from. I won't let you down. I know it. I've followed your career. I know you had a misstep. I smile despite the churning in my stomach, but it's how I always feel when this gets brought up. However, it's probably best to get this conversation out of our systems before I start work. A flare of pure, white-hot fucking hate burns my chest when I think about how Nigel's cowardly, selfish actions will follow me for the rest of my career. I promise that it's not what it seems. I start. Each word is like acid on my tongue. You don't need to explain. I know when something stinks. I know, Lancaster, and now that I've met you, I know you wouldn't throw your career away over some bullshit like that little whelp his daughter married, he says, and cuts off my speech of shame. Now, come, and let's go get our client and go in. I don't know where Barry is, but we'll get introductions done without him. And just observe today, unless you feel something material is omitted. Let's keep your contribution to a minimum. I'll be honest and tell you that Barry isn't thrilled I hired you, and he's going to come for you and try to show me and you that you're in over your head. This is my firm, but the Houston office is his, so I won't rescue you. Just don't let him intimidate you, he says. Then he reaches around me, unlocks the door, and pushes it open. After you, counselor. A woman, with the most luscious head of thick white hair I've ever seen in my life, is seated at the table with her laptop and finishes typing something before she looks up. Her face is breathtaking. High forehead, high cheekbones, almond-shaped, dark brown eyes framed by dark, swooping brows that are keen and intense. And her skin, the color of cinnamon, is completely unlined and belies the age her hair and expression attributes. Amelia Patel, she says in a light, pretty voice that makes me think she must have a beautiful singing voice. Counsel for the defendant, partner at Harvey Brooks, she adds. I know who she is. She's the preeminent authority of mass torts, and I was less than generous when I wrote about her a few years ago. She smiles expectantly when I don't respond right away. She has no idea who I am, but the minute I say my name, she will. I'm Confidence Ryan, I say. Her smile disappears, and she drops my hand as if she's realized she's petting a snake, and turns to face Remy without saying another word. I glance at him, and he gives me a wide-eyed, "What was that about?" before he turns to address her. Confidence is our new of counsel. Ms. Ryan is just observing today. We just hired her yesterday, and we're still in the onboarding process. But all her conflicts cleared yesterday, so I wanted to bring her in on this conversation since she wrote the jurisprudence on it, he says. I swell with pride. I smile awkwardly because after his introduction, there's really not much for me to say. That's very impressive, Hayes says, and swivels around in the chair with the abnormally high back that's been turned to face the window. A rush of goose flesh runs over my body, and a cold dread blooms in my stomach. I bite back my gasp and smile, even though the effort makes my face ache. I knew he was going to be here, but it's still hard to feel comfortable given everything that's going on between us. Ah, I didn't see you, kid, Remy says good-naturedly, and walks over to Hayes, who stands up. His eyes cut to mine, and his expression is completely unreadable. Nice view, Wild. He nods out the window. It overlooks the green of Rivers Wild, and from here, with red and white awning and sparkling clean streets, it looks like something out of a postcard. It is, Remy smiles, and I want to knock their heads together. Glad you're here, actually. We have our new lawyer here today. It'll be good. The door behind us opens, and Barry, the partner who is acting as lead lawyer for the case, hurries into the room. "I'm sorry I'm late, Remington," he says without addressing anyone else, not even the clients. They both stood up when he entered the room, and he dumps his briefcase, a box of files, and his coffee onto the table and mutters to no one in particular, "This fucking traffic is a killer." And they sit down. His toothy grin turns into a thin and insincere smile when he looks at me. "Oh, I didn't realize she was joining us," he says to Remington without addressing me. Her conflict's cleared, and I figured this would be a great place to get her feet wet and maybe give her a chance to give input when she gets back, he says, without any sign of irritation at Barry's barbed words. "We don't need her input," Barry says dismissively. "Why don't you need her input?" Hayes asks, and I stifle a groan at the tone in his voice. I wish he would look at me so I can give him a warning look. I don't want or need him fighting my battles for me. "Because I think we should settle," Barry says easily, missing the thread of warning in Hayes's voice. The clients both gasp. "What?" "Trust me," he says in a patronizing voice before he turns his wannabe megawatt smile on Hayes. "Mr. Rivers, I'm Barry Jimenez, the lead attorney for the class," he says and walks over, his beefy hand extended and his chest is puffed out like he's walking into a boxing ring. Hayes eyes him, and then his hand for a moment, just long enough to be awkward before he shakes it. "We're glad you made the time to come today, and we're fully prepared to discuss settlement. I know that's what you want, and I think it's in everyone's best interest." "We haven't discussed this," Remy says. "That's not unusual. I don't discuss case strategy on every case with you." He pushes a lock of his messy brown hair off his forehead, and I think he might be attractive if he wasn't such a jerk. "I think we should go ahead and settle." He finally addresses his clients and reiterates with a little more deference in his voice. "I know she's an expert." He makes air quotes around the word, and I dislike him even more than I did yesterday. His dismissal of me sets my teeth on edge. "But like I've been saying since her interview, I'm sure she wrote a great paper in law school, but in actual practice, I just don't see how her contribution will be valuable." He waves a hand in my direction, and Hayes's lips thin and curl upward in a menacing scowl. Barry continues to jump on the thin ice he's standing on, oblivious that he's courting danger. Watching Hayes get offended on my behalf pisses me off, because no one has offended me more than he has, and unlike loving him, the world of big law is a jungle I feel perfectly capable of navigating and defending myself. Remy looks down at the two clients and says, "Could you excuse us, please? I'd like the lawyers to have a chance to talk before we go on. I apologize, but if you two could just wait in the small room you were in before we came in, I'll come get you when we're ready." One of the women crosses her arms over her chest and sets her chin. "Why doesn't he have to leave?" She points at Hayes. "Isn't he a client too?" she asks. I like her. I'm glad she's not taking their shit. "I'm leaving too," Hayes responds. He walks over to the women and offers each of them an arm. His face is solemn, his smile sincere when he says, "Ladies, let me escort you out. Let's leave the dirty work to the lawyers." Ms. Gauthier, the older of the two, smiles prettily. Her cheeks flush as she stands up and takes the proffered arm. "Joe, he's trying to sweeten us up so they can do us wrong," Miss Swanson says, and grabs her friend's elbow and tugs her free of Hayes. "But I want him to sweeten me up," Joe says, and pulls free of her friend. She smiles up at Hayes and takes his arm and bats her eyelashes up at him. "Your wish is my command," he says smoothly. He holds his elbow out to Miss Swanson again and says jokingly, "Come on, I don't bite." His smile is so charming that it makes my fool heart flutter. They walk out of the room, and when Hayes walks past the head of the table where I'm standing, our eyes meet. The air rushes from my lungs. There's unmistakable, naked desire in his eyes. It's territorial and so intense, it feels like his hand is around my throat. I flush hot when I remember the way he had me last night. He smiles and winks subtly before he continues walking. When the door closes behind him, Barry pounces. "They are offering more money than most of these people will ever see in their lives. Litigation is going to be expensive, and this is a pro bono venture. There isn't much to discuss. I've got a trial coming up, and I would like to focus, and maybe I could use Ms. Ryan for the document review there." He says this as if he's doing me a favor. "Document review? You can't be serious," I gasp before I can stop myself. Everyone's eyes fly to me, and I feel an immediate pang of regret and close my eyes briefly. But then I open them and look him in his eyes, because, truth be told, he's not wrong. I don't think I'm the smartest person in this room. About this topic, I know I am. "I'm dead serious. I know Remy hired you, but I made no secret of my opposition. You've got baggage. You think you're the smartest person in the room, and you clearly don't know how to be seen and not heard," he says in rapid-fire succession like he's been holding it in. I glance at Remy, and he raises an eyebrow like he's asking, "You gonna let him get away with that?" I look around the room and wish I had a button to press pause. Inside, I'm fuming. But I won't let that show, because this is how the best lawyers earn their stripes. Barry Jimenez is one of the best litigators in the country. He's won the Department of Justice's Silver Eagle Award twice. He's only one of a handful of people to ever do it, and he's doing to me what was done to him. I know if I back down, he'll lose any respect he has for me. I remind myself that he's my boss. When I respond, I say, "I reviewed the settlement offer, and I disagree." I say simply, "Thanks for your opinion," he says. "Let's get started," he says, and pulls open the file folder. "Gentlemen," he says to all of us and nods at the table. Lucky for me, I've never waited for an invitation to sit at any table, and I won't start today. I sit down, open my file, and start looking over the notes I made. "So, we're giving everyone 6 months and a $5,000 voucher for furniture and clothes, right?" Barry ticks the broad terms off the list on his fingers. "That's right," Amelia nods. "I think that sounds very generous," Remy says, and my eyes fly to him. He meets my gaze and challenges. "Tell me why I'm wrong." "Yes, coincidence. Tell us why all of our years of experience should yield to your law review article," Barry says snidely. I eye him and let the scorn I'm feeling show. He's my boss, and I respect his career, and I don't give a shit about him making fun of my name. If anything, it shows how unoriginal he is. But damn if I'm going to sit here and be quiet while he screws our clients. My experience may be 10% of yours when it comes to sitting at tables like this one, but when it comes to the way the law treats uninsured, non-property-owning survivors of natural disasters, you're not even a speck in my rearview mirror. I'm not going to sit here while you sell the people who entrusted their entire futures to you and this firm down the proverbial river, I say. Excuse the pun. Tell us how giving them more money than they'll ever see is selling them short. You think years of litigation while they sit in limbo is helping them? I think giving them what they deserve, something that makes them whole instead of something that's essentially a basket of fish with no way to catch more. This flood will affect them for generations. Homes were lost. Valuable, irreplaceable things are gone. Their children are traumatized. They need some sort of therapy or something to help them work through some of the trauma. We are supposed to be helping them.
Therapy? Give me a fucking break, Remy,
Barry says in exasperation. Remy, this feels like amateur hour, Amelia says, and I flush. You're putting a foal who doesn't know how to walk into a pasture full of hungry wolves, she says derisively. Amelia, Remy says in a warning tone. My client and I are leaving. We will send a final settlement offer. You tell us what you think. We want to make people whole, but we're not paying for more than that, she says. She gathers her dark leather Gucci briefcase and strolls out.
Conscience. We're not talking about my children. Their children are conditioned in a way mine are not,
he says, and this time I decide his intentional flubbing of my name is actually a Freudian slip. I'll happily be their conscience, and the champion of the people who aren't here to make their voices heard. How, exactly?
They live in neighborhoods where crisis abounds,
he says. Have you been to their neighborhood? I ask the question of everyone at the table. Both of them, Remy included, shake their head no. Disappointment settles heavily around my shoulders. Why not? I ask.
We've seen pictures. That's sufficient,
Barry says. That's not sufficient, I snap. My voice is sharp, but I find it reprehensible that no one has even been there.
Sorry. Who the fuck are you, even? Why are you doing more than getting me coffee at this point?
Barry says suddenly. His temper is apparently broken free of whatever was caging it.
Coffee? Who are you talking to?
I ask him, suddenly incensed. Propriety is forgotten.
You!
He points at me, his teeth bared. Remy stands up and comes between us.
Listen, I'm not here to be referee. Barry, this isn't a dictatorship, but confidence. I think we should at least entertain an offer. Let's see what they come back with,
Remy says, and the stony glare on his face doesn't leave room for any pushback. The conference room door opens and hits the wall behind it so hard it bounces off. You're fired, Miss Swanson says when she bursts into the room. Barry glares daggers.
Look what she's done,
he hisses and points at me accusingly. No, I'm talking to you, Miss Swanson says to Barry. You are fired. We want her. You don't care about us. We've been talking and we don't want to settle. We want someone who will do what's right and not what's easy. And if we can't get her, then we'll go somewhere else and try to convince them to hire her over there. But either way, you're fired. Then she turns and storms out of the room, slamming the door behind her.
You know what? Good luck,
Barry snaps.
And Remy, just a heads up since you're clearly too blind to see it, but Hayes Rivers is fucking her, or at least he wants to.
His eyes rake over me with a lascivious, angry light in his dark eyes.
And maybe you do too, because I don't know why the fuck you hired her.
He gathers up his files and briefcase and storms out of the conference room. Remy shakes his head and looks at me as he starts toward the door.
I've got to leave for the day. I have a client to see. I've got some questions I need you to answer. And consider yourself the new lead counsel for this case.
You're not going to fire me? I breathe out in a rush before I can stop myself.
No, I'm not,
he says like he can't believe it himself.
You better be worth all this trouble.
Relief, rich and hot, floods through me, and I wonder if this is how people who receive a reprieve from death feel. I promise,
I run at 7 a.m. every morning,
he says abruptly, and that shuts me up and brings my eyes to his face. He's frowning at me. Good for you?
I say when he doesn't elaborate. Very good for me. And, while I'm running, I want to be reading your answers. I'll expect them in my inbox by then. You're down a team member, so plan on being here all night, Ryan, he says, and then he's gone.
Settling. Haze. You can't go in there, Mr. Rivers. The frantic voice of the woman sitting at the desk outside of Remington's office calls after me as I walk right past her into his office. Wild, what the hell? I stop in my tracks. He's not alone. Confidence, that asshole who'd talked to my woman like she was beneath him, and 2 men and 1 other woman are sitting huddled around the small conference table in front of the corner window of his office. Rivers? What the hell? Remy stands up and looks over my shoulder. Mr. Wilde, he just walked right past me, the woman says from behind me. Rachel, it's fine. Just shut the door behind you, he says to her before he looks back at me. Confidence is watching me like a deer caught in the headlights. What are you doing here? Remy asks, and I look back at him. You rejected our settlement offer. Last week when we met, you seemed ready to entertain it. Do you know how hard I had to lobby to get them to agree to the terms we presented? You will not get a single dime more out of us, I warn him. Oh, yes, we will, says Confidence as she stands up. The other man slams his hand onto the table. Remy, I am not going to sit here and watch this shit. You hired this person over my objection. You're letting her pilot this, and she's decided to go full kamikaze. Barry, we've discussed this. Remington's voice is low, but it's got a thread of steel in it that raises my already high esteem of this guy even higher. It says more than the 4 words he spoke, but Barry's rage has blinded him to the danger. No, she wants to stick it to her ex, so she's using this lawsuit as a weapon, he spits out. I'm not her fucking ex, I say. Okay, fine, her former fuck buddy, whatever, he spits. I turn to him and look at him more closely. Who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck? Barry, you're about to cross a line, Remy says and shoots me a warning glance. You've already crossed one, Remy. I know this is your firm, but I'm a partner too, and I won't sit here and watch all of you be hypnotized by a nice ass and a smile, he says. You better shut the fuck up, I growl, and Confidence stands up, her shock apparently worn enough to loosen her tongue. Hayes, I don't need you to fight my battles. Remy, this is highly inappropriate. You shouldn't have hired her in the first place, but to assign her to this case, it presents a clear conflict of interest. He cuts her off and rakes his eyes over her body in a way that nobody but me is allowed to look at her. I walk over to him and get in his face. You've got one more time to interrupt her, insult her, or look at her, I growl. Or what? You going to beat me up? He asks. I heard you like to do that, he says with a small smirk. All of you, stop it! Confidence shouts angrily. Her fists are balled at her sides, her shoulders are hunched, and she's squeezed her eyes shut. First of all, stop talking about me like I'm not here, she says. You're arguing about who gets to have their way, who gets to decide, and while you're doing that, people are living in limbo at best. At worst, they're sheltered in homes with walls breeding mildew. They are terrified that their children are breathing mold spores when they put them to sleep in the only home they can manage to find for them. She slaps her hands down on the table and leans forward. She looks between us. They're not greedy, grasping idiots that we should pay off so we can get back to defending white-collar criminals and helping banks find new ways to screw their customers. She hisses. She looks at Barry and shakes her head. Do you think I want your job? I don't. There's a whole slew of things you know more about than I can ever hope to, but this is my specialty. And the size of my tits, the color of my hair, or the man I love have nothing to do with any of it. This is not about you and how you feel about women or me. She snaps. She is vibrating with passion, and she's never been more breathtaking than she is right now. I'm struck by the certainty of a few things. One, This woman loves me. She's trying to forgive me, but I also know that if her clients end up with less than what they deserve, her estimation of me will always suffer for it, and my estimation of myself as a man who is worthy of leading this family with her by my side into a future we can be proud of will suffer too. She looks at Remy and her voice softens. Thank you for taking a chance on me. Thank you for trusting me with this, she says, and then glances at me. But I will not work in an office where you allow your employees to talk to people like he's been speaking with me. So if this is the culture of your firm, then as soon as this case is over, I'll be resigning, she says gravely. Confidence, Remy starts, but she's already turned to me. Hayes, what Kingdom offered is woefully insufficient to compensate the victims of the company's negligence and disregard. You have suits that cost more than what you're offering the individual families. She casts her damning eye over me again. If you can afford to buy clothes like that, you can afford to make those people truly whole. And that's not going to come with some cookie-cutter settlement in hopes that this will all go away quickly, because that's all that money is designed to do. She condemns me with her honesty. What I see in her eyes is much more than disappointment. It's disenchantment, distance. I feel my first real pang of panic that she knows I'm not good enough, that she really won't forgive me. The thought grips my gut in a fist of fear. My collar is suddenly too tight, and I can't think of a single thing to say in my own defense. She shakes her head at all of us. None of you have even been to the sites, talked to the people. They're just some figment of your imagination right now, she chastises us. You know what? I've had about enough of this. This is a business, Asshole says in a harsh dismissal of everything she just said. But Confidence is not easily dismissed, and while on her soapbox, with her shield held up in protection of someone else, she is persistence personified. You're wrong, she insists. Her voice is bolstered by her conviction. Asshole's eyes narrow. So do hers, and so do mine. My chest tightens, and I tense and keep a close eye on him. His animosity for Confidence is rolling off him in waves. If she's concerned, she doesn't show it. She keeps pushing. This is the practice of law. We are lawyers, social engineers, or at least we should be. We are here to ensure the best possible outcome for our clients, and you want to settle because you don't think they're worth the price of seeking justice on their behalf, she accuses him. He leans toward her. Her lip curls in disgust when he speaks. His voice is a snarl. You're damn straight. I am not going to worry about people who, when they die, no one will care. We represent people who are captains of industries and who will be remembered forever. The fucking flood didn't go far enough as far as I'm concerned. The woman at the table, a 30-something blonde in a nondescript black suit, gasps. Jimenez. Remy calls his name. That thread of steel is now a fully woven rope. Yeah? Barry responds as if it's an imposition to do so. How long have you worked here? Remy asks. 5 years. Remy actually looks surprised. Already? Damn, time flies, he says. Yes, and I care about wild law. I'm not going to stand by and watch the firm undermined by what amounts to some sort of affirmative action hire. I know we wanted more women at the table, but let's hire them for the size of their brains, not their breasts. He shoots a venomous glance at Confidence, and a rush of anger pushes me to my feet. Both Confidence and Remy say my name at the same time. I look to find them both watching me. Confidence with a wary alertness, Remy with anger I know isn't directed at me. Then one of you better do something about it, I say, and sit down. Barry, we'll be sure to give you an excellent reference. You're fired, effective today.
Remy says. Barry's jaw drops, but he doesn't make a sound. No one does. The room had been quiet before, but now you could hear a pin drop. Remy turns to look at the blonde.
Mila, can you take him down with you? I'm adjourning the meeting. We'll regroup later.
Wait, you're fucking firing me? For what? Barry sputters, regaining his composure.
For violating conduct clauses in your contract,
Remy says simply. His eyes hold the same steel as his voice. Barry's face crumbles.
I just bought a fucking Porsche and put a deposit down on a pool,
he says. Nice priorities, I say under my breath, and Remy shoots me a glare. I shrug unapologetically.
I don't deserve to be fired,
he shouts, his eyes wide. He looks around the table for support, but everyone except for Mila and me has their face conveniently buried in a phone or iPad.
You'll get a month's severance for every year you've worked here. With all of your experience and seniority, you'll have a job in no time. Mila will make every resource we have available to you in pursuit of that, but you can't work here any longer. It's just that simple. I'm sure you understand.
He lifts his head slowly and looks between the two of us wordlessly, his expression completely blank.
Barry, are you okay?
Confidence asks. Her expression goes from concern to worry as she takes in the slack look on his face. Her voice triggers something in him because all of a sudden his jaw tightens and his eyes focus their burning anger on her.
Think you're so clever, don't you? Think you're going to win a fucking prize or something for your stupid case?
I can't wait to see you fall flat on your face, he says with a voice so cold and vicious that Confidence flinches and takes a step back. It takes every ounce of restraint I possess not to walk over and throw him out of the window.
Barry, please stop making threats,
Mila says, sounding mildly bored.
I'd hate for you to leave with a police escort instead of on your own, but you better believe I've got my finger on security's number.
She stands, folds her hands over her chest, and watches him impassively.
Oh, I'm leaving. I wouldn't give you two feminazis the satisfaction of seeing me really lose my cool, he sneers. And you keep your shitty severance. I'm calling a lawyer. I'm gonna take you to the cleaners, Remy.
He spits as he starts walking. When he slams the door behind him, the windows of the conference room rattle from the force.
What an idiot,
Mila says, and walks over to where Confidence slumps over in her chair. I start toward her. She looks at me and shakes her head no. Her blue eyes are glassy but unwavering.
Are you okay?
Mila asks, peering down at her in concern.
I'm fine,
Confidence says, and swallows hard.
Violent men and I don't mix,
she says with a nervous laugh. But I see the tremble in her hand when she pushes an errant curl behind her ear. I want to kill that man for putting that there. I hate that I can't walk over or put an arm around her. I hate this distance. I'm done letting it grow between us. It's time to bring my woman home.
Unexpected. Confidence. That line outside is incredible, I say, wide-eyed to Remy as we stack the clothes that have been folded and sorted by gender and size into the bins lined along the 500-yard-long convention center room. The volunteers are all busy at work setting up their stations for the doors to open at 8 o'clock. They did a great job getting the word out, and there are shuttles all day for people who need it, I tell him. Yeah. The Rivers kid is putting his money where his mouth is, that's for sure, he says, and reaches for another box of clothes the organizers just dropped off. Why do you call him kid? I ask a question that's been burning at the tip of my tongue. Because when I met him, that's what he was. And now, because it annoys him, he says with a laugh. I laugh along. You knew him when y'all were kids? I ask, my curiosity about how his family's community is named after another family. No, our families have been neighbors for 30 years now.
When they bought the land from the Riverses in the oil bust in the 80s, the name of the development was one of the terms of the contract, and they hated having to sell part of their empire to a bunch of fresh-off-the-boat immigrants who made their money selling plantains in the hood. He says, "Plantains in the hood?" I chortle. He chuckles. "Yeah, we lived in one of the parts of the city that was like a food desert. No good grocery stores, just corner stores. Popeyes, Church's Chicken, Shipley's Donut Shop if you were lucky. So, my grandfather saved the money he made painting houses and opened Eat. That was our first business. And who knew that grocery stores that catered to every single pallet it could source for would be so popular?" "Well, apparently your grandfather did," I say. "They have 350 stores in Texas and about 24 in northeast Mexico." "Yeah, and he and my dad founded Rivers Wild. My mom's brainchild was Wild Restaurants, Crick Crack being the very first one." He says, "Wow, it's amazing you've done all that in one generation." "Yeah, we're kind of ambitious. And Houston is the most fertile ground for ideas that are all about the hustle. My mother's Jamaican, so she's got to have at least 3 jobs or she feels like she's being idle." He says, "What about your dad?" I ask. "He's dead," he answers in an uncharacteristically flat, hard voice. "I'm sorry," I say. "No worries. He has been for a long time," he says with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Anyway, so I met Hayes once because our families were enemies in a way that felt like law. And then I ran into him in this little patch of land between our properties on the day of his dad's funeral. I called him Kid. He didn't like it, so I did it repeatedly, and now he's back, and it's just stuck." I laugh, but I don't feel like laughing. I miss Hayes, like crazy, and I haven't seen him since that day in our office when I turned down his settlement offer. When this event was announced a week ago, I realized what he'd been busy doing. "How are you guys doing?" he asks. "We're not, but it's fine," I say, and wish that was true. Fine is the last thing I am. "Does he know that?" Remy asks, and his eyes are trained over my shoulder. I turn and see Hayes walking in. His scan of the room comes to a screeching halt when his eyes land on me. He smiles and starts toward me. My heart leaps in anticipation. I haven't seen him in 2 weeks. A man steps in his way and starts to talk. The reluctance he shows to look away almost makes up for the fact that he had to stop. "All right, folks, it's 8 o'clock and the doors are opening. Man your stations," a woman shouts over a bullhorn, and I almost jump out of my skin in surprise. My brother Tyson will be here, and he's going to switch out with me at 11 a.m., and I'll be back at 1 o'clock. When you need someone to step in for you, let me know and I'll find a volunteer." "Okay, but I think I'll be good. I brought snacks and I'm ready," I say and rub my hands together in anticipation. Today feels like the first time I'm actually doing anything meaningful for my clients. After we rejected their settlement offer, the case was assigned a court date. In the meantime, I'm doing my interviews with my clients and preparing for our first hearing that's 6 weeks away. Right now, it feels like we'll never get the mountains of records that we've requested. Kingdom, the corporation, is doing everything it can to stall. They asked for 6 weeks to even produce the documents we've asked for. So we filed for a continuation to give us time to review them. When I say us, I'm talking about my little team of 4, one of whom hates my guts. And while all of this is happening, the people in the class are struggling to get their lives back together and are living in limbo. The Kingdom Foundation, directed by Hayes, organized a clothing and book drive.
The donations poured in. Today is shopping day for the families. I got here at 6:30 to help set up, and the line had already started forming. I catch a glimpse of Hayes disappearing in the direction of the picture section, but before I can call after him, the doors open and the people file in. We're in the boys section, size 12 months to 4 years in the store, and before we have the chance to speak to each other again, our first customers stand at our table. Instantly, I recognize the boy from Hayes's house the night of the flood. "Hey there," I say. "Hi." He smiles brightly. "Do you remember me?" I ask. "Yeah, of course, and thank you for volunteering today," he says, like he's reciting something memorized and just remembered he needed to say it. "You're welcome. What nice manners," I respond. "Well, this was all my idea." He beams. "Was it?" I ask, and look over his shoulder to make sure no one's waiting to actually be served. "You must be very proud of how it's all turned out then," I say jokingly. He nods. "Yeah. The first time Mr. Hayes came to visit, he asked me what I thought folks needed, and I told him clothes for school," he says, and my heart actually jumps. "Mr. Hayes came to see you?" I ask, saying each word slowly so that I can make sure he doesn't misunderstand me. "Yeah, well, more than once. And not just me. We went around and met with lots of people," he says. "What types of meetings?" I ask skeptically. Him asking questions about their living situation, families, and asking everyone to give him an idea of what they needed to feel comfortable. "I took notes and he even paid me for my time," he says proudly. "Wow, well, that sounds awesome," I say and smile, and this time there's not a well of pain behind it. "Anyway, I just wanted to say hi, and thank you for being here and being the reason Mr. Hayes even came to visit us. He told us you suggested it," he says. A peal of laughter propelled by relief bursts from my throat. "Did he? That's awesome," I say. "He's pretty cool." The young man nods. "See you later." He waves and walks off. I feel like crying at what I just heard, but I also feel completely giddy. For the last 2 weeks, my coffee order has been ready and waiting for me when I walk into Sweet and Low's. I've had flowers on my desk every morning, my lunch delivered every afternoon, my car washed while it was parked in the garage of my office. Hayes has been relentless in his attempts to woo me, but this, done not to woo me back, but because he's a good man trying to do right, is the first thing he's done that makes me feel like maybe he sees me. That he's not just trying to convince me, but that he's doing it for himself, too. That thought makes me unbearably happy. I brush my tears away and turn around just in time to greet my very first customers. Neil. Confidence. "I'll have the meatloaf sandwich," I say to my waitress. "Oh, yeah, great choice," she smiles widely. "It's delicious." "Everything here is delicious," Tyson says. His dark brown eyes twinkle with mischief, and he says, "including some of the diners." He grins and then winces. He glares at his older brother. "Remy, yo," he says in a comically high-pitched voice while rubbing the side of his head that his brother just slapped. "Stop talking to her like she's one of those thoughts in that little fan club of yours," Remy says without looking up from the menu. "Yo, can I help it if they love me? I mean, maybe if you stopped and smelled the roses instead of trying to be some sort of superhuman legend, you'd get some of that love, too," he says. I look back between the brothers and shake my head. Can you guys please stop bickering? The car ride over was enough of that to last me a lifetime. I'd like to have some quiet with my air conditioning and beer, please, I say. See, Remy, she likes me. He winks at me. Can you stop getting in between us? He drags his chair close to mine. Excuse me, miss, but you've got some dust on your arm, he says, and brushes the remnants of our afternoon off my arm. You're such a flirt, Ty, I say with mock disapproval. Only with the prettiest girls, he says and winks. His gaze drifts over my shoulder. I don't think anything of it until I see a gleam of mischief. He slings an arm over my shoulder, and I jump in surprise and then relax. This is how he talks to everyone. All day, his contribution was keeping the people waiting in the incredibly long lines in a good mood, and he's good at it. Charming, funny, and very nice to look at. It made me feel better. Now that we've rejected the settlement offer, things with Kingdom are moving at a snail's pace. But this week there was a break in the clouds for our clients whose homes were beyond simple repairs. Remy took me to the land on the outer barrier of Rivers Wild, where Habitat for Humanity is going to be building homes for the residents. A shiver passes over me, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I feel Hayes before I see him. Before I can turn around, I hear him. "Remy," Hayes says in greeting, and his voice ricochets through me like a cannon's boom. My heart leaps into my throat. His proximity is frying my circuits, and I can't even remember what I was talking about or doing 2 minutes earlier. "Ty." His voice is less friendly when he addresses Tyson. Remy slides over and says, "Join us, Rivers." He does, and sits down right next to me. "Confidence," he says quietly, and I shoot him a sidelong glance. I wish I hadn't. The annoyed expression in his eyes is tinged with longing, and it hits me in the center of my chest. His light gray shirt blends with the color of his eyes, and with the dim lighting of the restaurant, they look almost green today. His gaze moves to Tyson, who has moved closer to me since Hayes sat down. He lifts his eyebrows in his classic, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" look. I give him a "Why do you think you have the right to ask?" glare. "Rivers, I have to tell you, I think I'm in love with her, so I might need you to back off," Ty says good-naturedly. "You gotta watch out for him. He's the most committed bachelor in town," he whispers to me. "Tyson, please remove your arm from my woman's shoulder," Hayes says in a deceptively calm voice. I bristle at that. "I'm not his woman," I say. His body tenses and he growls, "Like hell." "Well, one of you is clearly very confused," Remy laughs. "It's not me," I say. The next second, Hayes's hand wraps around my bicep and he's pulling me out of the booth. "What in the world are you doing?" I yelp. "You two don't break anything," Remington calls after us. I turn around and give him a look of complete bewilderment. Why is he laughing? Why isn't he calling the police? "Hayes, let me go." I slap at his hand. He doesn't even look at me. He pulls me down a long corridor, pushes open a door, and switches on the bathroom light. "What the fuck was that?" he asks. "What the fuck was what? I'm not the one who just dragged me through a restaurant." He crosses the small room in 2 strides and pushes me up against the sink. Not to intimidate or scare me. He's never been able to do either, not since the night we met.
You're not my woman? Are you fucking serious, Confidence? He asks angrily. Hayes, what do you think? That was a rhetorical question. He growls and cuts me off and leans toward me. Not for me. I lean forward, too. He shakes his head at me like he can't believe what he's hearing and takes a step back. He shoves his fingers through his hair. At least you're consistent, he mutters under his breath, but the bathroom has great acoustics, and it bounces off the wall and hangs between us. What does that mean? It means you know how to hold a grudge, and I've given you space to do it, he says. You've given me space. I gape at him. Yes, he snarls and steps closer to me. But there are fucking limits, and you clearly don't understand them. Oh, I understand just fine, I seethe. No, you don't, he says through gritted teeth, because if you did, you wouldn't be telling another man that you're not my woman, while his arm is around you. His eyes narrow, and his hands grip the sink on either side of me. Hayes, you must have completely forgotten who I am. His eyes darken, and he leans into me. How could I snap. I won't tell you how that felt, but trust me when I say you wouldn't have liked being in my shoes. I flush and glance away from his eyes. I can see the hurt there, and as mad as I am at him, it's the very last thing I want to do to him. Tesoro. He grips my chin and turns my head until he traps my eyes with his. They are full of determination, and they hold me in place. I know you're pissed. You have every right to be, but don't get Tyson's ass kicked because you want to hurt me, he growls. Worry tickles the back of my throat. As if you'd go around beating up people because he was flirting with me. I dismiss his threat. He leans in and puts us nose to nose, and then he rubs the tip of his against mine. I absolutely fucking would, he whispers, and I'm caught between a swoon and a pang of worry. I pull my chin out of his grip. This isn't a Kristen Ashley novel. You're not Dax Lon, I'm not Cersei, I snap. He blinks and shakes his head in confusion. I have no idea what that means. It's a book. And all I mean is that I've been trying to move on, and you won't let me. My voice is stiff and lacks conviction, but it's just a reflection of what's happening inside of me. I don't even believe myself anymore. Don't fucking talk about moving on. Not when you don't mean it, he says. How do you know what I mean? I gripe. You knew when you took this job that I was going to be here. You came anyway. I don't think you did that because you're moving on. He pushes back. I took it because I needed it, and it's perfect. If it had been in Alaska, I would have taken it. He rakes his eyes down my body. My white blouse feels thin under his heated gaze. I shift in my shoes when he lingers on my hips. You've missed me, he says. I haven't, I lie. If I touched your pussy, what would I feel? He asks. That's one question you won't be answering tonight. I want to touch you. He dips his head and kisses my cheek. His hand grips my hip. You'll feel better when I've made you come, he whispers against my cheek. He moves so fast that my ass is up on the edge of the sink before I can protest. Do you want me to stop? He asks. His finger trails up my leg,
and stops at my knee. Blood rushes in my ears. Heat pools between my thighs. Of course not, I breathe. His fingers slip under the hem of my shorts, and I grab his fingers. But I'm going to ask you to anyway. His eyes fly up to mine in surprise, but there's no anger there. In fact, I think what I see is respect. Why? He asks and stands back up. If it could speak, my vagina would be cursing me out. Because what I want isn't what I need, Hayes. Why are they mutually exclusive? I don't want to just be your partner in bed, I admit. Oh, tesoro. He sighs and drags his nose across my temple before he moves us back to facing each other. He cups my face in his hands and presses a soft kiss to my lips before he pulls back. There's not a pussy in this world I'd fall on my knees for. Not even yours, he says, the fierce love and tenderness in his eyes stealing my breath. His eyes never leaving mine, he continues. But for this, tesoro. His palms cover the space between my breasts, and my heart kicks against the wall of my chest, desperate to find its way into the hand of the man it loves. For the love of the most brilliant woman I've ever met. He kisses me again. I would spend the rest of my life on my fucking knees. And then, my big, strong, beautiful man brings my entire world to a halt. He drops to his knees in front of me, on the floor of the public restroom. Hayes, get up! I tug his arm. Please! He grips my hips and presses his face in between my legs and inhales. God damn. His groan vibrates against me, and moisture blooms beneath his mouth and nose. I love the way your pussy smells. I fucking miss the way it tastes. I'm dying to feel it gripping my cock. He rubs his nose against my clit, and pleasure skitters like the kiss of butterfly wings all over my body. I thread my fingers into his thick, silky hair just as he leans away and stares up at me with that same fierceness. But now it's laced with need. He has the look of a predator, and I wish he would hurry up and catch me. I want to plant my flag there so that everyone knows it's mine. But it's not even in the top 5 of my favorite things about you, Confidence. And it's certainly not the only thing I want. He looks up at me through his honest, smart eyes, and the rest of the world falls away. Oh, Hayes. I trace the line of his strong brows and sweep down the slope of his nose. I want your fire. I want your courage. I want your loyalty. I want your anger, your disdain, your disappointment. I brush a lock of hair off his forehead. I want your smiles. I want your laughter. I want you fighting for my team. And yes, I want your pussy every day. He squeezes my hips, and I want to give him everything he's just asked me for. But I can't. I shake my head, caught between my fear and my love, and feeling like neither one of them are serving me well right now.
You won't. He chides me gently, but with real reproach in his voice. But I understand. He cuts off my protest. You want to protect yourself, but you can't. Not from me. Not from us. It's all or nothing. And as long as we're alive, it will never be nothing. Hayes, don't. I pull back slightly and shake my head. I don't know what to say. I know, he says with real regret in his eyes. I fucked up. But I am not that asshole who treated you like you were nothing. I'm not ashamed of anything except that something I did made you feel like you were less than the miraculous person I know I'll never deserve, he says. My hand comes to my chest, and my fingers clutch the front of my blouse. Oh, Hayes, is all I can manage. But I need you to understand. His eyes go from pleadin' to demandin' in a blink. That you thought I was hiding something? I interject. No, he says sharply. That I'm responsible for my entire family, not just the ones that are alive right now, but the ones who will be alive in 100 years. I just had to keep the estate intact because I lost sight of that once and married someone who I barely knew. Well, I'm not her, I remind him. I know that. And I knew it in Italy, too. By the time the report came, I didn't care what it said. Why not? I ask. I already knew everything that I needed to about you. You're the woman who leans in when most people lean away, he says. I want so badly to throw my arms around his neck and tell him it's okay, that I see him and that I'll always lean in. I'm going to show you why us. How us. I'm asking for a lot. Your future, your love, your loyalty, your body, your children, your life, he says. But I'm offering you the same things in return. Tears sting my eyes, and I search his. All I see reflects my own feelings. I want you to be my partner. I'm not taking no for an answer, not when I know you feel the same way, he says. He reaches up and swipes a tear off my cheek with the pad of his thumb. I miss you, I admit. His eyes flare. It's about fucking time. Fierce need replaces the tenderness, and he surges to his feet. Without pausing, he steps between my legs and pushes my knees open. And I'm going to let you go home without fucking you, even though I know you want me to. He chucks me under the chin. But let me tell you, when we're right and we're back, I'm going to wreck your pussy. I'm not good with words, baby, but when I fuck you, I feel like you always know what I'm saying. He grinds into me. But let me speak your language for a minute, so that when I tell you that I love you, you don't just hear it. You understand it. And you don't question it, he says. I know you love me. I do. Then let me show you just how much. He takes my hand in his and puts it to his lips. Let me show you what you've shown me, he says softly. What's that? what it's like to be a part of a team that you can trust, that won't let you down. He says, "Give me a chance. Please." He comes as close to begging as I'd ever like to hear him again. "Okay," I acquiesce. "But you better not fuck it up." "Oh, I intend to fuck it up, but in the best way possible," he says, and then kisses my blues away.
Biased. Hayes.
You're early.
Confidence groans, one eye open but squinting. Her hair is tousled all over her head, and her face is creased with the indentation from her pillow. She looks like every single fantasy I ever had as a boy, and everything I thought I'd never have as a man. I hold up the white wax bag full of pastries and wave them in front of her face. "Breakfast," I say, and drop a kiss on her warm, sleep-plumped lips, and step inside of her apartment. "The place looks like nobody lives here," I say as I look around at the blandly and sparsely decorated space. "Oh, where did you get this couch?" I ask as I drop onto the gray love seat. Besides the glass coffee table, it's the only furniture in the entire place. Well, except her bedroom. Not that she would let me in there. But the door is open, and I can see her sea of white comforters and pillows strewn all over the queen-sized bed in the center of the room.
IKEA,
she grumbles. "Sleep well?" I ask, and start unpacking the bag.
Not really,
she says, and with a resigned sigh she sits down next to me. She draws her knees to her chest and hugs them. Her pink tank top pulls tight across her back, and I watch her shoulder muscles flex when she rolls her neck as if trying to loosen it up. I slide my fingers under the drape of her hair and caress her nape until I find the knot of tension. I start to rub it, and she closes her eyes and moans.
"Oh, that feels so good,"
she whispers. I don't respond. I just watch her. The skin under her eyes is dark. Little lines bracket her frowning mouth. She looks tired and stressed. "Why aren't you sleeping well?" I ask. Her eyes open, and she looks at me warily.
"Because I'm afraid I've given my clients bad advice," she says, and then jerks her head to the side. "What am I doing?" she says in a harsh whisper to herself. "I can't be talking to you of all people about this," she sighs. "I'm losing my mind. I'm so tired. And Barry getting fired has turned into a nightmare. Word has gotten around, thanks to Barry spreading it, that I asked Remy to choose between him or me, and that's earned me a flock of..." She trails off, searching for the right word.
"Enemies?" I offer, and press deeper against the muscle in her neck. She lets her head loll backward, and her hair spills around my hand. It's warm and soft, and my fingers immediately start to close into a fist to capture it. I want to yank her head back and kiss her like I should have when I walked in, but I relax my hand when she closes her eyes and groans.
"Enemies may be a little strong,"
she says, and then chuckles ruefully.
"But only a little."
She shakes her head and sighs.
This is why I hated my last job. No one cares about anything but their careers, their egos, kissing the ass of the person they think can help them. And it's like everyone here has forgotten why we practice law," she says, her voice full of frustration.
"You're being awfully judgmental. They're practicing law, too. Everyone, even white-collar criminals and profit-driven billion-dollar companies deserve a fair defense," I push back.
I didn't say they didn't. Everyone is entitled to whatever protections and remedies the law affords. But working in areas of law where there's no money to be made is so disheartening, she says.
Why? I thought you were doing some good.
Well, we would be if law firms like Wilde did it for more than the tax write-off. Our clients are too poor to even keep a roof over their head, much less pay for our very expensive, very well-researched advice. But that's what we promised them. I wouldn't want them to be worse off than they would have been if we hadn't brought the suit at all, she says, and worries the inside of her lower lip.
How's that possible? They've got you, I say.
I'm not enough. Wilde is committing minimal resources to their pro bono cases, but this one is different. The implications of its outcomes are huge, precedent-setting potential, and it's barely staffed. So I'm doing the work of 4 people because I can't leave legal research that is going to determine what our brief argues to second-year law students. This is too important, and no one else seems to think so.
She snaps bitterly, and I feel the same guilt I felt when she challenged us the day Barry was fired. It got me thinking about what I came home to do, what I wanted the legacy of my leadership for my family to be. Did I want to reaffirm our roles as society leaders, or did I want to do some good for the city that had made us rich? Did I want my name on a stadium, or did I want to build schools, affordable quality housing, fill food deserts with grocery stores? I've decided, and I wanted to show her instead of tell her what my plans were. What more ideal conditions would exist for it than with Wilde Law? They have deep pockets and nice office space, and yeah, it's a tax write-off, but you didn't see other firms clamoring to take the case for free in the first place. They do good work. They have some of the world's best legal talent to choose from, I say, and hand her one of the kolaches from Sweet and Low's.
Yeah, but they don't dedicate those resources, people, or money that the case deserves because they think their clients should just shut up and be grateful, she says resentfully.
You've got a chip on your shoulder about this, I say, and she nudges me with that shoulder. Hey, watch out. That thing is heavy. I tease her. That earns me a fierce little scowl.
I do not.
You do. And you tend to paint wealthy people into shapes that are distorted by your bias for and dislike of them, I challenge her. She lets go of her legs and plants her feet on the ground. Her mouth opens in an affront, her eyes wide with offense at my word.
I am not biased,
she says in a high-pitched, loud voice. I laugh. Chill, it's okay. We're all biased. You just don't know it because you're walking around thinking that you're being judged for being poor. You wear it like it's Joseph's multicolor cloak. Your suffering is not more valid because you didn't have money at the same time, Confidence, I say, and her face turns red. And yes, I agree that I have an obligation to the people whose money I've collected in the form of rent. But you're a lawyer, so you know that the way this plays out won't have anything to do with what my beliefs are. It's not a personal decision, it's a business one. And the business will do what is best for it. It's not going to pay them more money because we feel sorry for them, I tell her.
They are not them, they are us. A country is only as strong as its poorest citizens, Hayes. So you should feel sorry for us as a nation because we are poor. And it should be a personal decision. This is not about contracts to rebuild. This is about Kingdom admitting that they have contributed heavily to the catastrophe their fellow Houstonians find themselves facing. And we will, in equal measure, contribute to the mitigation of the damage, she shouts at me.
I agree, I say grimly.
God, Hayes, I'm sorry, she says, and covers her mouth with her hands. This is inappropriate for me to be discussing this case, and I understand about your hands being tied. I get it. You can't commit Kingdom to terms that are completely against its interests.
She drops back down and rests her head on my shoulder. I wrap my arm around her and pull her into me. I wish I could snap my fingers and have them make different decisions, but I can't. No, I know, she says, as if she's trying to convince herself as much as me. Maybe I'm being crazy. I'm committing career suicide by being the architect of a case that could change the way insurance companies, cities, governments, and banks treat people who have been the victims of natural disasters. I'll never find a job in this industry again, she says. A light bulb goes on in my head, and I sit up. What are you thinking? She asks, and I realize I'm staring off into the distance, lost in my thoughts. I glance at her brilliant blue eyes and relax because I always see the truth of her feelings in them. You could always come work for me, I say. No way, she says with an incredulous laugh. She looks at me sideways. Oh, and have you signing my paychecks? She groans, but with a laugh, and right then I know we're going to be okay. We always have this, our ability to talk, connect, argue, challenge each other, and yet find humor in the midst of it all. Why not? Think about it. The foundation could create a legal defense fund that you could run, I say. She starts to cough. I hop up to get her some water. I pull open her fridge, and it's completely empty. Where's all the fucking food? I don't have any, she croaks defensively. Not even a bottle of water? I ask, incredulous. She shakes her head, and her coughing subsides. Who doesn't have water? I ask, and walk back to the couch. Me. I haven't had time, and I'm barely here, and when I am, it's just to sleep, she confesses. I want to tell her that she should be sleeping in my bed, that she was supposed to be living with me, but I'm not going to ask her again. I want her to be the one to say it. She yawns and eyes the pastries I've spread out. Thanks for the croissant, but can we go out for coffee? I want to get a latte from Sweet and Low's. They're delicious, Hayes, she says brightly. I'm glad for the subject change because it was getting too heavy. Croissant? These aren't croissants. They don't even remotely resemble them, I say, and pick up the eclair shaped like a piece of bread. This, I say dramatically while I rip the dough in half, is a kolache. I put the two halves under her nose. Low style, I add, and her eyes light up and she sniffs the fragrant steam wafting under her nose. Who would give such a magical-smelling miracle such a terrible name? What the heck is a kolache? You're mispronouncing it, and it was brought here by the Czech immigrants who settled in Texas. I would say I'd take you to the kolache factory because growing up, that's all there was. But Sweets and Rivers Wild is next level. She moans and licks her lips. Gimme! She snatches half from mine. Oh, what is this magic? She drawls excitedly. It's grilled chicken, eggs, and potatoes wrapped in this dough and baked, I tell her, and she takes a huge bite and swallows greedily. Is this a Houston thing? She asks. More like Southeast Texas. No one else anywhere I've lived has ever heard of them, I tell her. Oh my God, that chicken. Does it have curry or something on it? She smacks her lips together, and I frown at her in mild disgust. What's all the smacking for? I ask. She smirks and smacks louder. I'm country, Hayes. We smack our lips when something tastes this good. This is Czech food? Well, the concept is, but Sweet's pastries are all made with a flavor of her home country, Senegal, that's in West Africa. And Lo, his real name is Lotana, is her husband. He's from Nigeria, and he's the reason that Sweet doesn't give away everything she bakes and makes, I tell her. Oh, I love their coffee. Oh, can't wait to actually eat there. Let me get dressed and we can head out.
she says, and stands and hurries to her room. And instead of following her like I want, I pull out my phone and call Gigi.
Sweet and low. Confidence. I step through the glass-paned French doors of Sweet and Low's that Hayes is holding open. Below the yellow cursive writing of their logo, it says, "We bake the world." The cafe's abundance of windows on both the front street-facing side and the left wall that opens onto a small garden where people are seated reading and talking give it a warm, airy feel. It's packed with people, and the only thing louder than the concentrated murmur of conversation is the whirring of the coffee grinders, the hissing of steaming espresso makers, and the background music that's too low to make out clearly, but loud enough that you know it's there. I eye the huge chalkboard behind the small hostess stand ahead of us. The menu is written in neat cursive and lists everything from pastries and sandwiches to omelets and salads and specialty breads. I crane my neck so I can see above the heads of the people clustered and waiting to be seated in the smaller-than-comfortable waiting area. Given the menu, I'm not shocked there's a wait, I observe. Can we just take it to go like I do my coffee? Nope, he says, without stopping to even look back at me. Why not? I grumble. My aunt is meeting us. She's here already, seated. Hayes drops that bomb on me and keeps walking toward the young woman smiling prettily at us as we approach. I, on the other hand, stop dead in my tracks. The person behind me slams into my back, and the sharp edge of his shoulders poke my back, and the toe of his rubber-soled shoes scrape against the backs of my heels. I spin around just in time to see a very old, frail-looking woman falling backward. I cry out, my hands over my mouth in horror. She sits right where she fell, flat on her ass, her spindly, green, floral-painted, legging-covered legs sprawled in front of her like a newborn foal. I reach down to help her up and glare at Hayes, who's just made it back to my side. He looks between us with an expression of complete bewilderment on his face. "I'm so sorry," I say, and reach down to cup her elbows. She swats my hand away and says, "I can get myself up. I look old, but I bet you I could beat you in a race around the block." Her voice, thin and frail, says otherwise, but she hops up in one quick acrobatic movement. "See, right as rain," she says proudly. "I'm Sally Turner." She says her name like it's a compliment. She's got to be 80 years old. Her face is covered in a spray of freckles that even kiss her eyelids and lips. Her eyes, a sparkling dark brown, are full of mischief, and her smile is disarmingly youthful. "Are you okay, Sally?" Hayes asks, as if he's been saying her name his whole life, as he puts a hand at the small of both of our backs and ushers us out of the way of the customers trying to get to the booth. "Oh, I'm fine. I was just distracted by the specimen of man-meat ahead of me." She nods at Hayes and winks. "You're Hayes Rivers. Nice that you finally came down from your tower to visit us," she says. Hayes, as unflappable as ever, doesn't correct her and say that he's actually been spending a lot of time in town. Instead, he smiles roguishly. "I heard this was the place to come if I wanted to find a pretty girl to talk to. Of course, I came to see." She throws her head back and laughs delightedly. "Oh, how wonderful! And you're charming, too. Those wild boys pretty things up nicely. I'd say you're about to add something better than pretty," she says, and laughs again. "I'll leave the prettying to the wilds and my woman." He slips a hand around my waist. Her eyes roam Hayes's body like someone contemplating what part of their steak they'd like to eat first. Either way, we can always use another fine piece. I'm so sorry I stopped like that. I'm glad you're okay. I interrupt her before she says any more. Oh, if I'd been looking where I was going, I would have seen you, she says. This your fella? She asks. I glance at Hayes. He's grinning from ear to ear. My heart flutters. He's a goddamn dangerous combination of overbearing and sweet. I'm addicted to him. I miss being his woman and everything that meant. I get near him and I lose my mind. I'm close to giving him whatever he asks for. Close, but I smile serenely and say, "Not quite," to Sally. His hand tightens around my middle. "Well, if you're not sure," she gives Hayes a suggestive sidelong glance and wink. I laugh. She looks back at me with an indignant glare. "Honey, if I was just 20 years younger, you wouldn't be able to fight me for him. They don't make men like this anymore. I suggest you get sure real quick." She winks and strides off into the restaurant. "Yeah, get sure quick, tesoro." Hayes's lips brush my ear, and his breath makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up and my insides quiver. His hand slides along my waist and comes to rest on my abdomen. It takes up almost the entire space, and when he pulls me back into him, I feel like I'm melting. "I miss you touching me, baby." I let my head fall back and rest on his shoulder. "Hayes, Garfield Rivers, you are in public!" An irate voice from ahead of us breaks the trance and we jump apart. "Gigi," Hayes says, and steps around me toward the dark-haired, hazel-eyed beauty who, but for the fact that he called her his aunt, I would never believe was old enough to be. She glares at him. "Don't you dare use that voice on me, Hayes," she scolds, even as she throws her arms open to welcome his hug. I watch as she embraces him, smacks his shoulders, and then wraps her arms around him. He lifts her off her feet. Her eyes, closed from the instant they touch, pop open, and they're assessing and shrewd as they run over me from head to toe. She's dressed in a navy skirt, topped with a white tailored shirt with a patent leather nude-colored belt cinched around her Audrey Hepburn-esque waist. Suddenly, my cut-off shorts are both too casual and too short. My white camisole too revealing and my flip-flops completely inappropriate. When our eyes meet, I smile my best smile, and thank God I tied my unruly hair back so that at least I don't look completely unkempt. My shoulders sag with relief when a smile, warm and real, blooms across her face. She disengages herself from Hayes and comes toward me, arms outstretched. "Well, Hayes, look what you did. She's as pretty as a picture," she says to him as she wraps me in a hug that smells and feels like comfort and love. It makes me long for my mother. I wish she could see this place. "I'm Gigi, Confidence," she says warmly. "I think we're going to be great friends." She hooks an arm through mine. Hayes doesn't let go of my hand when I try to tug it free of his. He draws it into his lap and holds it there with the other one on top of it. I look at him to demand it back, but my words die on my lips. He's laughing at something his aunt just said. His head is thrown back, his teeth gleaming, his eyes closed, and I can envision my future. what life could feel like if I spent it with him. Happy, holding hands, with family who fusses but forgives, in nice suburban cafes that smell like bread and coffee, and where everyone is welcome, especially me. So I don't pull my hand back. Instead, I squeeze his and rejoin the conversation just as our server comes and takes our orders. Hayes jumps slightly and then lets go of my hand. "What's wrong?" I ask. My hand feels cold without his sandwich in it. He fishes into the pocket of his jeans and pulls out his phone. "I'm sorry. I've got to take this. I've been expecting this call for 2 days," he says. He slides out of the booth and strides toward the entrance. I watch him go. His sky-blue polo neck t-shirt bunches across his broad shoulders as he turns to squeeze between the tightly packed tables. His jeans sit low on his hips and hug that fine ass of his. "I don't blame you, sister," Sally calls from a couple of tables ahead of us. I jump slightly and blush at being caught ogling. I look at Gigi and smile. She doesn't smile back. In fact, the friendly light in her eyes disappears completely. My throat convulses in surprise and dread. "Is everything okay?" I ask. "I need to ask you some things right now before Hayes comes back," Gigi says the minute he's out of earshot. "Okay," I say, and glance toward the door at Hayes. "I have a check in my purse for $1 million. If I gave it to you, would you leave and never bother Hayes again?" she asks. Shock renders me paralyzed. I think if she whistled, the air she pushed out would knock me over. "What?" I ask, offended, incredulous, and for some reason a little afraid. "I could go up to $3 million, and I will, if you'll take it," she says. Her expression is completely neutral. I can't believe she can be so calm after what she just said. "Are you kidding me? Why would you even—" "Name your price," she says. My heart slows to a hard, slow thud. "What?" "I'll give it to you if you'll take it," she says slowly, like there's something she's trying to tell me without saying it directly. But my blood is boiling, and I don't have the time or inclination for her games. "I most certainly will not," I say, and grab my phone from the table and reach to pick up my purse. She puts a hand over mine to steady it. "I'm sorry if that offended you, but it's not personal," she says. "As if it could be anything but personal," I say, without a thought for who I'm talking to. "Confidence. Hayes is all that's left of my family. He's also, underneath that shell he wears, desperate for a place where he feels like he belongs. I will use my money. I will lie, I will offend, and I will do whatever to help him find it. After what he's gone through with that ex-wife," she says unapologetically. I lose my cool. "I bet you never offered her money to leave him alone, did you? Why? Because she wasn't a nobody from nowhere, right?" I say angrily. I throw my napkin onto the table and lean in so that I can lower my voice. I am not going to let her bullshit ruin this lunch for Hayes. I glance over my shoulder and see him pacing in front of the restaurant, deep in conversation. I turn back to his aunt. "That woman is criminally idiotic. I can assure you that I am not. Money is nice, but I don't want more of it than I need," I tell her. "Yeah, right," she says dismissively. "I know it's hard to imagine people not worshiping the same money god as you do," I say. "How dare you?" she asks. "How dare you?" I shoot right back. "You could have just asked me how I feel about him."
I'm angry and surprised by the sting of tears in the back of my eyes. Oh, I don't need to ask to know. It's obvious. But in my experience, love isn't ever enough. So I want to know what else you want from Hayes. I don't have to prove myself to you, I say indignantly. You're right, she says crisply, her eyes narrowing on me. But let me tell you, if any of the things you think he's good for are comfort or financial security, then that will prove itself too. I'm just trying to save us all a little time and a lot of heartbreak, she says coolly. I don't know whether to storm off or hug her. Gigi. Her eyebrows shoot up in surprise at the gentle deference in my voice. May I call you that? I ask. Of course you may, she says archly. I nod and smile politely. Then I take off the gloves. You've known him his whole life, and you're still putting a price tag on him. And I've only known him for 4 months, and I already know he's priceless, I snarl. How dare you, she gasps. You're going to have to stop saying that. I dare because no one is in charge of me but me. I point at my chest. Yes, I want him to spoil me, I say, and she smirks knowingly. I wipe it right back off. With respect, loyalty, and free and exclusive access to his glorious body. But I can finance myself, I say through gritted teeth. Well then, why are you two doing this dance where you're not together? What are you holding out for? She asks in frustration. I can see how much she loves Hayes. I can see how worried she really is for him. So I decide to ignore her disrespectful questions and innuendos and put her mind at ease. I sigh and search for the right words to describe Hayes and me right now. I love Hayes more than I've ever loved another man. Ever. But we're in a really weird place. He hurt me, and I'm trying to forgive him. Forgiveness doesn't come easily to me, but I'm trying, I tell her. And I am. I know he said what he did before he knew me, but honestly, I'm bothered by the fact that he would say it at all. My parents didn't do a lot right by me, but they raised me in a place where I was surrounded by a lot of other people who did do right by me. I wouldn't be who I am today without those people. They are my family. Even though I'm not there, that town, its people, and its future is the wind beneath my wings. I love them. I take my role as their daughter, sister, friend seriously. What happened? She asks. He insulted me, I say. So? She asks. So, when someone insults me, I feel like they're insulting the people I love, too. And I won't let anyone do that, not even the man I want to spend the rest of my life with, I say to her. The rest of your life, she gasps. Are you? Her throat bobs. No, not yet, I say. But he loves me. I will forgive him because I can't live without him, I confess, and my heart flutters as I say it out loud for the first time. I am certain of those things, and they are the reason I'm here. She grabs my hand across the table, and her eyes shine with tears. Oh, my dear, she says. I snatch my hand back. No, I shake my head. I'm not your dear, I say plainly. She pales a little. I know you were just trying to protect him, but have some faith in his judgment. And be honest with me. I hope this is just the beginning of our relationship. We should begin as we mean to go on. If you play games with me, we can be relatives, but never friends. I would much rather be friends. So please, just say what you mean and mean what you say, I ask. I watch her face and wait for her to respond. I hold my breath, very aware that I may have just made an enemy out of the one relative Hayes seems to hold in high regard, besides his brothers. She stares at me in complete disbelief for a full minute. I start preparing to explain to Hayes why I made his aunt cry or storm off or throw water in my face. Then she lets out a hoot of laughter that sends several heads turning in our direction. "Well, will you look at that?" she says, tears in her eyes and a huge grin on her face. "Look at what?" I ask. "He found you," she says, and digs into her food with gusto.
Laid bare. Hayes.
Tell me about your aunt.
Confidence asks as soon as we've parted ways with Gigi. The question stumps me for a second, not because I don't want to talk about her, but because I'd already moved on to what I wanted to show her.
I want to hear more about her,
Confidence says, and my heart warms because she sounds like she really means it. She's everything. The reason I don't have issues, the reason I can accept and give love. She took me in when no one else wanted me, and she put up with my shit and hasn't held it against me, I say, and smile as I think about the way Gigi and I knocked heads when we first met.
You love her?
She says it like it's a question. Of course I do, I say, and pull her down one alley off Rivers Wild's main street. Come on, I want to show you something.
What are we doing here?
She asks as we step out on the other side and onto a footpath that leads to the Oaks. I'm picking up my gate passes and my car. I want to show you my house.
You bought this house?
Confidence gasps when we step inside the 2-story foyer of the red brick house nestled in between a row of other 2-story red brick houses that make up this picturesque cul-de-sac on Wild Tree Lake. Yes, I bought this house, I respond, and take her hand and start for the stairs. When you see the view from the master bedroom upstairs, you'll see why, I tell her, and my excitement builds with each step up the staircase.
This is beautiful, Hayes,
she says, and glances around the house. I follow her gaze, and I have to agree. About 1/10 of the size of River's house, this is a house that already feels like home. I like it, I say, intentionally non-committal.
Like? How can you just like it?
She screeches and pulls her hand out of mine. She runs it up the cherry wood stair rails and sighs.
It's like the dream house on my Pinterest board,
she says. Is it? I ask. But I know it is. She showed me the first time I went to visit her. When I saw the pictures of this place on my realtor's site, I knew I was going to buy it. When I came to visit for the first time, I knew right away that this would be my home. Now, I hope she's going to feel the same way. I want to show you something, and then I want to tell you something, and then I want you to be as mad as you want about it. But when you're done, I'm fucking you. And when we leave this house later, we're going to be back together. Her eyes widen and her jaw drops before she composes herself.
Hayes,
she starts, her voice full of fight. I yank her to me and kiss her quiet. Her lips soften and her arms slip around my neck, and she kisses me back like she's been missing it as much as I have.
It feels so good, but I force myself to stop kissing her. Her eyes are glazed with desire. Her plump lips pout when I pull back.
I've told you about that caveman shit,
she grumbles, but nestles into me. Yeah, you told me. I press a kiss to the top of her head and wrap my arms around her. But that's what I become when I think about you. You're mine, and I'm not going to act like you're not for one more day. I breathe in a good whiff of her hair that's tickling my nose. She smells like sunflowers and rain, so clean and bright and strong. Come on. I put an arm around her waist and lead her to the bedroom. It, along with the rest of the house, is fully furnished and decorated. This room is kind of... Confidence looks around and searches for the right word to describe the explosion of white, yellow, and peach that is my bedroom.
I would say feminine, but that feels like a massive understatement.
She laughs and looks around.
Do you really sleep in that bed?
She points at the white four-poster bed with yellow drapes flowing from the top of it. Gigi took my do whatever you want too literally, I explain. But don't worry, baby. I plan on getting rid of it before you move in, I say.
Hayes, give you an inch,
she says. Oh, tesoro. By the time we leave this house tonight, I look at my watch and note that it says 11 a.m. I would have taken 10 miles and put in a request for another 100. You can say no, but I want you to look me in the eye and tell me you don't love me, because that is the only way I'll let you go, I tell her. She dips her head and hides her face, but I know my girl. She always puts a lock of hair between her lips and presses them together when she's happy but doesn't want to show it. She's holding the end of her ponytail between her fingers and is holding it to her mouth for a moment before she looks up.
And you need to stop telling me what's going to happen and how I'm going to feel and what you're going to do with me,
she says irritably. I've pushed enough for now, and in a few minutes I'm going to have a real battle on my hands. So I change the subject and steer us to the big bay window at the back of the bedroom. Look, I point over her shoulder into the distance.
Oh, wow. We can see all the way to the Habitat for Humanity project site.
She puts her hand on her throat. Have you been out there yet? I ask.
Yeah, once, just this week. I think it's awesome that Wild World has given up that parcel of land for its development,
she says, and I smile. That's not Wild World's land, I say as nonchalantly as I can.
Yes, it is. It shares the wall with Rivers Wild,
she argues. I know. You know that the land Rivers Wild is built on all used to belong to my family, right? I ask.
All of it?
She asks. Yes, all of it. That land beyond the wall, I say, and point to the short stone wall that was built to divide the land. All of that still belongs to us, I inform her.
What?
She turns around to face me.
You own all of that? Habitat for Humanity is building on your land?
She asks. No, they're building on their land. I donated it to them, nearly 50% of what's left, 1,000 acres for their project, I say.
You gave it to them?
She squeaks. Her head swings wildly back and forth between the expanse of green pasture land that's one of the most unique things about Houston. Urban and rural blend within feet of each other, and it's self-contained, but with easy ingress and egress to streets that are the major traffic arteries of the city and make the location ideal for commuters going to all of the major commercial centers in Houston.
the Galleria, downtown, Greenway, Katy, Sugarland, the medical center. She stares at me for a few minutes, her face tight with concentration, as if she's looking at a puzzle that makes no sense. "What?" I ask. She frowns. "It's just that there's a dissonance between your actions and words, Hayes. Last time we talked about this, you were shocked that we wouldn't accept a settlement. Now you've committed your family's resources to doing exactly what you refused to do last week." "Well, it was actually almost 2 weeks ago, and then I hadn't been to see any of the properties. I hadn't met Matt and Jasmine and their 10-month-old who couldn't go anywhere without the machine they used to treat his asthma," I say. "I heard about your visits," she says. "Your little note-taker was very proud of himself." "He's a good kid. And after those visits, I decided to make that donation. Some of those units should have been condemned before the flood." I shake my head as I remember the rubble and debris that still lay strewn in the parking lots of these units. It's a disgrace, and I couldn't sit by while they suffered. "Does Remy know that? Why wouldn't he tell me that?" she asks. "Because I asked him not to. I wanted to tell you myself, and I didn't want you to know until I thought you were ready to hear it," I tell her. Her eyes narrow slightly. "Why do you get to decide what I'm ready for?" she asks. "Because I'm the decider," I say, mimicking George W. Bush's infamous words. "Oh, really?" she asks and crosses her arms over her chest. "Yes, that's what I do. I make decisions that I think are best for myself and my family. Sometimes they mean I will have to hurt the people I love, not be candid with them, move them around like pawns," I say. "How do you feel about that?" she asks, surprising me with how soft her voice is. "I feel fine about it. I'm not impulsive, Confidence. When I act, it's after long deliberation. There have been moments in my life where I didn't think, where I just acted, and I hurt people without any really good reason. The ends didn't justify the means." "You should hear yourself, Hayes. You're a stage 5 control freak," she says, but her voice is completely devoid of recrimination. In fact, I hear shades of pity, and I don't fucking like it. "I have to be," I say tightly. She holds her hand out to me, and I step forward and take it. She brings it to her lips and brushes the back of them in a sweeping motion. She looks up at me through her lashes, and I'm struck by how every time she looks at me, her eyes nearly lay me flat. "You can't control people, Hayes," she whispers, and a knot tightens in my chest at the distress in her voice. "I'm not trying to control anyone. I just take opportunities when I see them," I say, and before she can cut me off, I tell her what I've been dreading. Like when I realized that Kingdom wasn't going to do anything they weren't forced to when it came to the tenants, I knew Remy would need the best lawyer on his team. "What do you mean?" she asks, and then her eyes widen and her mouth falls open. She drops my hand. "You didn't," she says quietly. I'm shocked she hasn't guessed already. She jumps to her feet. "If you say that you asked Remy to hire me, I'm going to walk out of this room, and if you try to stop me, I will scream at the top of my lungs until someone calls the police," she yells. "Fuck. I didn't ask Remy to hire you," I hedge. "But," she bites out between her clenched jaw, "but I did bring you to his attention," I say. She growls and balls her fists. "Why, Hayes? Because you wanted me here so badly that you'd convince your friend to give me a job I wouldn't be considered for otherwise?
How do you think that makes me feel? After everything I shared with you, you know that is the very last thing I would want," she says and starts for the door. My arm whips out like a lasso and I draw her to me. "No, you aren't leaving," I say, and scream because the closest house is 3 empty lots away, and you'll be screaming for nothing because you know I will not hurt a hair on your head to keep you from leaving, I say. She looks pointedly at her arm where my hand is cuffed around it. I let go. "I'm not holding you, but you're not walking out of here over that. You needed a job. This one was perfect for you, and Remington already had your resume. He just needed someone to vouch for you, and I did," I say. "But you know him now. Do you think he would have hired you because his friend asked him to? His twin sister works somewhere else because he wouldn't hire her," I remind her. Some of the fight flows out of her. "Why didn't you tell me then?" she questions. Her voice is raised to a near shout. Her eyes are pools of conflict. She's angry, hurt, but she also understands. "Because you are so fucking stubborn, Tesoro," I say in exasperation. "You would have cut off your nose to spite your face and spit in Remy's the minute you knew I was involved," I say. "I would not have," she says. "Liar," I taunt her. "I would not have. Not everything is about you," she says. "Liar," I say again. "Stop saying that," she says angrily. "Stop lying," I say. "You are not a mind reader," she yells now. She's practically vibrating, but with something much more potent, vibrant, and transformative than anger. It is relief and acquiescence. She's relenting. I press my advantage. "You and I are cut from the same cloth, molded from the same earth, sky, water, and fire. I can read you." I trace a line down her forearm. "Did you do this because you wanted me to take you back?" she asks and points out at the development. "Partly, yes, but not just because I want you on my arm and in my bed, but because I need you by my side," I say. "You do?" she asks, and I laugh at the surprise in her voice. I nod over at the window, at the land. "I could have sold it. It's some of the most valuable land in Texas, but what's the point of enriching my family and living in a walled-off castle when the rest of the world is burning, or, in Houston's case, drowning? But I wouldn't have considered it if I hadn't met you. At least, not as quickly," I admit. "So you did it because—" "Because I knew it was the right thing to do. The only thing I could do. You said this should be a personal problem, and you're right. When I think about what I want the legacy of my times as head of this family to be, I find that preserving it isn't enough, not just for the sake of it, anyway. That land has sat empty for 200 years. It doesn't flood, the only real expense of it are the property taxes, and because it was a donation and they're a 501c3, it's a nice tax holiday for all of us. So, win-win," I say with a shrug. "My brother is on death row. He killed my father during one of their drunken rages," she blurts out suddenly, and I freeze. "What?" I say, because I don't know how else to respond. "Yeah, the one named Fortune," she says. "What happened?" I ask her. "There was a terrible storm that night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been home," she says, her tone a little wistful. "When they were both drunk, I couldn't bear to be under the same roof. But the river was already swollen from rain a few days before, so it was flooding. I was trapped in the house, and they were fighting over the last beer. Fortune had opened it, and Daddy snatched it from him. The bottle broke, and Fortune stuck the edge of it into Daddy's neck, and
He bled to death right there, while my mother and I hid under the dinner table," she says dimly. I convulse in horror. That's unimaginable. "I love where I come from, but I could never live there again. I was trapped between two terrors, and it was only when one was gone that I was able to escape the other," she says, her eyes distant and dull. She's drawn her knees up to her chest, her heels rest on the edge of the window seat cushion, and her feet are dangling off the edge. Just then, I can see her as a young girl, sitting on the edge of a river bank, her long hair hanging off one shoulder as she looks over it at the danger behind her, her toes being tickled by the water while she listened for the danger at her front. "Did he hurt you?" I ask, even though I absolutely do not want to know if he did. I know that if she says yes, I will never rest well, knowing someone hurt this woman, and I will never be able to make them pay. "Of course, but he also made me stronger. I always fought back. I never took my beating lying down," she says, and I want to go and find her brother and spare him the comfort of that needle. "Well, am I free to go?" she asks quietly. "Free to go where?" I ask, truly confused. "Don't you want me to leave? Isn't this exactly the kind of thing you'd wanted to know and avoid when you ordered the background check?" she asks. "For a smart woman, you're pretty damn obtuse," I say. "I told you why I ordered it, and that by the time it came through, I didn't care what it said," I remind her. "And you care now?" she asks quietly. "Did you not hear me earlier?" I ask, and place my hands on her shoulders. "Which part?" she says. Her smile is small, but it's there, for the first time all day. I skim her arms, and the sweep of all of that unbelievably soft skin at my fingers makes me want to take her clothes off and pull her supple body against mine and show her what my words have failed to. That I need her constantly, that she owns me as completely as I own her, that I love her endlessly. The part about you and me being made from the same combination of elements, about you being mine. Still, tesoro, knowing didn't change anything. In fact, it just showed me how alike we are. "Why? Are your relatives murderers too?" she asks, and shoves her hands through her hair and looks up to the ceiling in despair. "Maybe," I shrug and think about it quickly. "I don't know," I say. "Well, then they're not. If you had a murderer in your family, you would know it, trust me," she says. "Then I don't know that I would care. You've been shaped by the river, learned more from it than you did from the man who spawned you. You are not him. You have shaped me," I tell her. "Right," she laughs. I ignore her and press on. "You know the Mississippi River starts in Minnesota, right?" I ask her. "Of course I do," she says. "Well, at its mouth, it's narrow enough that you can walk across it in less than a dozen steps," I say. She looks at me, eyebrows raised in question. "You're like that river, at least in the way you've affected me," I say. "How? Easy to cross?" she says morosely. "Oh, stop pouting." I chuck her under the chin. "I mean that you started like that for me, a pinprick-sized drop of water on the very still waters of my life, and the minute you touched me, you caused a ripple that blurred everything I thought I was certain of. the way I saw myself, my obligations, my future. And now, just like that river you love so much does, it winds its way south. You rush through me, and I'm drowning in you. I kiss her quickly. I'm all for you loving me, but it's not worth your life. She uses the very same joke I made that night in the hot tub, and I laugh. Actually, I can breathe deeply for the first time in a long time. I know we're from totally different worlds, but I feel like we're also from the very same one. We love our family, not just the ones who were born of our blood. My brothers, Stone and Bo, aren't biologically related to me at all. I tell her, you're not the daughter of a sadistic drunk and the sister of a killer. I'm not the scion of a line of philanthropic but short-sighted men and faithless women. Our legacies, what we choose to leave of ourselves in this world, is up to us. She sighs. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I ask her. She purses her lips, and then she blows out a breath. I don't talk about it. No one in Amarel does. It's our collective secret. We all like to pretend that Merle, that's my dad, never existed, and that Fortune is already dead, she says quietly. And I'm ashamed of what they did and how I deny them. But to acknowledge them is to remind everyone not just that my brother killed my father, but about the blood that runs in my veins. It means something that it's part of my history, and in a way, that's more than just a random moment, that it shaped me, reduced me, just like the river, just like I thought Nigel had done, just like I was afraid you'd do if I gave you another chance, she says. I grasp her chin a little more forcefully than I need to and turn her face toward mine. There is nothing that could reduce you. You wear your name like a crown, and it's one of the truest things about you, I tell her. She sniffs dismissively. It feels like a joke, and I'm afraid sometimes that it is. My brother Fortune is going to die on a table with a state-sanctioned poison-filled needle in his arm. My brother Happiness ran away before he was 13. I can't imagine that his life has brought him much of his name's meaning. She shakes her head. Well, first, I think you're giving your parents a lot of credit. Your mother, I will say, seems lovely. But fortune teller didn't seem to be one of her skills. They gave you a name they liked. You've made it your own. You can decide that what you've done with your life is worth less than some whim by your parents 27 years ago, but you would be lying to yourself, I tell her. She looks up at me through her long lashes and smiles. You believe in yourself. Enough to see beyond your current situation and reach for more. It's more than I can say for myself. I didn't consider that your interest in me could be more than all of the things that I've used to define myself. But I swear, by the time we left Italy, I knew I didn't care what it said, and I knew that I could trust you, I say. And then I add the part that has been a more recent revelation. I know that one of the reasons that people think of my money when they look at me is because that's what I show them. I started changing that after your visit. If I wanted more from people, I had to give more, I say. You asked me that about wanting more from my experiences than money could buy. Oh, Hayes, she says wistfully. What? Thank you for speaking so my heart could hear. I don't want to be bought. I don't want to be wooed with flowers or nice trips. I want to be wowed by you living your best life, because I want to live mine too, she says. Let's do it together. I pull her off the window seat and carry her toward the bed.
What are you doing? She cries. I'm still talking.
Well, when you're done, you're going to put your pussy on my dick and make it dance, I say. I just want to get you in position.
Aren't you mad that I didn't tell you sooner? How do you not have any more reaction than this? She asks.
I already knew, I admit, and then brace for her reaction. Her body tenses, and I just hold on tighter.
You knew?
Yeah, after you left that day, I read it. I wanted to know what spooked you so badly, I say. She glares at me. I smile at her. Her glare falls apart, and her mouth trembles before she covers it with her hands. You have the heart, spirit, and courage of a queen. I'm proud to know you. Proud that you love me. You've taken something and made it into nothing, I say. She rolls her eyes.
You've got it backward, she says exasperatedly.
No, I don't. I'm telling you that you have taken something that should have reduced you, changed you, trapped you, maybe even erased you, and you have made it something so insignificant that you can leave it out of your life story and no one will know it's missing. I explain. The light in her eyes changes. It softens, becomes more luminous, and she relaxes in my hold.
You really don't care?
She asks. Of course I care, but not in the way you think. I'm sorry you lived through that. I care that you think it's something you should be ashamed of.
I worry sometimes that it's in my blood,
she whispers, and clouds roll into her eyes, so I sit down on the bed with her still in my arms. What is?
That violence, not because I feel inclined to it, but because I always know when it's coming. Will I pass it on? Will it suddenly rear its head?
She sounds dejected. I squeeze her a little. My grandfather was a cruel man. Everyone acts like he walked on water because he donated money for a hospital and because his name was Rivers. But I know what he was. My father, for all of his failings, raised me to believe I am my own man. He sent me to Gigi to make sure Thomas wouldn't ruin that. And as much as I resented it then, I'm very grateful for it now as an adult. Because I can see that left to Thomas, I'd probably be just like him, forgetting that my name is more than an access card for us. It can also be one for others. There is no such thing as a generational curse. There's intent and action.
Then why do you feel responsible for what Kingdom has done? Why are you spending this money and time on the flood victims?
Because I can. Because it's a chance to correct the course, and I'm taking it. I'm not trying to raise people from the dead, Tesoro, just trying to fix things going forward.
What if I make the same mistakes they did?
She asks. I hate to break it to you, Tesoro, but you have your own flaws to worry about. You're stubborn, impulsive, and for all your instincts about violence, you seem to walk into danger all the time, like falling off cliffs that you go walking down at night. I tap the tip of her nose with my finger.
Don't touch my nose, it'll make me sneeze. And thanks for the praise.
She shoves my shoulder lightly. Tell me mine, I ask.
Your flaws?
I know, you probably have to think really hard about it, I joke.
You're possessive, cynical, and suspicious,
she says without missing a beat. I let out a bark of surprised laughter, and then I kiss her softly.
And you're perfect and mine,
she adds. A cloud breaks over us. Sun streams in, and it feels like the return from a long march, and I'm so glad to be home. When I break the kiss, she cups my face and sighs my name. Yeah, that's better. Next time you say my name, though, I want you to scream it, I say, then stand up and throw her onto the bed.
Thunder. Confidence. I land on Hayes's mattress with a small bounce and a little shriek. My heart is thudding as I push my hair out of my eyes and see him looking at me like I'm the very last meal he'll ever eat. His nostrils flared, his eyes hot with desire, and his lips are flushed. Mine tingle, sending signals to him that they want to feel him, all of him. I've missed him more than I can say. Sex was one of the ways we communicated. We would say, I love you, I hate you, I'm scared, I'm angry when we fuck. And now, I'm hungry to know everything he's kept from me in the time we haven't touched each other. Tesoro, he says huskily and pulls his shirt off. I can't believe all of that is mine. He pulls his jeans off, too, and the most beautiful cock in the world peeks out of the top of his boxers. Come here. I crook my finger, and he lies down next to me. He slides one of his strong, warm hands up my thigh and cups my pussy. Fuck. You can never, ever keep this from me again, he says, and pinches my clit. I gasp loudly, sharply, and I rock into his hand as heat and wetness fill my panties, and I press against the warmth of his palm. He dips his head and takes my lips with his, and I sob at how perfectly right it feels to have my lips in the sacred embrace of his. I love you so much, he whispers into my mouth. I never want to be away from you, Tesoro. Never. He grabs the front of my blouse and yanks until the straps give. The fabric sliding down my body sends a rush of anticipation across my skin like a river of electric shocks. I love you too, I say urgently, desperate to get these words out of the way so that I fall into his kiss and drown in the river of emotion he swept me away on. He gives me what we both need. He cups the back of my neck and rolls us until he's lying on top of me, and then he slams his mouth onto mine and pushes past my lips and sweeps my mouth with his tongue. He kisses me like that, and I can't breathe. I don't wanna. I want to die with him stealing the breath from my lungs. I want to drown in him. When he drags his lips off my mouth, he takes my lower lip with him and holds onto it with his teeth. The sting of his bite feels so good, just like everything he gives me, even when it hurts. He drops his forehead onto mine. Our chests heave in unison. We breathe, nose to nose, open mouth to open mouth. His eyes are shining, and they hold me in a trap so exquisitely loving that I feel like I'm floating. I would cross galaxies for you, swim every ocean, fight dragons, he says, and his hands push my skirt up around my waist. He pushes my panties aside, wets his fingers by pressing them into my mouth, and then slips his hand between us. He skims my clit with the edge of his blunt fingernail and then slides 3 of his big fingers into me. I cry out at the sharp bite of my flesh stretching. He pushes them in, pulls them back out, and bends his head to my breast. I love seeing you like this. Your pussy is so goddamn tight, Tesoro,
He captures my nipple through the lace of my bra. He bites it and flicks the sensitive flat of it with the firm tip of his tongue. I'm chanting his name, and he finger fucks me harder, bites my swollen nipple, and tears leak from the corner of my eyes as my orgasm breaks with no warning. Ti amo tanto, he says against my chest, and I feel the reverberation of his words in my heart. I love you too, I respond. He kisses his way upward. His mouth is wet, his breath hot as his breathing grows more ragged. C'est la mia anima gemella, he says as he parts my thighs. And you are mine, I respond. Non posso vivere senza te, he says, and slides into me with one deep, powerful thrust forward of his hips. You'll never have to live without me, I assure him. He grips the headboard. Ti fotterò così forte, he growls. I don't know what that means, I moan when he pulls back out. It means I'm going to fuck you so hard. He bites his lip and tightens his grip on the headboard. I'm mesmerized by the flex and bulge of his big biceps over my head. So hard that what? Let me show you, he says, and he thrusts up into me so hard my whole body slides up the mattress and the headboard rattles. Let me ride that wave, tesoro. He pulls back out of me, and I smile wide, lick my dry lips, and gaze up at my god of sin, my Duke of Midnight, my Renaissance man, my heartbreaker, my heart fixer, my everything. I'll never stop falling in love with him. We make magic together. I want to hold my breath and stop time. The feeling I have of being enough, of being loved for all that I am, with no desire to change anything about me, with more than acceptance of the baggage I bring, with pride. I want him and this forever. Right now, though, even that wouldn't be long enough for me. You make me so fucking crazy. He puts one hand on my hip and starts short, deep, hard, fast, and my eyes roll to the top of my head at the intensity of his fucking. I feel like I'm being consumed. Sei il tesoro più prezioso che ho trovato e che vorrei custodire per sempre. I have no idea what that means, but I remember the first time he called me tesoro, and my heart swells. I flash back to the moment I fell in love with him. It was that night on the ledge when I was sure that I was going to die, and my heart, facing its potential demise, made a decision. If he hadn't been there, I wouldn't have made it off that cliff, and since that night, he's owned my heart. That river will roll over the delta whenever nature commands her to, without any regard for the best-laid plans of mice and men. And Hayes, my river, will roll over me, and I will love him through it all because my heart has chosen him. I would rearrange the universe to have you, he says, and his body flexes over me. The muscles in his shoulders and arms flex under the smooth, golden-hued skin that covers his beautiful body, and his thrust is so deep and hard that I'm sure he'll split me in half. His chest heaves, and he thrusts up again. Rearrange me, I sigh, and he thrusts even harder. Shatter me, I beg, and he fucks me hard. His arms and chest flex and ripple over my head, and when I come in the most spectacular explosion of tension I've ever felt, my whole world distills to the moment that would make this act between us a covenant, a promise.
He grunts into my neck and drills me into the mattress. Yes, I will never get enough of this. He lifts onto his knees and grips the headboard, his lower lips trapped between his teeth, his body moving like a machine between my thighs, fast, hard, and unrelenting, until he throws his head and shouts my name between grunts. He pulls out and spurts on my stomach and thighs. I claim you. He pants before he slides back into me. Our cum mingles and smears between our sweaty bodies. I lift my hips and press us together. My orgasm's aftershocks are still sending dancing, shimmering shivers of electricity through me. Then Hayes drops his big body onto the bed next to me, and a huge cracking sound is our only warning before the entire bed collapses beneath us. We lay on the sunken mattress and stare at each other before we burst out into laughter. Then, as if in response to our mirth, the splatter of rain starts to beat on the window. It was raining during our first time in Italy, I remind him. Because thunder only happens when it's raining. He croons the hook to the Fleetwood Mac classic in my ear. And I promise you, this is the only place where we'll make this kind of noise. In our home, there will always be peace. You'll always be safe, he whispers, and pulls me into his arms. And then he rolls me over, slides back into me, and we make a storm of our own. Surprise. Confidence. 2 weeks later. Hey, I'm heading to Sweet and Lowe's after my appointment at Blush. Want to meet me for coffee? I whisper in Hayes's ear. His eyes are closed, but he's been awake for at least 5 minutes. I heard the change in his breathing when I stepped out of my bathroom. I let him pretend, though, so he could watch me. I got dressed right in front of him. His broad, sun-darkened, muscular shoulders twitched when I slipped my panties on, but otherwise, he hasn't moved. I inhale the scent of his sleep and sweat and our sex, and I want to get back into bed with him. But I have an appointment at Blush where it's very hard to get an appointment. It's one of Houston's premier hair salons. The hair stylist, Tanaka, is one of the most sought-after stylists and colorists in the country, and she had a cancellation 4 weeks ago that bumped me up on the wait list, and no way am I missing it, not even for a morning ride on Hayes's gloriously thick dick. Yeah, I'll meet you. His sleep-roughened voice is sexy, and the way his mouth moves as he forms his words is something I could sit and watch all day. What time? He asks sleepily into his pillow. I glance at my watch and do some quick math. Maybe around 11 a.m., I say. One of his eyes pops open, and he peers at the alarm clock by my bed and flips over wide-eyed to stare at me. Are you having a quadruple bypass? Why does it take 4 hours to get your hair done? He asks. I smack his shoulders, and then my hand goes back for a more tender caress of the skin that's wrapped around the love of my life. I don't have time to explain. Go back to sleep. You put in some good work last night. You must be tired. I stand to leave. His long, sculpted arm darts out, and he wraps his fingers around my wrist. I lean in for a quick kiss and think if I skip my stop for coffee, I'll have time for a quick little something. Not that there's ever been anything quick and little about sex with Hayes. The thought of coffee turns my stomach so violently that I pull back right before our lips touch and sit back down. You okay? He asks. His eyes are only half open, and those beautiful, wild hazel eyes are full of real concern. Yeah, I'm fine.
I don't know what the hell. I just felt a little sick when I thought about coffee, which is crazy, 'cause I can't imagine how I'd get through the day without it. Get back into bed, and I'll give you the other thing you can't get through the day without. He tugs me back to him. No, if I don't get this appointment, I'll be in a bad mood until I get my hair done by her, and that's at least a month away, if I'm lucky. I tell him grouchily, but only because his offer is so tempting. I think your hair looks amazing, he says. Because you're a man and you're fucking me. You probably don't remember what color the hair on my head is unless I'm standing in front of you. I joke and stand up again. I'm insulted. You have no idea how much time I spend thinking about your hair, wrapped around my fists when you're on your knees in front of me, draped around my hips when your lips are wrapped around my cock, falling down around me when you're riding me. Not when it's blowing in the wind while we stroll? I ask, and shake my head in feigned disappointment. What fun would that be? He asks. His grin is so wide and happy. I snap a picture of him with my phone and stare at it a beat before I look back at him. His eyes are sparkling. His morning stubble is dark and heavy, and his smile is full of contentment that I put there. No fun at all, I agree before I turn to leave. Come back to bed, he calls after. No way am I going to be late for this. I'll see you soon. Bye. I check a peace sign at him and then walk happily out the door. Well, well, well. The dark-haired, olive-skinned, handsome man behind the reception desk at Blush drawls in the most beautiful baritone I've ever heard. I stop and look over my shoulder to find who he could be talking to, because it can't be me. There's nothing interesting enough about me to warrant that intrigued look on his face. There's no one there. I turn back to face him and plaster a confused smile on my face. Are you talking to me? I ask. His jaw drops, his eyes bug out of his head, and he slaps his cheeks and then he shrieks. Loudly. I spin on my heel to get the hell out of there. Wait, he calls in that baritone again, and in a display of superhuman speed, he's behind me with a hand on my shoulder, stopping me. Where are you going? He asks with an amused chuckle. Why'd you scream? I ask him angrily and fold my arms across my chest while I wait for him to respond. Because you look like Jane Mansfield, who is like my favorite actress of all time, and then you open your mouth and you sound like Dolly Parton, who is my favorite singer of all time, he explains. I love and respect Dolly like any good Southerner, but I do not sound like her, and I don't know who Jane is. He actually steps back, grips his chin thoughtfully, and studies my chest. I'm telling you, if we brightened up that blonde all over and gave you one more bra cup, you'd be a dead ringer, he says. This is probably the strangest conversation I've ever had in my life, I say. It's not strange, he pouts. They're my idols. It's like Dolly Parton and Jane Mansfield had a baby and sent her to deliver me from an ordinary existence. He claps his hands together repeatedly in my face. I smile and step around him. Oh, I see. You're crazy. I point at him with a knowing smile. Totally, sister, and I ain't afraid to show it. He winks, and then we both laugh. I'm Noe. He sticks out his hand to introduce himself. I shake his big, warm, very soft hand. What hand lotion do you use, and where can I get some? Oh, it's my own special blend, he says with a wink, and I pull my hand out of his. Are you making a sexual innuendo that implies that your special blend is your spunk? 'Cause if so, that is so nasty, I say. Nasty? Oh, sweet baby Jesus, you said nasty and you sound just like Dolly.
Please tell me you're a customer, and you're going to come in at least once a week." He throws his head back dramatically. "I might come back once a week if this is the reception I get. I feel special," I say with a cheeky smile. "You are special, and hot to trot, too. But we can't stand here gabbing all day. Tanaka is a stickler for time, even for two hot-to-trot blonde bombshells with great tits." He gives me an exaggerated wink and grin, grabs me by the elbow, and leads me to the receptionist's desk. I'm totally charmed by him. People who can talk to anyone amaze me. "What time is your appointment?" he asks as he leads me back to the reception desk. "It's at 7:30. Color cut and a blowout," I say excitedly. "Okay, I'm going to need you to fill out all the paperwork again," he says, and hands me a clipboard. I look down at the stack of papers and recognize the first one. "I filled these out online when I made my appointment. Why did you have me do it if I was going to have to do it again?" I say, and look at him quizzically. This is one of my biggest pet peeves, so my good humor fizzles. He frowns sympathetically, either ignoring or missing my irritation. "I'm sorry, but your submission was all messed up. Your name was off, so we thought there might be other errors. I made the executive decision to delete it and have you do it again." He pats my hand in more misguided sympathy. "Since we're worried about the time, just fill out that top form, okay? You can do the rest while you're under the dryer with your foils." He winks. I purse my lips but fill out the form quickly. Filling out redundant forms will not get between me and the magician who's going to be like the miller's daughter in Rumpelstiltskin and turn this hay into gold, I say, and then cringe at the high-pitched fangirl tone in my voice. "Sorry," I mutter to Noe without looking up at him. "No problem, Dolly. She's a legend, and we get people in here acting like they're about to be baptized. You're tame, for now. Wait till you get done with your hair. You'll be like one of those television pastors. It's why our advertising budget is 0, he says proudly. I hand him the paper and he frowns. He blinks up at me and then looks back at the paper and says, "Your name is Confidence?" he asks. "Yes, I know it's unusual, weird, whatever, but it's mine," I say. "I erased your e-submission because I thought it was an error. What a fucking fabulous name," he says. "Thank you," I grin. "But I'm still calling you Dolly, 'cause that is how I'll always think of you," he says. Fair enough. There are a lot worse things than being named after an idol. I agree. "Okay, come on back. Let me get you settled in Tanaka's chair. We book our clients so everyone has 30 minutes where they have her exclusive attention. Since it's your first time, she'll have a lot of questions. I'll get you some champagne to sip while you're chatting," he says. "I was thinking more like coffee," I say, and then swallow down the saliva that floods my mouth at the word. "Or maybe something that's more suitable for morning consumption," I say. "I'll add orange juice to your mimosa," he says, and walks me back to the room where one chair sits facing a full-wall mirror. Next to it is a small stand cluttered with flat irons, brushes, and bottles of product. "Have a seat. Tanaka will be here in less than a minute." He pats my shoulder lightly and turns to leave. "I'll be back with your mimosa. I squeeze the juice fresh, so it will be a few." And then he disappears through a door in the back of the room. I stare at myself in the mirror. Do I really look like Dolly Parton? I mean, I'm blonde, short, bigger than average breasts, bigger than average ass, tiny waist that I inherited from my father. My hair is unruly, but that's because I haven't washed it in 2 days and haven't brushed it in a day. My bare, shorts-clad legs dangle several inches off the floor,
The toes of my topsiders barely skim it when I try to reach. My stomach grumbles, and I put a hand over it. I should have eaten breakfast. I wonder if I could bribe someone to run across to Sweet and Lowe's for one of their ridiculously perfect almond croissants. "Hey, I am Tanaka," a loud, lyrical voice sings at me just before a very tall, very beautiful woman steps through the same door Noe had left through. She looks like Tara from True Blood, even down to the black leather jeans hugging her endlessly long legs. "Hello." I do my best Adele impersonation. "Tisk, tisk, tisk." She shakes her head. "Only I sing," she says pleasantly but firmly. "As it should be," I admit. "Your hair is a disaster," she scolds. "What a waste of beautiful cuticles. You do not take care of it," she says, and picks up a few strands of my hair. She pulls a little magnifying glass out of her pocket and holds my hair under it. "What is this color at the end?" she demands, dropping the lock of hair unceremoniously before taking a step back to eye me closely. "That's my color. I've just got through growing out a terrible brown I got from some online company that has since disappeared." "Are you saying that's your natural color?" she asks, disbelief plain in her voice. "Yes, it is. Why?" "I've been trying to mix a blonde just this shade for the last 6 years, and I've never managed to get it quite like this." She picks the hair up again and strokes it. She slides her hand closer to my roots and said, "This color, though, it needs some help. I saw you want a color cut blowout." "Yes," I say. "Okay, well, you've got such heavy hair. I think we should cut about 5 inches from the back and maybe 7 from the front," she says casually. No. I was thinking maybe 1/2 inch off the ends," I say. "Well, if that's what you want, there are about 8 chain hair salons within 2 miles of here. Go there. They can do that. You do not need me for that," she says, and I jump out of my seat. "No, I don't want to go there, but I don't want to cut all my hair off," I say. "Why not?" she asks, like it's a true puzzle. "Because that's not what I had in mind, and you can't expect me to just say okay when you're talking about cutting my hair up to my shoulders," I say. "Trust me, if you do not like it, I will do your hair for you every single week for a year and not charge you a single cent," she says. "Really?" I ask in surprise. "You will love it. But yes, in case you're truly an idiot, I will abide by my word and put up with having a person with bad taste in my chair every week for a year without getting paid a penny," she says. "Okay, although somehow that doesn't sound like it would be very much fun," I say. "Oh, it would be a lot of fun. I do not take orders. I style what I see. The heads of hair that lead you here are all my vision, not what those men and women walked in and demanded. So, if you want to keep this long towel of hair on your head, you can go find someone else to help you with that. But I will never give you another appointment, so think carefully before you leave," she says. "God, you're ruthless," I say. I look in the mirror. I lift my hair off my neck and turn my head to look at my profile. "It wouldn't be that short. Your neck isn't long enough to make that flattering," she says. "Please, think nothing of my tender feelings. Pick me apart. I can take it," I say.
Did you come for flattery, or because you want to walk out of here looking like the very best version of yourself? The latter. I'm ready. Do what you will. You'll be happy. My motto is, if you leave pretty, you'll come often. And I've only had 2 clients in 20 years leave here unhappy, and they were both insane. She says this with a straight face. I'm ready. Do what you will, I say in resignation. Excellent. She claps her bejeweled hands together. I look past her into the mirror and say a silent goodbye to my hair. Let me ask you some questions before we go ahead with the color, she says, and pulls a small piece of paper out of her pocket. D.O.B., April 25th, 1990. She glances up at me. You need to start using eye cream. You've got the beginnings of fine lines that no 28-year-old should have, she says, and then she glances back down. Yeah, just tap at my ego. I wasn't going to use it today anyway, I say. That was just advice from woman to woman. I've got melanin on my side, but I've been using eye cream since I was 15. I'm 45 and look the same age as you, she says with a shrug. If you want to age terribly, feel free to ignore me, she says. I smile stiffly and make a mental note to visit Sephora before the weekend is out. When was your last period? She asks. You left that blank. She points at the paper when I don't answer. I didn't realize that was a required question. I frown. Well, there's all this hysteria about pregnancy and hair dye, so I always ask to make sure you're not possibly pregnant because there's a general consensus that you don't dye your hair until the 2nd trimester, she says. Well, I'm on the pill, so I say, okay, great. So when was your last period? Let me see. I keep track of it, so let me go see when I last wrote it in, I say, and I pull my phone out of my purse and look at my calendar. I start scrolling. I scroll back to September, scan the calendar, and realize there's no entry for the week my period usually shows up. I say, and go back to August and see the same. I look back at July and see the dates. July 28th, I say, and when she just stares at me, I throw my head back against the chair. No, I'm not, I say unequivocally. Why? Are you celibate? She asks. No, but I'm on birth control, I say, and it sounds more like a plea than a statement. Then that baby really wanted you to be its mama. She points at my very flat stomach and shrugs. How can you sound so cheery? I snap. 'Cause I'm not the one who's unexpectedly pregnant, she says. I'm not pregnant, I insist. Well, one way to find out. She turns around and yanks open a drawer on her little stand of tools. She turns around and holds up a pregnancy test. Why in the world do you have pregnancy tests in your drawer? I ask and stare at her wild-eyed. Ain't I a hairdresser? She asks impatiently. Do you know how many times a week I see that deer in the headlights look that's on your face right now? I ask this 10 times a day. Just go back to the bathroom and get it done. No, I am not taking a pregnancy test just because I forgot to write down my period last month, I say and put my hands up to ward her off. How is it possible for my stomach to feel heavy and flutter at the same time? My heart is racing and my skin is tingling. I can't even think straight. Okay, but I can't color your hair today, she says. Of course you can, I cry in desperation. This can't be happening. She sighs. Let me be more deliberate with my word choice, she says slowly. I won't color your hair today. Not unless you pee on that stick and it's negative, she announces. Okay, fine. Don't color my hair. I'll get the cut and the blowout, I say, and watch her drop the test back in the drawer. I have a moment of regret where I think I should have just taken it, but I can't do it. Noé walks in with a mimosa on a small silver tray he's carrying like it's a tray of crown jewels. Good Lord, did you grow the oranges yourself? She asks. So sorry. I had to run out to Randall's to get the oranges. We were out, he says, and he drops the mimosa down in front of me. I pick it up and start to take a sip, and my stomach grumbles. And I know I'm not pregnant, but I put it down because if I am, it would be very irresponsible to drink it without having proof. The thought of a baby, Hayes's baby, inside of me makes me dizzy. But at the trailing tip of the whirlwind of disbelief, panic, worry, doubt, and surprise is a bolt of joy. Hayes. His baby. I close my eyes and see a bundle with silky chocolate curls and glittering topaz hazel eyes. Come, let's go back to the bowl, she says and starts to stand me up. I've changed my mind, I say before I can talk myself out of it. I want to take it, I say and stick my hand out. Okay, here you go, she says, and then points me in the direction of the bathroom.
Distracted. Hayes.
Hayes, good morning.
Amelia's graver-than-normal voice makes me wish I had ignored her call. I finish tying the laces of my sneakers and sit down on the bed. Your voice makes me think there's nothing good about this particular Saturday morning, so let's just cut straight to the chase, I tell her.
Your uncle and stepmother are mounting a petition to have you ousted as chairman of the board,
she says. You're kidding, I say, and drop my forehead into my hand. That rat-faced motherfucker. I've been treating him with kid gloves, but they're about to come off.
Hayes?
Amelia calls my name when I don't say anything more. Can they do it? I ask.
Well, yes, clearly, because they have,
she says. No, I mean, is there a way to remove me? I thought it was a position I held until death, I said.
Normally that is the case, but there's a clause for removal if you are unfit to hold the role. That is the clause they have evoked,
she says. Unfit? I breathe into the phone in complete indignation. In what way? By what measure? I demand.
By reason of illegitimacy,
she says slowly, meaningfully. Illegitimacy? I ask.
Yes, Hayes. They're demanding a DNA test, and I would suggest you comply with any protest.
I don't understand, I say. A DNA test for what? That would only help them if I wasn't my father's son, I say angrily. Amelia is silent. Are they implying I'm not my father's son? I demand an answer, but my throat is dry and my heart is beating faster now.
That's exactly what they're implying,
she says. Based on what?
Based on what they say is a discrepancy between your mother's medical records and death certificate. I don't know what that means. Do you?
She asks pointedly. Of course not. That's ridiculous. I'll take the DNA test today. Shut this shit down now, and then I'm done playing nice with him, I say.
Okay, you can be done playing nice with him, but, Hayes, Is there any way at all that the paternity test could come back anything other than what you expect? This is an extraordinary move they've made. If it's a Hail Mary, it's a hell of a gamble.
I have a birth certificate with my parents' names on it. I have the same blood type. I look just like my father and my grandfather. This is ridiculous. It's an attempt to embarrass me. Send me the details on when and where I can take the test. The sooner the better, and I want those results expedited. I glance down at my watch. I'm late meeting Confidence, and I almost want to text her and ask her to meet me back at her place. But I'm not going to let this asshole ruin more than he's already tried to.
I'll send you the court order. I advise you go to a random lab instead of your doctor for the test, just to avoid any questions about tampering or manipulation of their process.
Fine, I'll be looking for it. I've got to go, I say before I hang up. I should have thanked her. That couldn't have been an easy call to make. My mind is reeling. My uncle must really hate me to have done this. A paternity test? It's ridiculous. And yet, my mind is not easy. I have a kernel of dread in my gut that I will ignore until I don't have to. But it's burrowed itself into the lining of my life. Its sharp, thorn-like tip burns as it embeds itself into the story of my life. And with every step I take, it burrows deeper, and it feeds on years of being denied my rightful place at the head of this family. I've been too soft. I've been distracted by my feelings. I feel a wash of shame. I've had my eye off the ball trying to win Confidence back. I should have seen this coming. I let a woman pull me off course once, and I lost pieces of my legacy that my father scarified for, and I'm letting it happen again.
But she's not just a woman,
my better angels remind me. I ignore them. I can't let this happen again. I rush out the door, already late to meet Confidence, but slowing my steps because I'm not ready for what I need to do. When I think of what my uncle's shit is about to cost me, the kernel in my gut pops and the blooms are soaked in shock, resentment, and rage.
Confidence. I glance at my phone for the third time. Hayes is never late, but it's Saturday. I was a little nebulous about the time. He just aired on the other side of 11 o'clock. I turn around and look at my hair again. She didn't do a permanent color, but she rinsed it with a golden blonde that makes it look like spun gold in the light. She cut it so it skims my shoulders. I feel naked and cold, but my face looks more, I don't know, visible. I'm pregnant. I stare at my reflection and try to see how I'm different. I must be different, right? Hayes and I blended our cells together to create a miracle. I think I'm in love already, and all I've seen is a blue line. Hayes's DNA has coalesced with mine. That little amalgamation of us has burrowed into my womb and will take from me blood and marrow, teeth and bone, and a life will grow from it. I'm fallen in love at the speed of light with a blue line. I'd do what I have been too afraid to since I took 4 pregnancy tests in the bathroom of Blush. I'd laugh. I want to wait and get a blood test before I tell Hayes, but I'm not sure that I can. There's not a single solitary cell in my body that expects him to be anything less than jubilant when I tell him. We are in such a good place. The litigation with Kingdom is moving along, but so are his side-by-side efforts to help alleviate the suffering of his tenants while they're in legal limbo. I've watched him write checks from his personal account this week that, no matter how much money he has, must have stung a little. but he smiled every time he's paid for something that makes their lives easier. And he's doing it all anonymously. He doesn't want the attention, and he doesn't want to cause any friction with Kingdom's board. It has just been one more thing about this man who makes me feel like he would move mountains to be with me. I feel the same way. I can't wait to tell him what we've done together.
Well, look what we have here.
A voice from beside me calls, and my blood freezes in my veins. I turn my head slowly and take in the tall, dark, blonde, handsome man whose beautiful smile hides a black, devious heart. Barry, I say flatly, and curl my lip in disgust.
Confidence,
he drawls like he's making a joke. What are you doing here? I ask.
It's a public place. Or did you have the entire town blacklist me?
He glowers at me. I didn't have anyone do anything. You running around ranting about feminazis and conspiracies did that.
That mouth of yours is only good for one thing, and talking isn't it,
he says. I roll my eyes at him. Was that supposed to offend me? Make me cry? Make me care? I ask with contempt and malice and disgust. You're pathetic. I spit at him. His expression loses any pretense of charm, and he pushes himself off the window he was leaning on and walks over to me, clearly thinking he can intimidate me.
You didn't think I was pathetic when you worked for me,
he says. No, I didn't. But I was also clearly suffering from a clear case of extreme slumming. I'm all better now, and I see you for exactly what you are, I say with a smile. I turn and start down the narrow alley that runs between Blush and Twist. I stop as soon as I realize I'm walking away from people, away from the light and out of sight. I can hear him rushing to catch up with me. It takes everything I have not to run. I try to reach into my purse for my phone so I can call Hayes or 911, but my hands are trembling. I smell it on him like I did my dad. He's in the mood to hurt someone, and I just walked down a fucking alley. His hand closes on my arm and spins me around to face him.
Let me go, Barry,
I yell, and he hustles me farther down the alley.
I'm just getting started.
He leans forward and puts his face in mine.
And maybe, if you ask nicely, once he's done with you, I'd be willing to give you a...
My hand flies out and up before I can stop to think. The crack of my palm against his cheek and the burst of white-hot pain at the contact make me feel like I detonated a bomb. He grabs my wrist with one hand and my chin with the other.
You fucking bitch!
He grinds out into my ear. He presses his body into the back of mine, and I hate myself for the sob that escapes me when his erection presses into my back. He presses his lips to my ear and whispers,
"You're lucky you've got that body. Why don't you show me what you showed Wild and Rivers that's got them so hot and bothered over you?"
He grinds into me, and I scream, loudly enough that it bounces off the dark stone walls. He covers my mouth with his hand, but not before I can bare my teeth and bite down on his palm. I almost gag at the musty, salty taste of his skin in my mouth, but it does the trick. He lets go, and I break into a run. I only get 2 feet before he's got me back in his iron-tight grip. The skin on my arms burns as he struggles to hold on to me. I kick him and scream at the top of my lungs, "Hayes!" before his hand is back over my mouth and his hot breath all over my face. "You think he'll care what happens to you?" He throws me against the wall and steps between my legs. "I'm going to fuck that cockiness right out of you," he says, and starts unbuckling his pants. And I start fighting for my life. His hand is still pressed to my face, and now he's pressing so hard that I can't open my mouth to bite him or breathe. I kick, punch, fight, slap. I might as well be fighting an 8-foot wave. He completely overwhelms me. I close my eyes and wail in my throat and beg God to make it stop. I feel his penis, hard and heavy, pressing against the bare skin of my inner thigh, and I think about Hayes and my baby, and I want to die. I sob helplessly into his hand and hope he kills me when he's done. I left Arkansas to escape violent men, and he's managed to find me anyway. A loud roar comes out of nowhere and cuts through the ring and in my head, and then I'm falling. His body is yanked free of mine, and I land with a thud on my ass and look over to see Hayes on top of Barry. His fists are flying and making contact with sickening thuds and crunches of skin and bone. "You motherfucking piece of shit!" he yells in between his arms' wild swings. I run to him to try and make him stop. I'm afraid he'll kill him, but he's in a rage and doesn't hear me. I run back to the top of the alley and scream for help at the top of my lungs before the tsunami of emotions overwhelms me and I faint.
Helpless. Hayes. I wanted to talk to you before you went out there. Confidence is waiting. Amelia says. What is it? I ask and finish buttoning my shirt. I'm being released from the courthouse jail where I've spent most of the day. She sighs and leans back against the wall. Well, I have good news and bad news. What do you want first? She asks. The good, please, I say. Maybe the sun will explode as soon as you're done with the good news, killing us all in the process, and you'll never get a chance to tell me the bad news. Are you drunk? She asks after a beat of silence. I've been in jail. The only thing I've had to get drunk on is the clusterfuck juice of my life. Give me the good news first, I repeat. The DA isn't pressing charges against you. I wish he would, I snap. Hayes, that is your anger talking, she says like I'm being tedious. I want as many opportunities as possible to tell the world what a piece of shit Barry Jimenez is. And if standing trial for defending my woman would give me just one more chance to tell everyone, I'd do it. A trial would be a disaster for you right now. All of the rebuilding of the river's name will go down the drain, she reminds me. I don't care, I say. You should, she snaps. Here's the bad news. Your uncle has petitioned the board for your removal without regard for the DNA results, she says. The fuck he did! I shout and spin around to face her. What? How? Can they do that? I ask in alarm. Yes, they can. There was a clause added by your grandfather about 30 years ago that gives them the right to do this. What does it say, this clause? In the event that the actions of the chairman materially damage the social standing of the organization or cause a negative light to be cast on the family's reputation, their ability to lead the board could be questioned or challenged. Your uncle and stepmother are doing that. Is this about that asshole who attacked my girlfriend? I ask angrily. This is about you having to be pulled off him after breaking his ribs, his nose, and knocking out one of his teeth, she explains. Well, the DA hasn't pressed charges,
I say.
But Mr. Jimenez is suing you civilly, Hayes, for a lot of money, she says.
I don't really give a shit about the money. You think I was going to stand there, watch him put his hands on my woman, try to rape her, and just kindly ask him to stop? You're out of your mind, and he's lucky I didn't fucking kill him. If I ever see his ass again, I might, I tell her.
Don't say that out loud, because if he ends up dead, whether he had a heart attack or died in a plane crash, you won't be able to stop the rumor suggesting you had something to do with it. You have extraordinary power, access to an almost limitless amount of money. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think you'd dispose of an enemy and try to make it look like natural causes. So do not talk like that to anyone, she says.
Oh, fuck that motherfucker and the law that allows him to turn himself into the victim here, I spit out.
Well, now he's cooperating with your uncle, and they are coming for you hard. I'm going to file for a temporary restraining order on the action to remove you. I don't expect it will be granted, but at the very least it will force them to present whatever evidence they have against you in their little coup d'etat. That is what this is. It is whole-out war. They want you gone, and they'll do it by any means necessary, she says.
I think you're overreacting. They want money, not my life. I brush her off.
Don't dismiss it. It's not just money. It's control of the entire Rivers family line and future. They want it. I want you to keep your head down. And you're going to like what I have to say next even less, she says.
That is a very high bar you just set. What could be worse?
I want you to put some distance between you and confidence, she says.
Fuck, no, I say immediately. I feel a flush of guilt when I remember that I had even considered the same thing myself. I close my eyes to push down the rage that threatens to consume me when I remember the scene I walked in on. Her against the wall, him between her legs, hurting her. My stomach roils. No way. Are you kidding? You want me to stay away from my woman so that punk-ass uncle of mine can have what he wants? No fucking way, I say.
No, I want you to stay away from her so he can't use her to get to you. He knows she matters to you, and that makes her a target. Make him think you've broken up, just until it goes away. The petition he filed has rules. I'm filing the TRO today. It'll be denied. We'll have 7 days to respond. Just think about it.
She urges me in that intense whisper she does when she's trying to be persuasive, but I don't need persuading. I'm sick of this, and I'm ready for it to be over, I tell her.
Good. We're going to need to spend all week getting our response together. Now, the DNA results will come back before then, and depending on their outcome...
Why do I get the impression, Amelia, that you're worried about the results? I cut her off. She stares at the floor. Her silence is alarming. I press her. Tell me. Now, I say. What do you know?
Nothing, Hayes. I don't know anything. But I'm worried because Swish told me something before he died. Right before he died.
What?
He said Hayes is his. And that was all. I don't know what his meant. I didn't even make anything of it because he was so close to the end and he'd been in and out of consciousness for 2 days. I have always thought they were the words of his dying mind until
my uncle brought this up. Understanding dawns. Shit. You think somehow he raised me as his own, but I'm not? I ask her.
Honestly, until today, I did think just that. I was sure that the test would come back proving you were not your father's son. but him filing this second motion to have you removed says he's not 100% sure of his position. Otherwise, he would just let the DNA test results take you out. That's why I want to try and buy you as much goodwill as possible. If you are his son, then I want you to be able to fight the other charges. It's important that you maintain an unimpeachable public reputation.
No, I need to focus on maintaining my unimpeachable private reputation. The woman I love and who I plan on asking to spend the rest of my life with was almost raped today. I don't care if I get to be the chairman of the board of a company that would turn its back on people who have been harmed by its negligence. I don't. That will not be my legacy. I have my own money. I have my own fucking name. And I have a woman who I love more than anything that I need to keep safe. I need to focus on that right now, I tell her.
I think distance could keep her safe. And you too.
I dismiss her and decide to end the conversation because I'm desperate to get to Confidence and see how she's feeling. I take my keys, phone, and wallet from the small envelope they brought in with my clothes. Let me know what the DNA test says, Amelia, but honestly, I'm about done with this family and its shit. I'm not the head of it. I'm just the next in line of men who have been puppets controlled by the whims of a man who has been dead for 100 years. That doesn't make me a ruler or king or leader. I'm just filler.
Hayes, don't make hasty decisions.
I'm not making any decisions. For once in my life, I just really don't give a shit. I tell her and walk out. She's waiting on a bench by the back door that leads to the exit. She's curled up, her legs tucked underneath her, her hands wedged between her thighs. Her head is bent. She looks so small, and as I get closer, I can see she has a bruise on her arm. My gut knots. The door slams shut behind me, and she looks up in my direction, her eyes wide at first and then softening with relief when she sees me. "Hey, baby," I say as I start toward her. She jumps off the bench and runs toward me. Her arms are pumping, her hair flies behind her, and her face is a mask of determination as she launches herself into my open arms. "Hayes!" She breathes my name into my neck. She's trembling and squeezing my neck so tightly that I almost can't breathe, but I would rather die than let her go. My heart is in my throat as I stand there with her in my arms. Her heart thuds against my chest, and she cries quietly. Her tears soak my t-shirt, and I feel frustrated at my powerlessness. "I've been so scared, Hayes," she whispers against my neck. I'm so sorry, Tesoro. My ribs feel 2 sizes too small for my body. She's been alone all day. I hate that she felt a moment of fear. I hate that she had to worry about me on top of all that. I walk us out just like that to the SUV that Amelia ordered for me. It's nearly 2 a.m, and the few reporters who are still hanging around waiting for me to be released are snoozing when we step out. They all wake up when the door closes, but the driver has the door to my car open, and we're inside before more than a few camera flashes catch us. As soon as the door closes, I raise the privacy screen. I try to put her down on the seat next to me, but she won't let go. She's trembling. I cup her face and find her cheeks wet with tears. Cold dread fills me. I thought I'd gotten there in time. Baby, did he? I can't bring myself to finish the question. No. She shakes her head. In the dark of the car, I can't see her face, so I reach up to turn on the overhead lights. She puts a hand on mine and says, "Please, don't." Why? I bring my arm down.
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
Down and cup her cheek. She nestles her face, and her breath brushes my skin in warm puffs. I'm just so happy to be with you, that you came for me. It was fucking awful. I haven't been that scared in a very long time, she whispers. Oh, baby, I feel so fucking useless. So, thank you, Hayes. You've saved me twice now, she says, and then climbs down from my lap. She rests her head on my shoulder, and by the time we're pulling up to the valet at the Ivy, she's fast asleep. I carry her up to her apartment. She doesn't stir as I put her in bed. I lock her door behind me and tell the doorman that no one should be allowed up without her okay. Then I get into the back of my waiting car. In the dark of the car, I cry, like I haven't since I was a boy. Not a sobbing cry, but hitched breaths and watery, greedy gulps of air, while my chest heaves under the weight of everything that has happened in the last 24 hours. By the time I get home, I'm spent.
Wounded. Confidence. Since the terrible incident in Rivers Wild, my life has been lived in hectic, noisy spaces that fall between crying jags, snatches of fitful sleep, police interviews, and worry. I went to work that Monday despite my bruises and aches. I had nothing to be ashamed of, and I had a lot of work to do.
The pro-Barry movement has lost most of its members, but the few loyal ones who don't seem to care that he tried to rape me in broad daylight don't try to hide their contempt. On top of that, we hit a real roadblock in the class action suit against Kingdom. The class is divided. A lot of them want to settle, and there's talk about them breaking away to form their own suit. Oh, and I'm officially pregnant. I went to see my doctor after getting slammed up against that wall, and they did a blood test. It's official. I'm due on the 28th of May. I'm 10 weeks along, and I have an ultrasound picture tucked into my purse. Hayes and I have been talking every day, but that's it. He's been busy every time I've tried to see him. I thought he needed some space like I did, but now I'm worried that he's avoiding me. While he had been in custody after his arrest, Amelia had filled me in on what happened that morning and why he'd been late to meet me in the first place. Memory of that night, knowing that he's alone while dealing with what happened in the alley, as well as the prospect that he is not his father's son, has torn at me and kept me awake every night since I saw him. I was starting to feel frustrated, because I had been through an ordeal too, a big one, and I didn't have my best friend's shoulder to cry on. I was pregnant and hadn't told him because I hadn't had the chance to. He hasn't answered his phone all day. Amelia called me this evening to say she had the DNA results but couldn't reach Hayes. She said she was headed to his house, so I asked her to bring me with her, and here we are. "This isn't a good idea," Amelia says for the 4th time in the last 2 minutes. Maybe not, but if things go wrong, I'll handle it, I tell her. "You can't handle a man that size. What if he loses it again?" she asks. I reach up and punch on the overhead light in her car. "If you make one more comment about Hayes that implies he's a danger to me or dangerous at all, I will make sure he fires you," I tell her. Her eyes narrow and she leans forward. "I've served this family for years. Swish himself trained me. I'd like to see you try to get rid of me," she says coldly. "No, you wouldn't," I tell her honestly. I don't hold back when it comes to him, and if you believe any of that shit his ex-wife spewed about him, you don't deserve to lick his boots, much less to be on his payroll, I growl at her. Her eyes widen and she leans back. "I'm glad you've got so much backbone. You're going to need it. I don't know what's in that envelope, but if it's not good, things could get ugly," she says somberly. Her eyes are so grave and my heart sinks. I glance up at Hayes's house. There are no signs of life inside, but I know he's there, and I need to get to him. Just let me say this, since you don't seem to know. He would never touch me or anyone who couldn't defend themselves against him. He's not a bully or an abusive man. Sure, he's an asshole sometimes, but that's how he's managed to survive in this cesspool of humanity he was born into. I'm his second chance. He's mine. No matter what the results say, we'll be fine because that's what we do. I've been preparing myself. It'll be okay. You can leave." "Okay," she says quickly, easily, and with a touch of relief. "Okay. Give me the envelope, and then get out of here. I'll find my way back or Hayes will bring me. Either way, tomorrow we get to work on taking that uncle of his down," I say, and wait for her to nod. "God help the person who comes up against the two of you. You're like 2 sides of the same coin," she says, her voice full of marvel. "That's right," I affirm, glad that she finally sees it. God help them. I open the car door, turn around to give her one last reassuring smile, and say, "I'll see you tomorrow." I decide to knock first. But after 3 knocks, with 2 minutes between each, there is still no answer. So I use the key and let myself in. The house is quiet. The ticking of a wall clock, the hum of a sub-zero fridge, the whir and click of the air conditioning coming on, and the chirp of what sounds like hundreds of cicadas fill the otherwise still, dark house. "Hayes?" I call. There's no resounding echo, none of the certainty that comes knowing that you're heard, even if you're not seen. I feel my first real prick of worry for him. I should have come sooner. "Hayes?" I call out again and start up the stairs. The carpeted runner silences my footfalls, but the wooden steps still creak every other step. It's silent upstairs, too. There's a light peeking around the frame of the door that leads to his master bedroom. As I get closer, I hear his snores. I push the door open, and my anger spikes. Lined up along the foot of the bed are 4 empty bottles of Jack Daniels. I watch him. Even in his sleep, he's strong and powerful. His brows are relaxed. His stubble-covered jaw is still strong, but not so rigid. His lips are parted and soft. For the first time, I see the little boy who grew up without his mother in a house that was managed like a chessboard. Manipulations, lies, and death blows. I spend a few minutes watching him, and then pick up the glass of water by his bed and throw it at him. His eyes pop open in surprise. I step back when he starts to shake his head back and forth to get the water off and wipes the water out of his eyes before he looks up at me. His eyes are murderous. "What the hell?" he yells at me. "You tell me." I give him the full force of my anger, too. "I've been trying to reach you for days," I seethe. "I told you I needed a few days," he grumbled. "I knew you needed some time to think, and I walk in here to find you living like you're a frat boy on spring break?" I point at the bottles lined up on the floor. "Stop screaming," he moans and cradles his head. "I'm not screaming, even though I should be. You fucking abandoned me, Hayes." Now I raise my voice. "I didn't," he groans. "And you abandoned yourself. We have shit to do, shit to discuss." He covers his face and groans into his hands. "You threw water at me, Tesoro," he grumbles. "Yeah, I know, because I'm the one who did it," I say with dry sarcasm. He scowls, completely unamused. "I just needed a couple of days," he says miserably. "Hayes, what the hell have you been doing in here? Are you high?" I ask him. He sits up straight and shakes his head. "I don't know where my phone is. I haven't seen it since the—" He winces, as if he's in pain, and says, "Since the fight." "How did Amelia reach you then?" I ask. "The house line, like she always does. It's an encrypted line and she's unduly paranoid, so she always uses it to talk to me when it's urgent," he says. And then he shakes his head and looks at me with real confusion in his eyes. "What the fuck is wrong with my family?" His voice is etched with pain, and my heart aches for him because I don't have any answers to that question. I don't know, but we need to talk. He sighs. "I know you have more shit going on right now than most people deal with their whole lives. But you've also got more power, privilege, and wealth than those same people can dream about. And with all of that comes all the obligation. More money, more problems, right?" He nods. "So, get off your ass and put on your streetwise hat because your uncle is playing dirty," I tell him. "No kidding." He sighs and rubs his hands tiredly over his face.
We have to think like desperate people who don't have safety nets or moral compasses, I tell him.
You sound like Amelia,
he grumbles. You should do whatever she tells you to do, I say.
You've changed your tune. I thought she was a vulture, he says.
The board meeting is in 2 days. No atheists in foxholes, I say.
Do you mean my enemy's enemy is my friend?
He asks. Whatever. We have a lot of work to do, I snap impatiently.
His expression has morphed from slightly annoyed to happy.
Why are you smiling? Do you like getting chewed out by me? I ask.
I don't know what chewed out means, but it sounds like it could be hot, he says.
Hayes, I huff.
That morning, when he attacked you, I was coming to break up with you, he says.
I freeze and stare at him. Tears, hot and unbidden, fill my eyes. My breath is trapped in my lungs, and I can't speak.
I wouldn't have done it,
he says quickly, and rushes to stand by me. When he puts his hands on my shoulders, I lean into him. But why? I hear myself say in a voice that I don't recognize. It's thick with hurt.
I had just gotten the call about the DNA test. I was angry and thought I had let Thomas get away with too much because I'd been distracted,
he says, not quite meeting my eyes now. By me? I ask.
Yes, but by the time I got there, I knew there was no way I could give you up. The sun rises and sets in your eyes, Confidence, he says.
My heart starts that kicking again and my tears dry.
But walking into that, seeing him on you, I thought...
He swallows thickly.
I'm sorry. So sorry that I wasn't there. I'm so fucking sorry that he put his hands on you, that I was late.
He sounds so distressed. Hayes, why didn't you just talk to me? Is that why you haven't left your house? You've been avoiding me? I ask.
He laughs darkly. No. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from going to that fucker's house and setting it on fire,
he says. I grab his hand and squeeze. I was scared that day, but I'm okay now, I tell him. I just want us to focus on what we can control. And we have to get ready for this meeting. It's only 2 days away. I feel desperate suddenly to lighten the mood. I've spent 4 days in a state of complete anxiety, and it's taken its toll. As much as I'm dreading the rest of our conversation, I'm glad we have it to talk about. I lean back on the windowsill, and he sits on the bed watching me with a smile on his face. What are you smiling at?
You,
he says, his gaze growing more intense.
You're my everything, and I want to be your everything,
he says intently. You are my everything, baby, I assure him. My heart is in my throat and in his eyes.
I'm thinking about myself, my future, my responsibilities so differently because of you,
he says, and my heart swells.
So yeah, I'm worried about the DNA test, but that's not what has given me nightmares. It's that I've done anything to hurt you or allowed anything to hurt you.
His eyes are glittering with fire that speaks of loyalty, constancy, and forever. I know, baby, I say, and want so badly to put him in my pocket and protect him from everything that's coming this week. I feel the same way.
You're my priority, because you are my future. You have a view of the world that I want to use as my lens for the rest of my fucking life. Even when it feels like it's do or die, I know that you and I are a sure thing.
Never doubt that,
I say. He runs his hands through his hair. Everything feels so complicated, except for us. I don't care if I'm not the heir. I don't care if they remove me. The only thing I need is you. He stands up, naked as the day he was born. Even soft, his penis is beautiful and thick. His whole body is beautiful and thick. I let my eyes feast on him, and when I get to those eyes, those fucking eyes, I blurt out, "I'm pregnant."
Truth. Hayes. You're what? I ask, and sit back down on the bed, only briefly registering the cold, wet sheets bunching under my bare ass. I'm dazed, and a million questions and emotions flood me as I try to recover from the curveball she just threw at me. Hayes? She walks over to me, her blue eyes crinkled in concern. Are you okay? She asks, and then lays a hesitant hand on my shoulder. Did you say you're pregnant? I ask, dazed, but fuck me, also praying to God I wasn't hearing things. She nods, her eyes wide, her blonde brows raised in uncertainty. Relief, joy, gratitude rush through me like a current and wash away my hangover, my dread, and my regret. I jump off the bed and sweep her into my arms. "Oh, marry me," I growl in her ear. She throws her arms around my neck. "Of course I'm going to marry you." She laughs happily and presses a kiss to my cheek. I pull back and stare at her. "When did you find out?" I ask. "Today," she beams. "I had a blood test." "How far along?" 10 weeks, she says, and I squeeze tight before I remember myself and let her go. "You can hug me," she says. "I don't want to hurt El Bambino." I put her down and kneel in front of her and press my cheek to her stomach. "There's a baby in there," I say in complete wonder and awe. She runs her fingers through my hair and says, "Hayes, we have so much we need to talk about. I wasn't going to tell you about the baby until later when all of this was over, but then you said all of that romantic stuff and it just came out," she says. "So what you're saying is that you'd like to table this conversation?" I ask and stand back up. I lean in to kiss her and she leans back. "Nah, you need a shower and a toothbrush," she says, and jumps out of my grasp. "Go do that and then come down and let's talk." I walk into the kitchen to find her sitting at the table, 2 mugs on the table in front of her. A white envelope sits on the table in front of her. It has my name and social security number on it. My stomach plummets to my knees. I know right away it's the DNA test results, but I ask anyway. "Is that it?" I ask and nod toward the envelope. "Yeah, Amelia gave it to me. You have to be the one to open it," she says, her eyes dry and firm, but full of concern as she watches me closely. "I'm okay," I say, and I find that I am. My future is set because confidence and I are set. This is just a hurdle I've got to clear on my road to where we're going together. "You want coffee?" she asks, and pads on her bare feet across the travertine-tiled floors into the kitchen. "Were you at work?" I ask, noticing her skirt and blouse for the first time. "Yeah, this morning, but then I went to the doctor and then came here." I pick up the envelope, rip it open, and pull the paper out. "Hayes, don't you want to sit down?" Confidence sounds alarmed. I hear her hurried footfalls as she rushes back to the table, but I just stare at the paper and gather my resolve. "No, let's not make an event of it. I just want to know." I unfold and read what it says out loud. With regard to the DNA of Hayes Rivers, when compared to the DNA sample obtained from Jason Rivers, 12 of the 15 DNA markers were a match. This indicates sanguinity, but does not indicate paternity. The matching markers follow the patterns we see between nephews and uncles, and grandsons and grandfathers. I finish and look up at Confidence. Her face is pale, and her hand is squeezing her lips together. How is that possible? He couldn't have been my grandfather. He didn't have any children besides me. So, if he's my uncle, then what does that mean? Uncle Thomas is my father? How? I ask. Her eyes widen and take up almost the entire first half of her face. She's shaking her head back and forth, and her eyes start to fill with tears. I stand up and walk over to her and yank her hand down. What does it mean? Say it, I demand, irrational in my fear and anger. I'm demanding she answer a question she couldn't possibly, and yet, because she's so much braver than me, she does. Gigi, she croaks like it hurts for the words to pass her lips. No. I shake my head. Who else? Does your father have other siblings? I ask. I don't fucking know. I didn't even know Gigi existed until I was 14. Anything is possible. As it starts to sink in, other realities rear their heads. I start to pace. If he wasn't my father, then his dead wife wasn't my mother either. I don't know the name for what I'm feeling. I've grieved for people I don't know, who aren't my parents. So I'm a Rivers, but not my father's son. Who are my parents? I ask. I don't know, she says, and I want to shake her, or shake this house, or shake the world. I want everyone to feel what I'm feeling. The ground beneath my feet has shifted in a way that's permanent. I will never be the same. Confidence. Who am I? Who is my family? What is my family? I shout these questions at her. The horror on her face is too much for me. I turn away from her. I'm talking to the wrong person anyway. I pick up the receiver of my landline and hit the second pre-programmed button and press the phone to my ear. Prego? Gigi's voice is husky with sleep, and I look down at the alarm clock by my bed and realize it must be 1 or 2 in the morning in Positano. I haven't called her during any of this. I didn't want to worry her, and now I realize she's the only person who can answer my questions. Gigi, I took a paternity test, I say. Who's pregnant? She asks. To determine my paternity, I clarify. I'm met with silence. I look up at Confidence, who still looks like she's seen a ghost. You okay? I mouth and walk to the fridge to get her a bottle of water. She's carrying my fucking kid. I crack it open and put it down in front of her and realize that Gigi hasn't made a sound. My heart sinks. You knew, I say, and Confidence's hand pauses in midair on its way to put her water to her lips. Hayes, You what? Whose son am I? I ask her slowly. My heart thuds wildly, my entire body is tingling, and my head is swimming. Hayes, it's not that simple, she starts. Yes, it is. My hand slams down on the table before I even realize it's in motion. Confidence jumps up and comes to stand beside me. She puts a hand on my shoulder, and I want to shake it off. I don't want comfort. I want answers. Gigi starts to cry softly. Whose child am I? I ask her again. Hayes. She's weeping loudly now. So is my queen. I watch her, want to go to her, but not until I have answers. Gigi, tell me. Now! I ask, and the words taste like ash in my mouth. Mine, she sobs, and I drop the phone. I don't remember sitting down, but I must have. Okay, Gigi, okay, I hear Confidence saying, and then I hear the phone clatter into its cradle into the counter. My life is a lie. All of it. I'm a lie. Bombs are exploding somewhere inside me. My memories are imploding. My father disappears from the memory of learning to ride a bike. He vanishes from the conversations we had about the birds and the bees. You are Hayes Rivers. You're a brother, a son, a friend, a lover, a father. She takes my hand and puts it over her stomach. A father. I pull her to me and press my face into the soft, tiny swell in her abdomen. I'm going to be okay, I say. She's like a shot of Valium, and my pulse starts to slow. Hayes, the worst is over, she says, and like the fool I am, I believe her.
History. Gigi. I will begin by saying that I am only sorry for the deceit and the fact that I had to live my life pretending that you weren't mine. I say slowly, and force my eyes to stay on Hayes's face. I want to look away so badly. Those green eyes are shuttered and as cold as chips of emerald, except those are his father's eyes, and they have never been able to hide the fire that is always burning inside of him. The curiosity, the feeling, the passion, the thirst for better, the compassion, and right now, the anger. So, you suffered? He asks. I nod. Good, he snaps, and I smile, because there I am, that cold, unforgiving streak that makes me a Rivers and him my son. He's been a mirror to everything I've lost, and yet has reminded me how lucky I was to have had any of it in the first place. I did what I did for you, I continue. He laughs and my patience snaps. I stand up and walk over to him, plant my feet and stare down at him. I know I owe you a lifetime of explanations and apologies, but no matter what I have done, I have loved you first. I say through lips that are barely moving and a jaw that is so tightly clenched that I know I'm probably doing some real damage to my teeth. Yes. So much that you let someone else raise me for the first half of my life, and then lived with me for the second half, but lied the entire time. He says sullenly, Hayes, there are some things that are more important than our individual needs or wants. Now please, I'm here because I wanted to tell you this face to face. Will you let me? He opens his mouth to speak, and Confidence's hand slides over his, and she says, Yes, he will, and squeezes his hand when he starts to contradict her. I misjudged this woman, and I'm so glad that Hayes has better judgment than I do, because she is exactly what he and this family needs, and she loves him something fierce. I smile gratefully at her and sit back down. The Riverses founded this city. With our carpet-bagging money, we came and bought land, financed cotton gins, and gave the Allens money to buy the land that this city is sitting on. And then we settled here. And in this city,
We are Titans. Power covets power, above all. Money and fame were never the goal. Power was how you survived. Power was what gave you the ability to execute your vision, and with it came the money, the fame, the access to anything you could ever want. Once you've tasted it, you never want anything else. That's how we were raised. When I was 18, I had my coming out. It was a silly thing, but a tradition that the ruling families of Houston had started to make sure that the next generation was shaped by the best and brightest. According to whom? Confidence asks. According to the men who saw themselves as masters of the universe. The rules of entry were steep and enforced to the letter. Number 1 was no new money, which, to the founding families of Houston, was a dirty word. Either way, that was how they kept people from buying their way into the elite club they'd made. This group of people produced governors, presidents, titans. They didn't want to share that. And girls like me, we went to college not to get an education, but to find a husband. My parents sent me east, to Wellesley College. "Isn't that all girls?" Confidence cuts in again. I smile at her and think that for all her hard-earned street smarts, this girl has a lot to learn about the family she's joining. No matter how much she's grounded Hayes, he's still got the blood of ambitious, ruthless titans in his veins. He's not chasing a win in the moment. He will always think about his place in history, like all of the men who came before him that have dreamt about the eternal sunlight of their glorious time as rulers among men. Yes, it is. And all of the men at Harvard, MIT, BU Brandeis, and Tufts knew it. So, on the weekends, our parties were packed with men, and that's when I met and fell in love with your father. I look at Hayes, at a party where neither of us were having a particularly good time. I tripped. He caught me. We sat down to talk, found out we were both from Houston, and spent the rest of the night falling in love. When we went home that summer, we found out that my family was opposed to the match. I said, "Is that really a thing?" she asks. "Oh, yes. In fact, the boys in my vintage would say, 'Vintage?'" Confidence says with a scowl of confusion. That's stuck-up speak for in the same year at school. Hayes tells her quickly. I frown at him before I continue. "Yes. In my year at school, they would say, 'heiress or above only,' and it wasn't something they said behind closed doors. It was a rule, and for heiresses like me, the same applied. My love, he had money, but not the kind that they liked, and there was someone else they wanted for me. His family was offended. They decided I wasn't what they wanted for their son, and family, to both of us, was everything. We went our separate ways. He married someone else. I moved back east. But then, after my father got sick, I came home. We ran into each other at a fundraiser. I can't help my smile as I remember that night, seeing him again. We made a choice. When we got married, your grandfather disinherited me, made your I stop when Hayes blanches. I'm sorry. Jason, his heir. He was a newlywed, home from Cornell with his pretty Beacon Hill heiress on his arm. He married the right girl from the right family, and she had good,
childbearing hips, as my father called them, I recall. You moved to Italy. Not then. Your father and I bought a farm out in Brenham. We were raising steer, and I was 3 months pregnant when he just disappeared.
What does that mean?
Hayes asks in a sharp voice. He left early one morning to go into town and just never came back home. It took me a week to call the police because I was sure he'd come back with a story about how his car ran off of a cliff and he'd had to camp in the woods and wait for rescue. But after a week, I realized I couldn't hide anymore. I went to his family. They had no idea where he was and accused me of having something to do with it. They had money of their own. They were smart, and they wanted revenge. So I hid you, right under their noses. Jason's wife's hips weren't so childbearing, and she was ill. My father had disinherited me, and Thomas was on the verge of being expelled from West Point. We were all such a disappointment to him. The only thing he saw value in was you. He refused to reinstate my inheritance, but he would give it to you if I let Jason and his wife raise you as theirs. At the time, I thought it was a good idea. I was beside myself with grief and without 2 coins to rub together, and despite everything, I still believed in the river's name, and I wanted my son, the true oldest child, to take his rightful place. And Thomas didn't know. By the time he came home at the end of that term, I was in Italy. Jason and Anne had their brand new baby boy in their arms, and he was none the wiser. I don't know how Thomas found out. I shake my head dismally.
Well, Amelia has a clue. They obtained a copy of Anne's autopsy. It says that she'd never given birth, and so their hope is to prove that I'm illegitimate. They have no idea of the truth, Hayes says in a low, dark voice that gives me the chills. I want to rewind, and I want to kill my little brother. He's always been such a selfish pain in the ass. I don't know what is wrong with Thomas. He is so resentful of everything, and I don't understand it. He says he loves his family, but he's forgotten, just like our father did, that family is the people who make it up, and the name is only as good as the people who bear it. I'm worried about him, that he would do this. But power is all he's ever wanted. But he's going to be sorry. This is going to open up another can of worms that none of us wants to revisit, I say. What? What could be worse than playing musical parents with me? Hayes asks. Nothing could be worse than that, I say quietly. My heart is breaking that this is how he has to find out. But it's time. So?
Your father. His name was Lucas Wilde, I say, and wait for the light to go on. His head draws back and his eyebrows shoot into his brow line. He shoots out of his seat and stalks over to the huge mantel over the fireplace in his living room. Confidence's hand slams over her mouth, and her eyes dart between Hayes and me like she doesn't know where to look.
Do you mean the late Lucas Wilde?
Hayes asks, without turning around to face me. He braces his hands on the mantel. Yes, him, I say.
The father of Remington, Regan, Tyson? Him? Hayes repeats.
Yes, I say.
I thought he died when Remy was a kid,
Hayes says slowly. No. That's when he divorced Remington's mother and ran off and married me. He was declared dead years later. I answer and find that my defensiveness is still there. Hayes turns around then. His eyes are dark, red-rimmed, and so angry that my heart convulses with the knowledge that it's all directed at me. "You ran off with a married man who had 3 children?" He asks me the question I ask myself every single day. "Yes," I answer, and when he turns back around, as if the sight of me is too much, I look at Confidence, who is staring ahead blankly, unseeingly. I get up and walk over to stand behind him. "We were in love, and he married me," I plead. I know it sounds so wrong. I know we shouldn't have been. But these things happen. He turns around again, his eyes narrow slits now. I flinch at the expression in them. "You know what doesn't happen. You don't give your kid away and pass him off as someone else's," he rages. "I didn't give you away," I cry. I look at Confidence for help, but she's watching Hayes intently, her eyes reflecting the ache of sympathy inside of her. Hayes stands up. "Wait. Remington Wilde is my older brother?" he asks in abject horror and shock. My stomach sinks and my panic rises. This could be a disaster, but I don't dare ask Hayes for his discretion. Instead, I give him the truth. "You're half brother, but yes, you have the same father, or you did." I respond, and my heart constricts at the thought of Lucas and how much I loved him, how much he loved me, how badly he wanted to raise Hayes and Remy together, even though in the end he chose me over the possibility of being with his oldest son. "And Remy's mother, grandmother, they all know this." "Well, they know Lucas left me. They know I was pregnant. This is why they hate us so much. But they don't know who you are. Everybody thinks you're Jason and Anne's child. I told them and everyone else that I lost the baby," I say, and feel like vomiting at the look on Hayes' face. "So, let me get this straight. I am a Wilde and a Rivers. You are my mother. I am the true heir because I am the true oldest of the oldest child. You are my mother," he repeats. I nod. "I want you to call Amelia and make an official statement. Sign it, notarize it, and we'll deliver it to Thomas's attorney. And then I want you to leave and never come back," he says quietly. Then he stands and walks out of the room. His back is ramrod straight, just like his father's had been. I watch helplessly as he walks up the stairs, his back straight, without a glance back in my direction. I look at Confidence, unsure what to say. "He doesn't mean it," she says softly. Her eyes are full of pity. I didn't expect that, not after how I had treated her and what I've done to Hayes. "He does," I say tearfully. "You don't know him well at all," she says sadly, and shakes her head. I'm offended and I want to be mad, but I know she's right. I just nod. This lie has precluded a real intimacy with my child because I was always afraid of slipping up. I love him. I have been a shoulder to lean on and supportive of all his endeavors.
But I also pushed him into marriage with a woman who proved to be treacherous, and I tried to run a good one away. Give him some time and some space, but don't you dare walk out and never come back, she says. I give her a watery smile. And that statement, please. Send it to Amelia today. The hearing is tomorrow. We'll want to kill this question now and deal with the question of fitness alone. She stands there, uncertain a little, and I ask, "Did you have something to say?" "Does Remington know?" she asks. "I don't know, but I don't think so. No one knew. They were just told to stay away from each other, you know? The dispute over the land was real, but what really put the wedge between us was Lucas leaving his family. Was it worth it?" she asks, without elaborating. "Yes," I answer, without asking for clarification, because it was all worth it. For the year I had with the love of my life, for the son we made together, for the life our son got to lead, I would do it all again. Hindsight is easy, but it's what I did, and it was hard, and it took me a long time to recover. When you're a mother, you'll know. Doing what your child needs instead of what you or they want is hard. I can only imagine, she says, and I can't read whatever's really in her eyes. We'll see you tomorrow. And only because I know he's in good hands do I let myself out of their house.
Hayes. Confidence slides into bed with me, and she doesn't say a word. She lays down so we're face to face. "Hey," she says, and takes my hands in hers. She lays them on the soft swell of her lower stomach and whispers, "Here we are. We're safe in here." I close my eyes and make promises to that little life growing inside of my life, my love, my everything, that as long as I draw breath, he will know only love, the tough but yielding kind, from me, that no one would be able to convince me to walk away from him, that I'm ready to be his father, that I'm the man his mother needs, that I know that his inheritance is more than just money and name. It's our values. It's the synchronicity between who we are in private and who we are when the world is watching. "Do you think less of me?" I ask. "No, never," she says. "Of course." "Still want to marry me?" I ask. "Yes, and before I start to show, please," she says. "Your wish is my command," I say. They're the last words we speak before we fall asleep. Judgment. Hayes. 2 weeks later. "Oh, thank God that's over," Confidence says. She steps into my side and slips her arms around my waist. We step out of Kingdom's office building and out into the bright afternoon sun. The building is casting a shadow onto the big granite courtyard where overworked employees come to escape the air conditioning and their computers for a few minutes. Yes, it was ugly for a second at the end, but it's done. I agree. "Will your uncle be okay?" she asks, bleeding hard. "He's going to be just fine. I think retirement in exile on his ranch in beautiful Texas hardly amounts to hard time for all of the shit he's pulled over the last year," I say. We settled the case today. Kingdom paid damages that were negotiated by Amelia and Wild Law. The foundation established a Project School Bell that will deploy mobile classrooms to neighborhoods that are recovering from the flood so their children can continue to go to school close to home, while their schools are being renovated. It's the first in a string of programs that the foundation will fund over the next few months as part of its commitment to the city of Houston. Some of them are being done in conjunction with Wild Law. When I think about Wild and Remy, my stomach contracts painfully. I still don't know how to tell him that his father is my father, and that his father may not be dead after all.
Hayes.
Confidence calls my name and bumps me with her hip. I look down at her, and she's got a concerned look on her face. Yes, my love?
You okay? You blanked out for a minute,
she says. Yeah. I shake my head to clear it. Just thinking that we've got a lot of work to do, but at least now I can do it without Thomas around.
Looking for ways to undermine you,
she adds. We start toward my car that's idling on the curb. The car will take you back to work if you want, I tell her.
Yeah, that would be great.
She rocks up on her heels and presses a kiss to my mouth. Thanks for being here today, for being here every day. I circle my arm around her waist and kiss her back.
Hayes,
Gigi says from in front of us. She stands up from the bench she's been sitting on. My heart hurts to see her. I haven't let myself think too much about her. Last night, when Confidence asked me to talk to her, I'd said no. I had nothing to say. She gave birth to me, but that didn't make her my mother. I'd said it so flippantly last night, but when I see her standing in front of me, I know it's not that simple. Like a reel of film on a screen, flashes of our life together in Positano run through my mind. Our fights, the first time we picked figs from the tree we planted together, how she slept in my bed with me the night before I left for college, and talked to me all night about growing up in River's house. My stomach churns, and I slide my eyes to Confidence, who has gone very still beside me. Gigi, why are you here? I ask her. I don't want to do this in public.
Because you are,
she says simply. She looks tired, and for the first time I can see age creeping along her pale, drawn face. Her hands are clutched in front of her, and she looks frail.
Listen, can we talk?
You're dead, Rivers! A loud voice booms over the courtyard, and we all turn back to Smith Street to see Barry Jimenez walking toward me, a pistol in his trembling hand pointed in my general direction.
Oh my God, it's Barry!
Confidence calls just as the first shot rings out. I grab both women to put them behind me and hustle them into the building. The armed security man is already rushing out, and after a second shot, Barry is tackled to the ground. But something happens, and Gigi doesn't end up behind me. Instead, she slumps against me and cries out in pain. Gigi! I call out and let go of Confidence to lay Gigi on the ground. Her light blue dress is soaked with blood that's gushing out of a small wound in her shoulder. I pull my tie off and knot it around her arm and press my hand to the wound. She winces.
We need an ambulance!
I hear Confidence screaming in the background, but it's muted by the sound of the blood that's rushing through my ears. Gigi grabs my hand and pulls me down to her.
Hayes...
She groans, and her eyelids flutter. Oh, no, you fucking don't. I shake her, and her eyes open.
Don't use that kind of language, Hayes, especially not in public,
she says weakly. Well, don't you fucking close your eyes after you've been shot, I shout at her. She laughs weakly. Now I can see how much I look like her. Oh, God, Gigi. I shake my head in denial that this is happening.
Listen to me, Hayes. I know I wasn't your mother in your heart, but in mine, it's all I've ever been. You have been my every prayer, every dream, every hope. All of my love has always been yours. All I want is for you to be the man
You were born to be, she says. Don't talk like you're going to die. I'm still pissed at you, I say. She reaches up to pat my cheek. Her bloody hand is sticky against my face. Of course you are. You're a Rivers. And then her eyes close.
Epilogue 1. Gigi. Just rest, Gigi. Hayes whispers down at me. His big hand smooths the hair off my face, and I have to stop myself from nestling into his touch. I haven't earned that. It's too soon. I know that what happened outside his office is why he's here. I hope it means that I'll be able to persuade him to stay, to give me a chance to earn it. My throat is parched. I had a tube inserted while I was in surgery, and the words I want to say are caught there. Save your voice. We'll have time to talk when you're better, he says, in a voice that's more soothing than I can stand. His eyes, so like mine, search my face, and I know he's looking for clues that he missed. That downward tilt on my right eye that mirrors his, the way my ears curve close and then pull away from my head. Maybe he's even imagining how he'll age. Will his jawline hold as firmly as mine? I lift my free hand and circle his wrist. I want to tell him that he gets this loving tenderness from his father. I want to tell him that he's the greatest love of my life, that I only let them have him because I wanted more for him than I thought myself capable of giving. Instead, I just hold on to my son's arm and let him look into his mother's face properly for the first time. The creak of the door opening behind us startles both of us. He turns, and from the way his posture changes, I know it's confidence. He deflates a little because he knows that he can lean on her. I love that he's found someone strong enough to help him carry the burden of holding our family together. I think that together they'll do a better job than my generation did. She comes to stand beside Hayes and wraps an arm around his waist. She squeezes him, and he wraps an arm around her and holds her close. If I died, this would go down as one of the happiest moments of my life. My son is grown up, and even though I didn't do everything right, I've helped him grow into a man who is capable of love, and who's not afraid to stake a claim on something he wants and then do the hard work it takes to make it his. Gigi, how are you feeling? She asks. I nod. Remy's here, she says. My heart plunges to my toes and my lungs constrict, but I nod. Are you sure you want to give it to him? She asks. I let go of Hayes and pick up the letter I have tucked into my side on the bed. I rub the worn paper in between my fingers and nod again. She smiles, a pained but encouraging smile. I'll send him in. We'll be outside. She takes Hayes's hand, and they turn to leave. Just before they step through the door, Hayes looks back over his shoulder and says, I love you, Gigi. Then he's gone. I watch the door. My heart threatens to burst out of my chest so that everyone can see what a cowardly muscle it is. I clutch the letter that Lucas wrote Remy a few days before he disappeared. I know that this will change everything. That peace will probably never be my companion. But it's time. Epilogue 2. Confidence. My phone buzzes from its perch on my bedside table. I fling an arm out in the dark and fumble for it. A text message from Hayes flashes, and I open it. Press play. And then the next message is a video. Where are you? I type back. Press play, is his response. Not exactly how I imagined our wedding night, I grumble and sit up. I've been waiting in our room for an hour, by myself. Hayes left to get something he forgot downstairs. I spent the first half an hour getting myself ready. When I draped myself across the bed, I looked like everything I knew Hayes loved. My lingerie is a confection of ice blue lace and satin. My hair smelled like roses, and my lips were smeared with cherry-flavored lip balm. Now my hair is a tangled mess. I have sleep in my eyes, and I'll probably want to brush my teeth again before I kiss Hayes, if I ever kiss Hayes again. You haven't pressed play, have you? Stop being mad and watch, his text says, and so I push aside my annoyance and comply. The video starts, and my heart lodges in my throat. I clutch my chest, and every drop of irritation I felt seconds ago disappears. On my screen, my mother and I are dancing at the wedding. We're wrapped in each other's arms. Our heads are resting on each other's shoulders. The look on my mother's face steals my breath. She's smiling. Her eyes are closed, and she looks like she's having the very best dream. We've been fine since Daddy and Fortune left, but she hasn't smiled like this since long before that horrific night. We'd held each other then, too, but we'd been fused together by terror. Tonight, it had been nothing but pure love. The song, The Rose by Bette Midler, was her choice, and the slow, repetitive melody on piano and the gently joyous strains of the violins wrapped me in the same tender embrace my mother's arms gave me while we danced. The camera zooms onto our faces for the last 90 seconds of the song, and I watch as the tears run down her face and drop onto my shoulder. I hadn't felt her tears then, and I watch as she composes her face and a bright smile spreads just as the song ends. The scene cuts to a white wall, and I blink to clear my vision at the abrupt change in background. Then Hayes sits down in front of the camera. "So, this is where I've been," he says into the camera. He sweeps his hand over the parts of himself that are visible in the camera. His hair is tamed into waves of chocolate silk again. The broad, bold angles of his cheekbones are more prominent than normal because he's completely freshly shaven. His tuxedo looks crisp and stiff again. When we'd stumbled up to our room after the reception, we'd been sweaty from dancing, and his collar had several smudges of my lipstick on it. "I was watching that video while you were in the bathroom, and it finally hit me what I should give you for a wedding gift. I wanted it to be something that money couldn't buy." He gives me one of his closed-mouth, sexy-as-fuck smiles. His intelligent, oh-so-beautiful hazel eyes search my face as if he knew exactly where it would be when he was making the video. "The two of you are what every mother and child should be." He runs a hand through his hair and exhales a breath. "The gesture of you dancing with your mother on what would normally be the father-daughter dance is everything I love about you. Your loyalty, your pride, your love, the respect you have for where you come from, and your refusal to let anyone dictate what's possible. I can't believe that you're my fucking wife. And I wanted to make you something that you could want to watch over and over again, too. Especially in the moments when I've pissed you off and you're wondering how I talked you into spending the rest of your life with me. I'm not the best with words, especially not soft ones. But for today,
I want to record some, especially since I'm about to fuck you until you can't walk for a week." He grins mischievously. "You are more than my little treasured tesoro. You are my big magic, my forever wonder. The Russian doll that never stops surprising me with the depth of your brilliance. And you're the reason I'll never doubt that love is power." His eyes pierce through the screen and wrap themselves around me. I clutch my chest as my heart riots against it, and my throat constricts against the tears that are blooming. "Your love has changed me. You've rewritten my future. Because of you, I know that my legacy will be whatever I choose. If people look at me and see a king, it's because I'm standing next to a queen." His firm, full lips purse around the last word. "You are my reason," he says with a fierce conviction that feels like wind beneath my wings. His eyes soften and his shoulders relax. "The baby that's growing inside of you is just the first of many masterpieces we'll make together. You are my river. You've been the making of me, and I hope that one day I'll feel like I've earned the gift of your love. It's my privilege and honor to be your husband. I love you so much, more than I'll ever be capable of expressing. Now, lay back and get ready for me. I'm walking in now." The door opens, and the screen goes blank at the same time. Hayes walks into the room. His bow tie is gone, his shirt unbuttoned completely, and his lightly haired chest and smooth, tanned skin of his muscle-carved torso peek out between the gap in the stark white fabric. "Hey, wife." His eyes are alight with a heat that singe every part of me it lands on. His eyes drag up my body, and he pulls his shirt off completely. The flex of the muscles in his powerful shoulders and arms distracted me. When I look back at his face, he's standing right in front of me. "Hey, husband." I mimic him. I sit up on my knees so I can slip my arms around his neck. His warm hands slide along the swell of my abdomen before they slip behind my waist. He pulls me into his chest and presses his forehead to mine. He closes his eyes and hums low in his throat. "That was so beautiful," I whisper against his lips, and his eyes open, and his gaze tangles with mine. "You like it?" he asks, with a satisfied smile. I nod my answer when I find that my throat won't release my answer. "Good," he says gruffly and squeezes me close. He buries his face in my neck and nuzzles it with his lips. I tighten my hold on his neck and think I might die from the intensity of the love that I feel for him. And what a way to go. I kiss the side of his face. I'll watch it again. Forever. And not just when you've managed to piss me off. I peck his mouth with a quick kiss to stop him from interrupting me. I love it. And I love you. I'm the lucky one. I'm the one whose future has been rewritten. I hope you never regret letting me stand next to you. I hope you're always proud of me. Until my last breath, he whispers, before he kisses me. Finally. And what a kiss it is. His lips are impatient, his tongue insistent, and I open for him. Warmth rushes through me when his tongue sweeps my mouth, and I press into him as tightly as my protruding belly will let me.
Getting married at 7 months pregnant wasn't ideal, but between Gigi's physical recovery, the fallout from Remy realizing who she was, and the time it took for Hayes to be able to forgive her fully, this was the soonest we could have done it. Remy wasn't at our wedding. Hayes hadn't been able to hide his disappointment at the empty spot beside him at the altar. His other brothers had been there, and we'd celebrated despite Remy's absence. Hayes didn't want to take a chance that the baby would be born before we could be married, and I wanted to have a wedding, with the church and the dress and the party afterward, so I'd walk down the aisle of St. John's United Methodist Church in Houston, Texas, with my protruding belly proudly declaring that I had no business in my white dress. Hayes's mouth ravishes mine. My lips dance and part, clang and nibble. We get lost in the current of love, triumph, and togetherness that has become the river of our life. This concludes The Legacy by Dylan Allen, narrated by Stephen Dexter and Robin Verne. Copyright 2018 by Dylan Allen. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dylan Allen and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.